Hello. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Really appreciate everyone coming out the crack of dawn to do this. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to kick off, hopefully, a fabulous day. My name is Raj Kundra with WWF. I lead an initiative called WWF Impact, which is all about accelerating early-stage startups that work on pressing environmental issues. We're going to talk about the food system today. And I'm not going to have a big, long story of facts and numbers. I'm just going to leave everyone with one number that I was just told in terms of the link of the food system and climate. So what I was told is that 1 degree Celsius of climate change by 2100 can be directly attributed to the food system. So this is a big problem. And today we're going to talk about a little bit about that, but we're going to talk mostly about innovations, entrepreneurs, ways that we're going to get at this in formats that are not the way that you would traditionally hear a group of environmentalists and NGOs and practitioners talk about. But I think that's really where this starts to become fun and interesting. Got a fabulous panel. The two things I love about this is that I've got this panel and I get to ask all the questions. So, you know, in this world, you don't want to be asked questions. You want to ask other people questions. And it's a much safer space. But we're going to start really quick. Everyone's going to take a second and introduce themselves. I'm going to pepper some questions. We're going to try and move as quickly as we can so that there's time for the audience to ask questions. So be forewarned if I cut you off. It's not because I'm rude. It's because I'm trying to create space. And hopefully this will be a great way to kick the day off. So I'm going to start with Sarah Farley.
Hi, everyone. Let's see if this is on. How's this? Better. Hi, everyone. Sarah Farley, Vice President at the Rockefeller Foundation. I lead our global food effort, which is where our regenerative agroecological food portfolio lives, among other exciting initiatives.
Hi, all. It's a pleasure to meet you here with you today. Thanks for inviting me, and I'm ready for the panelists. I'm Jorge from Eat Cloud. Eat Cloud is a triple impact startup that helps the entire food ecosystem to redistribute unsold food on a massive scale to reduce food waste, but especially to fight hunger. We are connecting supermarkets, hotels, restaurants, caterings, and agricultural producers with food bank networks and charities, acting as a bridge between unsold food and those who need it most, generating analytic data that helps the food ecosystem to understand the great impact potential of the organizations.
Hi, everyone. I'm Haley. I'm the founder and CEO of Chippin', and we're a pet nutrition company that's on a mission to unlock sustainable ingredients for the pet food industry. So we started by releasing a suite of products that includes formulations made from things like invasive species, insects, and algae. While I realize the folks on the live cast can't see, show of hands, who has a pet in the room? Okay. So vast majority of us. So today I'll be talking a lot about what we feed our pets, why we do, and how we can start nourishing them with more sustainable ingredients.
You know, times have changed. You should do it the other way. It's like, who doesn't have a pet in the room? And no hands will go up.
Exactly.
So impact investing, this idea and this concept that you can invest money and you can do, in addition to building companies, you can do some fabulous things for the world. I've been at this for a long time. I've gone to a lot of conferences. Everyone always talks about the companies and the profit and the market and the exit for the first 50 minutes. And then for the last 10 minutes, people start talking about the impact. We're going to do it the opposite way. So we're going to talk about the impact that we're getting after first, and then we'll talk about some of those other issues. And to kick that off, Sarah, Rockefeller has been thinking about this issue probably for as long as anyone else. It would just be great if, and I have that one number, I didn't, and I'm sure you've got thousands, but if you could just set the stage for what some of the challenges that we're dealing with are, and where you guys see from an impact perspective, something like this playing an important role.
And you started with one of the most salient statistics, Raj. But the big picture is pretty bleak when we look at the food system that has succeeded in one incredibly important way over the last century plus, which is we are creating more calories than we ever have before on planet Earth. What we didn't think about for so long as the food system industrialized were the unintended consequences of that very narrow focus on productivity and calories at all cost. So what are we seeing today? One, we're seeing about a third of greenhouse gas emissions coming from the food system. We're seeing 70% of fresh water being used by the food system, and about 86% of biodiversity loss can be attributed to food system, either the land conversion or the biodiversity that lives beneath the soil, which makes our soil soil and not dirt, which is really important if we want to have life growing in it, whether those are the plants we eat, the trees we depend on for the air we breathe. So we are in a very perilous position where if we don't sort of reimagine how the food system could repair and regenerate soil health, biodiversity, water quality, it will be the fault of the food system and, yes, other systems that have driven us so close to the very edge of these planetary boundaries that we have to operate within and deeply respect if we are to maintain life on this planet. I think we're going to stop with the doomsday. On the positive side, and this is, in some ways, a lot of really new innovation and insight, but actually it threads back to the way so many indigenous communities have stewarded their ecosystems and their food systems within those ecosystems. It is absolutely possible and happening today in places all around the world, Tanzania, the Midwest, you name it, in pockets, not as the dominant paradigm, to grow food in a way that does restore ecological function. And not just ecological function, the ability for people, human beings that are growing the food, which is 1.5 billion people on planet Earth are growing the food or in the direct household of those who are. We've really marginalized producers and their well-being and their livelihoods. It is possible not only to restore ecological function, but do so in a way that builds back the well-being of those critical humans that we all depend on, which are the producers of our food. And that's the regenerative agroecological movement that is happening today. I'm happy to share a little bit more about.
So Jorge, I know you're not growing food, but you're saving food. And when we think about impact and we think about human impact, saving food and getting it to hungry people, it's hard to imagine a deeper impact than that. Can you, and I know right now you're just in Colombia, but you've got ambitions to be in many places and many countries. Can you talk a little bit about that impact, what it means, how much food is really reachable through the model that you have, how many people you think you can help with this approach?
Okay, Raj, first of all, let me explain you the problem. The 40% of all the food produced in the world is thrown away. This enormous problem is costing the food industry $2.6 trillion a year. It's causing the 10% of the global greenhouse gases emission. And it's happened while 1 in 9 people go to bed hungry. This inspired us to create a Eat Cloud. We launched our model in the frame of the COVID crisis in 2020. And so far, we have redistributed more than 41,000 tons of unsold food, equivalent to more than 95 million meals, saving the food industry more than $40 million and mitigating the emission of more than 86,000 tons of CO2. Right now, we are operating in Colombia and Mexico and starting pilots in Central and South America. beginning explorations in other countries. It's an enormous and global problem. And right now, we are the startup that redistribute the largest volume of unsold food to combat hunger. It works, and we are moving forward with sense of urgency because the hunger doesn't wait.
96 million. We should have done this event a month later so you could say we're over 100 million. But that's still amazing. Haley, your model is so interesting. And I just, the two bookends of trying to save a river, and not a little river, pretty significant river, and what it means for just that ecosystem, the people, the community, everything. And then in the process of trying to do that, going at one of the most industrialized, sort of integrated parts of this whole complex food supply chain. It's, I mean, fascinating, and would love to just hear your perspectives on both of those bookends, and what you guys hope to achieve there.
Of course. So we really set out to create a win-win solution. So you look at the second bookend that you mentioned, Raj, is the pet food industry. So you're looking at, if you consider all of our USA pets, there are a whole lot of them. The amount of meat that they eat is so much that if they were to be ranked as their own country, they rank 5th in the world in global meat consumption by volume. So it's really significant being able to find solutions to nourish our furry family members with high quality but better ingredients is really critical when you look at the food system at large. And then kind of on the other end, taking our approach to save the Great Lakes, our largest freshwater ecosystem in the world, and the Mississippi River, by in particular scaling up the use of an invasive fish. It's invasive carp. This fish is up to 90% of the biomass of many of the waterways in the Mississippi River Basin. So we have this incredible opportunity to fish for a fish that we actually need to capture, whereas so many species are overfished. Currently, we're importing more than 70% of our fish into the US, so creating local jobs, restoring biodiversity, protecting our precious freshwater ecosystems. We can do that while giving our furry family members the best quality food possible.
Great. Enabling conditions. So we're going to move on from impact, and we're going to talk a little about enabling conditions. This work, despite the fact that everyone's got a big smile, is incredibly hard. I suspect that at times it feels incredibly lonely. And we know that in order to accelerate this, we need to create an environment that enables and accelerates these ideas and hundreds or thousands of others. So let's spend a little bit of time on that. We'll talk about the role of government in that. But first, again, coming just back, Sarah, to the work at Rockefeller, I'm old enough to remember there was an event in 2007 at Bellagio that many people have coined as the beginning of the impact investing movement. And so when we talk about enabling conditions, I think those are the contributions that people will look back to. So if you could just talk a little bit about what that environment looks like, and kind of what we think needs to happen.
Yes, it was the case, Rockefeller, with many partners that were coming together around this question of how do you present a financial thesis that optimizes not just for financial gains, but also for social impact? What could that be? Is this the birth of a movement? And indeed it was. And so, yes, that Bellagio was noted as the sort of birthplace of impact investing. And then what came of that was GIN, which is the Global Impact Investing Network. And I think it's a really salient historical reflection, because if we look at where we are today, I think we're at a parallel moment where the finance community really needs to step up into yet another sort of aspiration in terms of a whole other set of impacts that we need to optimize for beyond social impacts, which are our environmental impacts. And until we get products, mainstream financial products that meet the kind of innovators on the stage, but meet other farmers, producers, and even more complicated whole landscapes that are unified together around a shared objective for landscape level transformation, we're really asking for those lonely, intrepid entrepreneurs to pursue this fight without a conducive enabling environment. And that really is where we are right now. So what's Rockefeller sort of observing? We, about a year and a half ago, came together with a few banks, insurers, and investors to just take a pulse check on where are we with respect to the maturity of a market for this regenerative agriculture, and in all of its incarnations, whether that's products for soil health, for water quality building, for biodiversity, et cetera. The consensus from this brain trust, we looked for everybody's sort of in that space, is we are still at the very, very infancy. And for the most part, mainstream financial investors are still either very, very bold and courageous or scratching their heads on how to get this right. So we thought this is a moment much like the birth of impact investing, and what we can do is start to kind of map the products. What is out there? So actually just launched in June is a compendium of financial mechanisms for the transition. And this was work that was put forward by Pollination, the Transformational Investors for Food Systems, TIFs, and Rockefeller. So check that report out. What we wanted to do is start to take the next step, which is we've got to demystify this. For those that want to understand, like, what is in the cupboard? If I want to build a financial mechanism to do this kind of food systems transformation, what can I cook with? So the compendium sort of shows you the ingredients. But then the next step is creating places and experiences where capital providers can work with producers, purchasers, and innovators to try on these ingredients, these financial products, and customize them to the rates of return that they're looking for, the ecological impacts, the social impacts. And so we actually just hosted another Bellagio. We sort of use that as like an incubation space for bold ideas. This just happened 8 weeks ago. And what we saw were just tremendous innovations happening before our eyes in terms of starting to sketch out what some new, very customized financial models can look like. I'm excited to say just yesterday here at New York Climate Week, we had some of these financial providers, producers and off-takers, purchasers, showcase what we think of as lighthouses. And that's the last point I'll make. I think as an innovator, so often you're trying to figure out if what you're doing is absolutely crazy or if there's a market for it, and if anybody else wants to come behind you to really build out a sector. That's what we need in the regenerative financing space. We need lighthouses to show us that it's possible, remove the perception, I think the altered perception of risk, because in fact, going down this track reduces some of the risks that are now increasing with conventional agriculture, and does so in such a way as to crowd in more dollars, make it feel safer for private capital investors, philanthropic investors, and crucially public investors to come into this space. So stay tuned, check out the report. I'm happy to make some connections for folks that are wanting to learn more about that.
I know that it's hard for you guys to get people to come to Bellagio, which is why you moved the event to the last week in July in Italy. So that was really smart. Government. Everyone talks about the role and power of government and state actors in enabling markets to grow. Colombia is fascinating as a country. Probably a medium-sized country, and at the same time is a leader in so many of the sort of government-based approaches around climate. Jorge, can you talk about what that's meant for EatCloud, how you're taking advantage of that, how that's helped enable what you're trying to do there?
Let me highlight three things. The first one, the interest of our government in sustainability topics allowed them to launch the law 1990 to provide the food industry to turn away the food. And this public policy is creating conscience in the food industry. It's helping us, or is boosting the demand of our solution. The other important topic is the great effort of our government in the front of the food security. Both the local and the national government are trying to identify the people in need and develop several programs, not only to provide food, but also to develop capacities in these communities. And we are trying to add our model to these strategies, beginning the process in Medellin. We are part of the big alliance, Zero Hunger, to combat, to tackle this enormous problem. And this is a very interesting moment that we are joining forces, as you said, with the government, with universities, with the food industry, understanding that this solution, that all of us can be part of the solution. And finally, let me highlight the efforts of the government to promote the entrepreneurship, especially the impact entrepreneurship, providing knowledge, access to the market, to many companies in early stage that, as ItCloud, trying to solve important problems for the society.
And I'm just going to highlight the first thing you said, because you cover so much ground. There is an economic consequence for wasting food, and there's actually a tax benefit for preserving and redirecting food, right? So that underpins the policy part of it.
Yes, it's an important driver to move the food industry to donate unsold food. The government launched an important discount of taxes from the 25% of the base of the base gravable, the base of taxes, and discount the main tax of the products. And I think it's a very interesting environment to promote this practice. We are leading in our region this process, trying to understand the right or the best practices of other countries, especially in Europe, that are adopting these public policies and are moving forward in this purpose.
And now moving on to U.S. policy, the simplest, most straightforward, predictable policy environment in the world. I believe the story is true. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But U.S. policy enabled much of what you're trying to do by introducing silver carp into the Mississippi River in the 1960s. Was it in the?
That's correct.
In the
late
1960s.
60s, early 70s.
As a way to control algae bloom. So I guess that's an enabling environment. But fast forward, and there are still, I think things have changed, and there's other aspects of how we've evolved that underpin what Chipin is trying to do. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about that story.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think to the point of enabling conditions, for us there are two really major buckets. One being forms of government support, and two being this super strong market pull for the kind of ingredients that we're scaling up. So on the government incentive side, yes, silver carp was introduced to aquaculture ponds to serve as a natural form of cleaning those ponds. Lo and behold, they got out, they reproduced really quickly, and so now we have carp all throughout the Mississippi River Basin. In an effort to then remedy the problem, There are now really interesting subsidies in the form of dollars per pound that are available, funded by state and local government agencies to fishers and processors. And so this is a really critical enabling condition when it comes to trying to create a cost-effective protein source so that we can be closer to cost parity to kind of status quo ingredients that are typically in the supply chain. Another enabling condition via the government for us as we build more infrastructure around our supply chain is there are some interesting carve-outs through the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which was allocated via the IRA. So we're proceeding with some opportunities there that we're super enthusiastic about. And then just overall, as an entrepreneur, there has to be demand for anything that you're creating. And so our ability to tap into underutilized materials and make them into something valuable has been huge, and pets absolutely love the products that we've created. And our aspiration is to be able to, over time, start to work more and more with other companies and scale this thing.
It's so important, and I think that it's so easy to get pessimistic with the headlines, and we don't have a big global carbon tax, and it's much more nuanced and complex than that. I've seen so many situations where entrepreneurs and startups find specific gaps or incentives and initiatives, and it can provide just a really powerful lift. So it's just really fabulous to see organizations taking advantage of that. I'm going to turn to talking about big companies. Love them or hate them, we know that there's an important role for big companies if we want to scale. At times, the conversation around impact investing in startups has been, don't bother with any of that because you'll never get to scale, and scale sits with the big companies in the world. And I don't see it like that at all. I guess the way that we see it, the innovation and the ideation and the development is what ultimately feeds into those big companies. So it's a step in the process to scale. It's not a choice. But we've all been working with big companies in lots of different ways, both inside the businesses, but also just at a more systems level. Sarah, could you talk a little about what that journey and sort of where big companies are today, and where we think we can sort of work with them to get to?
Well, first, I love the point that there is such a relationship between the small and medium enterprises and the large companies, and so much inspiration comes from the smaller innovators who are either bought up or really do spark a whole new way of thinking about sectors and market opportunities. So that relationship, including the human capital flows between them, is, I think, just a vital part of understanding innovation ecosystem. So love the setup. But let's talk big companies, and big companies through the prism of trying to solve for our food system becoming more of a climate solution or perpetuating our climate challenges. If we look at the world's 100 largest consumer packaged good companies, so these are the big guys doing food, almost 70% have made a commitment toward this regenerative transition. So that takes a lot of forms. They're saying we're going to start attending to soil health. We're going to think about GHGs. We're going to think about biodiversity. Some even go so far, few, to even talk about the well-being of farmers. So the commitments are starting to be there. That's quite mainstream. What's more problematic, and I think where the NGO community and entities like WWF are so important, is calling out what exactly does that mean? And who is going to verify how serious these commitments are going to be in terms of the ecological impacts, the social impacts that we have to see at this point in time. And so to get there, I think part of understanding the corporate willingness to step into regenerative is to really demand harmonization and transparency on measurement. That is a crucial part of the puzzle. So we've been supportive of networks that are connecting networks of businesses like the WBCSD, the World Business Council on Sustainable Development, to producers, to scientists, to indigenous communities, to create a shared consensus as to how do you map and measure this very kind of multidimensional idea of regenerative. That is a hard task, right? That is a hard task. Those are communities within themselves. There's a lot of diversity and heterogeneity, let alone between those constituencies. But until we get over that mountain, harmonizing the measurement so we can standardize what we're talking about. Are we only talking about GHGs? Are we talking about water, biodiversity, GHGs, and people? Until that's resolved, I think the risk of greenwashing is very real in this space. But I am hopeful. I really do see several of the corporate networks pulling their constituency toward what I would call a deeper definition of regenerative food systems transformation. But without those harmonized definitions and without putting producers, really crucially, producers and stewards of the land at the center of those networks, we're not going to get the kind of leadership we need to see from the corporate participation.
So what you described is hard, but we're all about hard here. So this is the panel of hard. Jorge, you sell software to big companies. I know it's more than software, so I'm oversimplifying. Can you talk about how that's going? The value proposition that that you're offering and those big companies see, and how you think that eCloud is going to change the way that those big companies and groups work around food?
Okay, Raj, day after day, many companies have to remove products from the inventory system. Products near to the expiration date are products with aesthetic problems in their labels or packagings, but in perfect conditions for human consumption. They are thrown away this product. But only imagine a small, medium, and large volume of unsold food in point of sales, distribution centers, and production plants countrywide. This is a really dramatic problem. The food industry, in some cases, can donate big volumes to food banks, but this small and medium volume of food is difficult to control, and the historic solution is thrown away. This is an enormous and costly problem for the food industry. When we automate this entire journey, we can connect all these volumes with food banks and charities countrywide. In Colombia, we are working in 230,000 cities, for example. And we are generating value, making visible the traceability of the products. They can know the origin and the final beneficiary of each product. And additionally, they can know the impact of the whole process, how many people they can benefit, segmented by groups, for example, nurseries, women, pregnancy women, children, seniors, migrants, among others. They can know something very important, the earnings of this decision, how many they can earn in transportation, storage, final disposal of the residues, the tax benefits. And for the companies focusing the sustainability topics, they can know important KPIs, the carbon footprints, the hydrate footprints, energy footprints, among others. We are generating more than 250 KPIs in real time, allowing the industry to understand the real benefits of this decision. They have a lot of insight to take the right decision. And I think this is our best benefit to the food industry. Allow them to understand that they can generate an enormous social, economic, and environmental impact, taking the decision to don't turn away the food and let the possibility to engage with the community trying to tackle the hunger.
Yeah, I mean, think about how much food is in a grocery store when you walk in, and I don't know how many thousands of grocery stores are on the eCloud platform right now, but starts to add up to scale pretty quick. So, Haley, pet food. I don't remember if I know you've told me so many times. I don't remember in the beginning if you had sort of told everyone the size of the U.S. pet food market in terms of where it is in the global consumption of meat. It's top 5, even if you looked at all human consumption. So, I mean, enormous volumes of meat that are going into pet food. And unlike software, you've got a physical product here that you have to sort of fit into a complex industry. How's that going?
It's going great. Yeah, so we started by making a suite of dog food products using, for instance, this invasive species, silver carp. And you know, I think one of the things that's been so exciting about this experience is to have had the opportunity to really drive innovation for this broader, massive industry. So you look at the pet food market has more than doubled since 2015 alone, more than a $50 billion market by revenue in the U.S. alone. And so as we look at you know, what we've done and how that can kind of more broadly apply to potentially big companies, having the ability to be an agile, kind of small, fast mover in creating these products has served as an incredible proof of concept for other players to see how effective kind of non-traditional proteins can be, how effective the process of getting an invasive species out of the water can be for restoring biodiversity and protecting, you know, all the animals that we see throughout this room. And so my aspiration is to see this included in more and more products. You know, you look at cats, for instance. The average cat in the U.S. eats more fish per year than the average person. So chances are your cat's eating more fish per year than you. And so it would be really incredible to see silver carp in some cat products.
Cool. I've got one more question. We're going to go really quick. We're a few minutes behind, so we're going to make this a quick one, and then we're going to go to the audience. So if people have questions, great. If people need to write questions, you've got maybe about 3 minutes to get ready. So we were going to talk a little about the ecosystem and where the ecosystem is going. And so I'm going to just... So, Sarah, I guess where would you, in this big complex food system, if you had to say pick one area where it's kind of not quite working and we sort of need different models, where would you want to point this?
I mean, I would double down on the regenerative transition. That is absolutely where we need more models. If we want farmers to make the choice to steward their land for soil health, for biodiversity, for water, and for nutrition, right now, in many instances, they have to make an economically irrational choice for the very short term, because it just takes a little bit of time. These are biological processes. In some instances, there's no yield dip, but in many instances, there is. We need financial products and an enabling environment that makes that the easy thing to do, the easy choice for our farmer, and not the hard choice. And what that means, it means we have to look at subsidies. Right now, if we take crop insurance, if you start to take on some of these regenerative practices, like diversifying your crop, you immediately disqualify for crop insurance. Crop insurance is for one thing. You get one crop covered. So if you're growing 5 things, I don't know what to do with you. No crop insurance. So this is crazy. It also means the risk-return profiles need to be examined, because right now that regenerative farmer looks a little different to the bank than does the conventional farmer, even though we're seeing, let's just take rainfall. We're getting more rains, these deluges come, more droughts. We're seeing that regenerative farmers, on average, 70% of farmers farming regeneratively experience less need for crop failure insurance on the backside of these heavy rain events, which means as taxpayers, we are saving money when farmers do this regenerative work because we don't have to cover full crop loss. So what we need are these innovative financial models and some serious subsidy reforms so that we make the regenerative transition easy, not just for the farmer, but for us as consumers, us as taxpayers, us as Earth citizens.
Thanks. We're so used, and this week is sort of an example of that, we're so used to New York being the center of ecosystems, and it's easy to forget what's happening in other places, and the importance of that, and just how significant it is. So, so both Jorge and Haley, in Medellin and St. Louis, can you talk about just what that entrepreneurial ecosystem is like, how that's supporting what you're doing?
Okay, Raj. 20 years ago, Medellin was the most dangerous city in the world. In this very moment, all the government, the public and private sector took the decision to be the most innovative city in Latin America for 2021. This was a very important and catalytic decision. We start from the 35th position in Latin America. And the magic begins with this decision. Was created Ruta N, the Center of Innovation and Business in Medellin, a complex of 3 iconic buildings of the 32,000 square meters. And around this important building was created an innovation district involving or engaging the people to participate in the testing of many kinds of solutions and begin the process working with universities, with the most important companies in Medellin. And the city focus in specific topics. For example, in the health sector, in the energy sector, and the information and technology sector, trying to develop capacities to growth. Then, our government make alliance to understand the most important hubs of innovation in the world, as Silicon Valley, Boston, Austin, Israel, Singapore, Toronto, among others. Begin to attract people and companies to work in Medellin, like Hewlett-Packard. They founded in Medellin your global business center to support their operations. And then they develop several programs to support startups, especially in early stages. And this decision and this movement create a very important dynamic. In 2021, Medellin was recognized as the most innovative city in the world by many kinds of organizations. And it's an important process starting from a difficult situation. But right now, the people is trying to, in many dimensions, is trying to move forward to show the world the best face of our city and our people.
Yeah, it is really amazing. I mean, I was there 20 years ago and was there last year, and you wouldn't recognize the two places. St. Louis. You moved to St. Louis.
Yes. I've lived in New York City. I started the company in Arlington, Virginia, and we set up in St. Louis almost a year ago now. And I think for any entrepreneur, capital and community are kind of the key things that you need to really keep going and scale. And my experience in St. Louis has been ideal from the standpoint of being at the center of the pet food industry and manufacturing there, at the center of where this invasive species is. And then I found from day one that I was welcomed, and there were kind of all of these different forms of support that I never really anticipated, and so tried to keep open to new connections, just like I think we all are today and this week. So reach out if you want to chat more.
Yeah, it's so cool. So cool. We're going to go to the audience. And we'd love to take some questions. So we've got a few minutes. I think we've got about 10, 12 minutes. But you can't ask any questions to me. That was a ground rule at the very beginning.
That was going to be my aim. That's okay. This is actually a question for Sarah. So as a kind of a funder investor within this space, I was wondering how you strike the balance between investing in new opportunities like eCloud or Chipin with kind of funds and companies that are already in the space, especially those that have been founded by indigenous communities or localized kind of solutions. How do you strike that balance in terms of, coming from a funding organization, we also try to remain sustainable ourselves. So trying to think about how do you maintain a sustainable portfolio, both financially but impact-wise?
It's such a great question, and it's always shaped in the container of strategy. I can tell you a little bit about the regenerative portfolio and strategy and what that's sort of looking like. We're really thinking about 3 buckets. Proof points, which are very locally led, locally rooted examples of how regeneration occurs. So the kinds of partners you need there are absolutely local communities. Then there's a bucket on rewiring incentives. That's where we're working internally with our innovative finance team, looking at the innovators in the financing space. So groups like Mad Capital, Trailhead, as well actually as looking at entities that are building kind of financial products bespoke to different communities. We have a grant to the Global Alliance for Territorial Communities. This is an apex body of indigenous organizations. One of the things it's looking at is a Shandia mechanism. This is a by and for indigenous peoples financing mechanism for ecosystem stewardship and food systems renewal. So really important to have that indigenous piece there. And then there's a piece of the work that's around field building. And field building is everything from the research and evidence, what works where. Again, that can be very place-based, but can also be a play that we're looking at is the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research. This is a big federated network of large agricultural research institutions. Historically, it has actually done some work in agroecology, sustainable agriculture, but never in a kind of integrated way. We're supporting the CG system as a whole to build its first ever united agroecological research agenda. So that's a global play that comes through these nationally based entities, CG centers, that we hope will have an interface with national agricultural research systems. So that's a global play in the research space, which is next to some very, very hyper-specific localized plays in the research space. So it's always a balance. I again, love that you brought in the indigenous dimension. I'm really proud to say that Rockefeller, for the first time ever, has a portfolio of indigenous-led grants, the GATC grant being one of them, but there are 9, and that looks like Deep Medicine Circle in Northern California, working with the Ramaytush Ohlone people to not only celebrate their indigenous foodways, take food that is not consumed by the indigenous community to Oakland for an urban feeding center, but also to look at sentinel species like the return of the salmon to the critical waterway that comes through their land. And there's even a land, bringing land back into indigenous stewardship there. So this is always a moving target. I think philanthropy, by and large, is not doing enough with local ownership of grant making, and it's something that even at Rockefeller we continue to be in service of, learn about, and I think improve on. Thanks.
Thanks, panelists. It was really a nice conversation today. My name is Owen, postdoc at the Yale School of Environment. I have a question for Haley Russell. Really impressed with your business, and I think it's very cool what you're doing. One question, with using silver carp as an alternative protein, what happens when your business gets really big, very successful? Does it actually promote demand for something like the silver carp, or do you try to substitute with another alternative?
Love this question. So we have been very clear from day one that we are not just a company making products out of silver carp. So really we have a platform approach. So today we're very focused on this one species, and we're actively monitoring then the ecosystems from which we are supporting the fishing for this fish to ensure that we can support balanced biodiversity restoration in these watersheds. And then when we're successful in our mission, which is certainly a big and ambitious one, it's kind of a moonshot. This species has been around since the 1970s. There's estimated to be about 1 billion pounds and growing the fish in the water. We have other proteins then.
It's like 90-some% of the biomass in parts of the river?
Yes, yeah. So it's massive.
Yeah. And so here's a question as an impact investor, which people don't talk about this so much. So if they were successful in eliminating the silver carp to the point where, let's just say hypothetically, you drove your company out of business because there was no more carp to go after, how do you feel about that as an impact investor?
For the record, we have a diversified base of ingredients, but happy to entertain this.
We actually decided we'd be able to live with that outcome. So I think we have time for at least one, maybe two more.
Well, what's the next ingredient?
Stay tuned. Follow me on LinkedIn.
This is a question for Raj. Could you talk a little bit about the role as a nonprofit impact investor in this space?
Yeah, so Skylar and I just met on the way in. We're on the same team. So it actually gets at the question that was asked before. So there are lots of investors, and there's lots of different investor formats, and there are big investors that are doing big deals, and there's big investors. I mean everything under the sun. Where we try and focus is around gaps that the market either isn't going to do or isn't going to do in the timeline that we think the world needs. While anyone that invests, even in not-for-profit, would like to maximize their profit on that investment, it's not the first thing we talk about. It's not the second thing we talk about. We really do put that to the side, and we focus on the issue, and we focus on the urgency of what the world needs. And it's a different type of capital. We think it crowds in other capital, but we also see that as a process. We don't see that as happening sort of days or months apart. But we think it's really important, and we've connected it to so much of our other programmatic work because we think that's what the combination is what we think will ultimately lead to the type of change we want to see.
Hi, Monica Charlotta. I'm also at the Yale School of the Environment. Kind of a flip side of that question for Haley and Jorge. Was it intentional that you sought out a nonprofit investor? And do you interact differently with WWF, and do they provide different kinds of expertise and skill set than some of your for-profit investors?
I think it's important to combine in our fundraising strategy. We begin our funding process with angel investment. Then we catch some grants of organizations like P4G, Junus Social Business, among others. But in some specific moments in the life for a startup, you need not only the money or the capital, the resources, you need a platform to grow, to understand the markets, and to prepare the expansion. And in this very moment, we have the opportunity to know the WWF Impact Fund. Right now, we are trying to wait, to not dilute our ownership in this early stage, but preparing a robust next investment round, maybe for the next year, in order to reach 10 countries in Latin America, and pilots another specific countries in Europe, Africa, and Asia. But I think an entrepreneur, an impact entrepreneur, is called to make the perfect combination between venture capitals, focusing impact, and equity-free resources.
We're done with time, it sounds like. Let me, so I'll give everyone maybe 10 seconds if you've got a punchline or a little joke at the end. And then we'll wrap this up, so thank you.
We can do this. We can go on this regenerative transition, and all we need to fuel our tank in terms of optimism is to get close to entrepreneurs and innovators like yourselves, but we need a lot more of them. We all need to be in service of this. The change is happening on a low day. Look to the innovators and see how you can move this sort of level of ambition in your own institutions to go further, because this is urgent. We are out of time to do anything but put all that we have behind this transition.
My final quote, I think right now is the best moment to the entrepreneurship, because you are in the middle of a lot of problems in the humanity. And especially for the impact entrepreneurship is the right moment. Only you can see the SDGs choose a little problem into your community and understand that the biggest problems of humanity can be solved by little startups right now.
All right. We're all about chipping in for pets, people, and the planet. And so as we continue in our journey, I would love to stay connected with everyone in this room, in person, virtually, because we don't have a whole lot of time, right? 2030 is right around the corner, so let's do as much as we can now, today, together.
Thank you. I thought you were going to read what's on your hat, but we'll save that.
Eat them to beat them.
Thank you all so much. This has really been fun. Have a good rest of your day. 5.
Hi, better, great. Hi, everybody. Thank you all so much for coming to this panel on From Inequity to Impact, Solutions to Elevate Women's Climate Action. We've all made it to Wednesday of Climate Week. It's hump day. I hope that everyone is really hanging in there. I know for me this has been a slightly overwhelming week already, but also really inspiring just to see how many amazingly talented people are engaged in these issues that we all care about and really pouring their passion and their expertise into coming up with creative solutions. As I've been going around for the past few days, I've been furiously keeping notes in my journal about things that people have said that I don't want to forget. I don't know if you all have been doing the same thing, but I thought I would start with just a couple of things that I've heard that have really resonated with me. So the first, I was in a meeting with a high-level current US politician who said this, but really it could have been any of us. He said, because the actual planet is at stake, I thought I'd be as blunt as possible. And I think that is just important. The actual planet is at stake, and so it's important for us to have these very real conversations. The second thing I heard, I got to hear Stacey Abrams speak earlier this week. I don't know if any of you were in the room for that, but she was really amazing. Though she said something that was a little counterintuitive. She said, "I'm not a fan of hope," which is an interesting thing to say. She said, hope is actually not a strong enough foundation on which to build for the future. She said, what I believe in is determination, not hope. And I think that's something for us to think about as well. And then I had an opportunity to hear from the new Minister of Nature from the UK. And we were in a conversation about plastics, and she said, there is no such place as away. She said, like, I'm just going to throw that cup away. It doesn't go nowhere. Away is always somewhere, and we have to keep that in mind. And I think that that's really good advice for us as we think about what we need to do. And as we talk about the work today, we need to think about how we need to be blunt, how we need to be determined, and how we need to keep in mind that everything that we do in one place is connected to something someplace else. I would also say the fourth thing I would add is from me, and it's be flexible during Climate Week. And the reason I say that is we are meant to have 3 panelists in addition to me, not just 2. One of our panelists is in a cab trying to get from the Upper East Side here. So we will see how that timing goes, and if they make it before the panel ends, we will welcome Robin with open arms if she comes in and give her a big round of applause. She's a little stressed to be stuck in traffic, as I'm sure many of us can understand. So I am the COO for WWF, and in that job, I get to wear a lot of hats. And one of the hats that I enjoy wearing the most is that I am the executive sponsor of a piece of work that is a partnership between WWF and CARE that we call the WWF CARE Alliance. And the goal of the alliance is to bring together the best of development and conservation so that we can work with communities on the ground to make sure that we're leveraging the insights from both of those disciplines. And that's work that's been really important for us. We've recently launched an initiative called Sowing Change, which is about helping women build green businesses to both sustain their environments, their communities, and also become climate leaders. Over the last few years, we've seen the tides really turn to recognize that women really need to be part of the climate solution. Because the reality is that the impacts of the climate crisis are not gender neutral. Around the world, there are existing inequities that are rooted in gender that are exacerbated when climate crisis happens. And it makes me think about things like women who have to walk several miles every day to get water because the stream near their house has run dry, or women who have less food in their families than the men in their communities because they lack access to the same tools and financing that would help their farms and businesses withstand climate-related shocks. Or women who are excluded from critical conversations about land use that impacts their lives and their livelihoods simply because they're women. And if the impacts of climate change aren't gender neutral, then the interventions that we develop to have a more sustainable and livable and safe future shouldn't be gender neutral either. That's the beauty of the CARE WWF Alliance, which recognizes the vital role that women play in helping save people and planet, and it's what our speakers understand so well today. So today we're going to talk about how we break down the barriers that limit women's participation in climate so that we move from inequity into impact. And with that, let me introduce our panelists. Madhu Deshmukh is the VP of Program Strategy and Innovation at CARE US. She is also my counterpart in overseeing the Alliance. And Iris Mwanza is the Deputy Director of the Women in Leadership portfolio in the Gender Equity Division of the Gates Foundation. And she is also, I'm very pleased to say, a member of the Board of Directors at WWF US. So I have a few questions that I'm prepared to say, and please feel free to jump in as well, and then we will turn to questions from the room. I thought maybe I would just start just by letting everybody get to know you a little bit, and just to ask you a little about your personal journey that's taken you into the work that you're doing today. And Iris, maybe we'll start with you.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? I'm so excited and delighted to be here today. This is going to be a really wonderful conversation, so thank you for this invitation. I think, like many of you, I've had a long and meandering journey to get here. I was born and raised in Zambia, and I started my career as a lawyer. Corporate lawyer, no less. But I think growing up in an environment where I really realized that I should probably be doing more than defending corporations, I started to think, like, what could I do? And so I went back to school, retooled, and during that time, the HIV/AIDS pandemic was devastating Zambia. And so even though I didn't have a sort of typical background, I got into global health and was working in HIV/AIDS, and that was the beginning of the antiretroviral. U.S. government in particular was investing a lot of money, and I figured out rather naively that maybe I should be doing something about it, and so I went back to Zambia. I went to school in the U.S., I went back to Zambia and was working on HIV/AIDS for many years, and you really see how there is an intersection, just as you were saying, with gender. Women and girls are so disproportionately affected, and in that case, infected. So fast forward a little bit, I wanted to work much more in gender because I could see this intersection. And it wasn't just in the health space, it was in all spaces. And we see this in climate, women and girls disproportionately affected. And so, I mean, I'm jumping ahead a few decades, I'm aging myself here, but that's when this position opened up at the Gates Foundation. I was like, this is really what I want to do. This is a dream job, because we know that if we can get women in leadership, they understand the problems profoundly. They go to the ends of the earth to solve problems. And so this was a new initiative, one of the few times that a philanthropist was putting some serious money behind it. And I was very lucky. I think the planets really did align for me. I was able to get this position, but it's been really, really interesting and fascinating. And we'll get into more of the discussion later, how all these different things are intersecting in the world. And unfortunately, there is a need to catch up, because I think funding and funders still look at problems from a very vertical, whether it's HIV/AIDS or malaria, or even climate change. The funding flows are still a little bit verticalized, but things like women in leadership, gender equality, it's looking across and saying, how do we solve these really, really, really intractable problems? Think about things like malaria. We know how to treat malaria. We know how to prevent malaria. That's not the problem. The problem is more profound than that. We have to get down to the root to understand what are the gender dynamics. Why are women and why are girls much more infected and affected by this? So I'll stop there. As you can see, I can talk and talk and talk, but I will I will come back in a little bit. I've already started to deviate, so just rein me back in if I
Not at all.
and raise your hands, guys, if you're like, okay, shut up now. That's fine.
Madhu, how about you?
Yeah, thank you, Lauren, and really great to be here this morning with Iris and with you and with the audience. So my journey, interestingly, is very similar to what you mentioned, Iris. So I grew up in India with family that believed in social justice. My grandfather was a high court judge in the times when we had the British rule. I came from a family of freedom fighters. So this whole thing about social justice and fighting equities, fighting inequities or fighting for equities was very much ingrained in the family values and culture. And my father was one of those, and this was also many decades away when, we had a lot more inequities in India, not that we don't have now, but a lot more than that. He always pushed and challenged me, my sister, and my mother to break the boundaries, to push the boundaries, push the envelope. Simple things like, in India, it's always, those of you here from there will know, there's a first name, there's a last name, and the woman always has a middle name, which is either your dad's or your husband's. And when I was being registered in school, my dad said, drop that. You need to create your own identity. And in those times, it was a big deal to not have a middle name that was either your dad or your father. He's like, go create your own identity. So just to say, I think that's where I grew up in terms of the social values. So not surprisingly, I deviated towards working in the social sector. My sister is a doctor, my brother is an engineer. It's India, of course. So I was one of those kids that really didn't go the normal route, but my parents were very supportive. And I think it was in the era of HIV/AIDS, that when I started my journey post-graduation, that I jumped into it only because one of my friends was infected and with HIV, and that's when a lot of the inequities and discrimination, especially for women and girls, as you mentioned, just hit you on your face. So I did get into public health. My degree is in public health, but that's when I looked at that if you do not integrate gender inequities, the social norms, in any of the work that you do, you're not going to make a difference. So my career started with me working in a lot of slums in India, communities, all the places that your parents didn't want you to go, the red light areas, the truck drivers stop, the working with injecting drug users. When my mother was like, who's going to marry this girl? She's always like somewhere. But I think from there on to I had the privilege to work with different institutions, not that I planned my career that way, but from the government of India, where I was, we were developing the National AIDS Control Policy, and I brought in, through research, the voices of women and girls from the communities to influence policy, to working for DFID, and I landed up with my role at CARE. It started as a health team, but I expanded and grew the portfolio, and now I'm the Vice President of CARE's Program Strategies and Innovation, which gets me to work with amazing country teams across 100+ countries that we work with, amazing partners like WWF and all the wonderful connects and people in there, and especially all the women in the communities. Whenever I visit a community, I just come back feeling so recharged because you see that resilience. You see when you unlock the potential of women, the magic it can do in terms of social change, in terms of their leadership. It's just amazing, and I think that's what keeps me going even today. So thank you.
I just wanted to add, I think it's so powerful what happens in your own family. And what you were saying, Madhu, reminded me, in my father's generation, there were no schools for girls. And so my father comes from a family of 10, and 5 boys, 5 girls. the boys were all educated and the girls were not. And my father was born in a village, Nyampande, in the eastern part of Zambia. My father has a PhD in economics from Cornell University. All of his brothers had advanced degrees. None of my aunts went to school. And they spent all of their lives as subsistence farmers. And so you can see, and the fact that I'm sitting here is because my dad was born a boy. Otherwise, he would have not had that opportunity. And we have lost a generation because it was the next generation that got educated. And it's not just a tragedy of the Mwanza family. This is something that is replicated hundreds of millions of times all over the world. And so you see from the very beginning, you know, what your chromosomes are going to decide your future. And so it really is very, very powerful to me, because my aunts were equally, probably more brilliant than the boys in the family, and yet their life's ambitions were stymied from the get-go.
Yeah, just to the point that there is no such place as a way. I grew up here in the States. My mother went to graduate school, got married in graduate school, and when she got married, her advisor said to her, well, I guess you'll leave now. You got what you came for. And that's just, it's one generation here. But yeah, I think that the themes you've talked about your own personal histories really driving you, the importance of mentorship and somebody believing in you. And then I think the point that you've both made about the need to see across, to take that more systems view. I'm always struck in medicine today how you don't feel well and you go to a doctor and there's one doctor for your thyroid and there's one doctor for your throat, and like nobody can put all the pieces together. And I think that's so important in the work that we've been trying to do, that I know CARE and WWF think about, is how do you take a systems view to making a difference. Madhu, I want to ask you a question. So while you were at the UN Foundation and again with CARE, you've led programs that address gender inequities in terms of access to technology. And could you share with us some examples of how removing barriers to technology increases the opportunities for women in their daily lives and even their ability to play leading roles in their community, and maybe how that connects into climate issues?
Sure, thanks, Lauren. Like I mentioned, this is a topic that's very close and dear to the heart because of just personal and professional journeys. So as I sort of witnessed some of these inequities and how, by providing the right tools, right opportunities to girls and women in my life when I was growing up, unlock the potential, and I see them as leaders, I see them as change makers. You know, I'm here because of the opportunities and the tools, the access that was provided in terms of just unlocking the barriers. It came to life after I joined the sector, when I saw the programs and the fact that simple solutions can actually go a long way in terms of providing those platforms, the spaces to women and girls to be the agents of change and be transformative in terms of changing the systems, changing the policies. So I'll share one example from the work that I had the privilege to witness and lead. It was a work that we were doing, and this was back in 2014. So the technology, it was just the advent of the technology revolution. It was a work addressing maternal and newborn child health in a state in Bihar, in India, which was, so CARE was partnering with government of Bihar and the Gates Foundation, along with some international and national NGOs. And those of you who may know Bihar, India, the state in 2014, it was a state with absolute broken, fractured health systems. The frontline health workers were very fragmented. The maternal mortality rates were high. I went in with Gates Foundation. We were asked to look at technology innovations and solutions. And I remember one day I just sat in a health center. I'm like, how on earth are we even going to begin addressing this problem? Fast forward to today. If you go and visit the place now, there are about 200,000 frontline health workers who are feeling excited, motivated about the work that they're doing because it's making a difference, it's effective, it's efficient. We know from data that the maternal mortality indicators have shifted. So you look back and you say, why did that happen? And it was one of the very simple technological solutions at that point that we had introduced to these frontline health workers, which was an end-to-end solution. And in those days, used to have the Java phones, the smartphones were just about coming in. But it was the ability to have a handheld device and the end-to-end solution where the health worker could actually sort of plan her day. So it was a simple tool like when I get up in the morning, we all look at our Outlook calendar, the first thing to organize our day. It was as simple as that to say, how do we help the frontline health workers, majority women, just plan and organize their day? When I visited some of the really rural areas in the state, they were the frontline health workers were carrying, I kid you not, 17 registers because they were sort of doing handheld entry, then from one register to another, then tabulate. And so they had no clue. So when I asked her, who are you going to visit today? She's like, I don't know. I'll just walk around the community, just figure out. So you understand the problem was that they wanted to work, but they just didn't know how to organize the work. So this simple tool, all it did was help them to organize. So if I'm a frontline health worker, I get up in the morning, look at my phone, and I say, oh, I have to visit these 4 houses today. So I plan my day, which means number of home visits went up. It also meant if I go to person X and I click on that, I'll be able to say what trimester the woman is in, and therefore give the stage-appropriate services. So number of appropriate, timely, quality health services went up. So there was a lot of health-related sort of shifts that we saw. But interestingly, the other shifts that we saw, which we were capturing because they were not part of our traditional M&E for the health project, was the women were feeling more energized, more motivated, more empowered, which you could see translated into their daily lives. So the woman said that she was more mobile, like her mobility increased because now she was feeling safe. She could sort of pick up the phone and tell her family, oh, I'm here, don't worry, I'm going to come back. Along with the mobility and safety, the women that I met also mentioned that they were able to contribute to household decisions. So if I want to make a decision about which school my child should go to, she's like, oh, let me pick up the phone, just talk to these 4 people to say where their kids are. So I think she had more access to more information that helped her to participate in a household decision-making. I will say that when we first started this project, I was very concerned because here's a group of women not very motivated, not literate or semi-literate, and we're giving them these phones and with sort of English alphabet keypads, like how are they even going to manage? So we did a lot of training. We provided a lot of support system to manage the application. And I went there after, I think, 8 or 9 months, and I saw 9 months. Yeah, it's a maternal health project, so something about that. It was amazing. The women were typing faster than me. They were navigating the phone faster than me because I think they felt a sense of pride. Their social status went up. But there was also another insight and learning that we realized, which we hadn't thought through, which was any time you give the woman a tool, the power to participate, to be confident, there's always a backlash. And so when we were working with some of these women, I noticed that there were a couple who hadn't come in. And when I sort of inquired, it was because in the households, there were incidents of violence because the husband suddenly saw this as a zero-sum game. Like, who are you to come and now tell me what's good, what's not good, or participate in the decision? The family also was concerned. There was also a very interesting anecdote in the Bihar, some of these communities which made national news, where the community leaders thought that because you're giving phones to some of the unmarried frontline health workers and young girls, they're going to now just elope, have extramarital affairs, just have access. And that backlash meant that the phones were taken away from the women's hands. So we realized that anytime we were sort of looking at empowerment, you have to bring in the family members. You have to sort of have the dialogue with the significant others in the households. So to me, the insights that I bring from this solution to the work that we are doing in the climate space is really to first understand what are the inequities the woman is facing because of the climate impact. So it could be, I visited some of the country programs, it could be that anytime there is extreme weather event, the women have told me their burden of household chores or household responsibilities goes up because now they are left to go fetch water, to find meals, to look at ways to keep the children fed. It also means that when they are going to access water, fetch water, or sometimes in a sort of make-do settings, when you have temporary shelters, the toilets are somewhere, in the dark. It increases her risk of feeling unsafe and therefore facing any sort of abuse or violence. It also means that whenever there are committees, women are excluded from those committees, and therefore you realize that as the preparedness planning is happening, women are excluded. She made it! Yay!
Robin, welcome. Take a big, deep breath. We've all been there. This is Robin James. She's the Global Director for Gender Equity at the Nature Conservancy. She's supporting teams around the globe addressing equity and conservation programming. We are thrilled to have you. We will let you take a very deep breath, and we will, catch your breath, and we will just ask Madhu a question, then I'll ask Iris, and then I'll go to you. So,
welcome, Robin. So just to wrap up, so I think it shows up in different ways in the way we look at gender inequities in sort of the climate responses. And so therefore, to me, when we are looking at designing solutions to address the impact of climate and climate change, I would sort of highlight 4 things as insights that we brought into our work, both with WWF and the Alliance work as well as CARES work. The first, anytime we design the solution to scale, we have to take into account the gender analysis, the gender mapping, the needs of the women, and therefore how do we address the social norms. Second is the engagement of men and boys. And I will give a very quick example from the work that Alliance, jointly we are doing in Nepal in a program called Harioban, where we have looked at how do we engage men as agents of change, as sort of change leaders within their communities, to then have those community dialogues with both men, with communities, and with women, to look at how do we shift the social norms and the gender stereotypes and roles in terms of men sharing household chores, etc. So there is sort of the men and boys engagement piece. The third is, I think, time and again, we've seen that there is a cost to empowerment whenever you sort of look at providing the tools to the girl and woman. So being mindful about that backlash, the unintended negative consequence of gender-based violence, and therefore building in some of the referrals or support services and as the third. And fourth is, I think we've been hearing it in the throughout a lot of sessions here today, is the engagement of youth, but especially girls, to have a voice in the decision-making and planning as leaders in the work that we design. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Madhu. Iris, as you talked about a little bit, you have such a wealth of expertise in this field, from advocating for legal rights for women and girls to driving health solutions around HIV/AIDS to building community health systems. What surprised you in both good and bad ways when it comes to improving women's representation in key fields like health and economics?
Well, in the countries that we work in, which is predominantly the Global South, what surprised me is the lack of information, the dearth of data. And if you don't have data, it becomes really hard to fix things. And so that was one of the first things that we, at least in my current role at the Gates Foundation, have invested in research around women's leadership. And the second thing that surprised me is how difficult it is to get this information, particularly when you're talking about women in the workplace. You know, you ask companies for their data, they're like, yeah, no, we're not giving it to you. And so you have to spend a lot of time finding ways to make companies comfortable that you are aggregating data. It's not to single them out, it's to help, that you will provide them with the information back, which will be helpful to them, because most of the time organizations are, you know, they have nice policies, but they're not able to either attract or retain, and certainly not able to get women through to the C-suite. So it's been very surprising how difficult that journey has been, because we know if you can't see the problem, you can't understand the problem, then you can't solve it. But one of the bright spots that I found is in Kenya, in the legal system, and throughout. So there is parity in law schools. Girls and boys are going, or young women, young men are going to law school in equal numbers. But that's translating. You see that in lots of countries, including the US, but that is translating throughout the careers of women. They are becoming associates, they are joining government, they are joining the bench, and they are able to go all the way. So if you know, I don't know if there are any Kenyans here, but when we looked at the information, some surveys of some of the big law firms, equal numbers of partners were women and men. The bench, pretty good, but the Chief Justice is a woman, the Deputy Chief Justice is a woman, the head of the Law Society is a woman. So they are really, can I say kicking ass? They are kicking ass in Kenya. And what we don't understand is why. What is the difference between law that's made it so successful and a great place for women versus health, where we have a lot of women working in the workplace, but nurses, community health workers, midwives, some doctors as well. But when you look at leadership, we see, again, the numbers are not there. Fewer women leaders. So it's not a pipeline problem. The other area we look at is economics. Economics, I think, is very clearly, pretty universally, a pipeline problem. So once we start to understand, like, where are the problems in a detailed way, and that there are some beautiful solutions, because Kenya has cracked it, we just need to understand how, that gives me a lot of optimism that these are not unsolvable problems. They're complex, as Madhu was saying. There are lots of different things that you probably don't even think about that are affecting women in the workplace. We know in our bones, many of us have experienced it, if not directly, through our partners or daughters. We know that it's really much more challenging. You know, when I talk about broken rungs, and the boy child or the young man is kind of flying through his career on an escalator, and you're like, what is going on? This is not really, it's not fair, it's not equal. But that makes me really excited that we are getting there. There's no silver bullet. We don't have all the answers yet, but some of the great research is coming out this year. In the next few months, we'll have some great research coming out, which is very focused on the global south. Historically, we've looked at data from the global north. There's some things that are universal, but there's some things that are not. And I think it would be really a beautiful picture if we can say Kenya is going to be leading and teaching the global north some lessons.
Thank you. I'm just curious, are there any hypotheses about why law has done a better job than health?
I think it has to do with lawyers. So we have some hypotheses, but we want to test them, and we want to be able to say definitively that this is a roadmap or this is a blueprint that others can follow, other than just kind of, well, our hypothesis is that lawyers tend to be more litigious. But I think also the the environment in Kenya, there's been, I was speaking actually yesterday to a woman lawyer from Kenya yesterday, and she was saying that from Beijing, they had a really strong delegation that went to Beijing, and they came back to Nairobi, and they were on fire. Most of them were living in Nairobi. They were on fire. They were inspired. They had heard the lessons from around the world, and they said, we're going to do it. And they did it. And I mean, there's legislation, there's policy, but you see that, you know, in a lot of countries, and we haven't seen that dynamism. So I think there's more to interrogate. I will come back and share with you as soon as we have that information.
Great, thank you. Robin, I asked at the beginning of the panel for Madhu and Iris just to share a little bit of their personal story, and maybe I will ask you to do the same with no preparation for that. Just about your own journey that got you to the place where you are today.
Thanks, Lauren. And is this working?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. And it's a pleasure to be here with these incredible women leaders. I've been really looking forward to this panel. And my journey began, I did my degree in conservation and science, and my very first job was as a wildlife ranger in a really, really remote part of Australia. And for those of you who, I'm sure there's some Australians here, but it was in the north, remote central part of the state that I live in Queensland. And I was the only woman, I was young, and it was really, really hard. And I faced really challenging barriers, from sexual harassment to being thought of as I can't do any of the physical things that, and I hadn't studied gender at university. I didn't have the language for what was happening to me, but I knew it was horrible. And when I kind of came back to the city where I live to take on another position, I slept really well, and I thought, oh my gosh, I have not slept properly for all this time because it's been so stressful. And so that sort of, I was very young, and it shaped that this world is incredibly inequitable for women, and this sector that I really am passionate about isn't always welcoming for people who aren't men and able-bodied, physically capable men. And so it sort of started me on this journey of always seeing it. And now I'm the global director of gender for the Nature Conservancy, which I'm really, really pleased that organisations such as WWF and TNC are recognising that this needs intentionality, that none of this happens by itself. So whenever we assume that equity is going to happen because we're all good people and we like doing the right thing, it doesn't happen. It needs intentionality, and it needs us to say, we have to do this. It will take money, it will take resources, it will take people. It's not going to be just happen because we're all good people. And so this has been my journey, as always seeing we have enough marine biologists, we have enough forest ecologists in our teams, we have enough carbon specialists, but my value add, like I'm always thinking, how can I help this? How can I best be of service to the communities that we're serving in all of this work? And that's been the gap that I've centered my work, even when I have conservation director in the title. And so it's been incredible just being able to really see through that lens, which often other people aren't seeing. And so just remind people, oh, okay, so we're doing a community consultation. Should there be some women in this meeting? Or hang on a minute, can't women have paid jobs too? So we know that some of the paid positions go to men. Less than 13% of paid ranger jobs are women. So these are the paid roles. We still expect women to be volunteers. And so really focusing on that. And I work very much in the Pacific Islands and helping women engage in pushing away from always having the little livelihood project, which is, oh, you can make some baskets and sell them at the market and that's your climate or conservation livelihood project. It's like, no, these are your resources. How can you engage in these mangrove blue carbon initiatives so that you're getting the money and you're deciding what happens to your resource, not like finding out there's a blue carbon project in your mangroves after the deal's been done, and then finding out you might get a couple of dollars 10 years down the track if there's a return. It's like, so my focus is really supporting women to get galvanized, get into these decisions that are impacting their resources. So I'll stop there.
No, thank you very much. As you said, you've worked a lot in the Pacific Island countries. These are places that contribute the least to climate change but have a disproportionate impact from it. Are there some examples you can share of ways that you've been helping address the barriers that women have to participation in climate action?
I mean, there's a number, and one of them is a project or a program or a movement, I like to say, in Papua New Guinea, where we're supporting women to manage or lead the management of their resources. So we know that natural resources are gendered, or not everyone knows that, but different genders use resources differently. And mangroves, which are a key to climate mitigation, to climate adaptation, to everything in the climate conversation, are very much women's spaces. Women rely on mangroves in many countries for all the barriers that hold them back from fishing offshore. They don't get money to buy boats to go offshore to fish. They have to look after their children, so they have to use the resources that are close to shore so they can still look after their children, so that means mangroves. And so the mangroves are really important to them, but have often not been so important to anyone else. But now that the blue carbon markets are coming in, suddenly they have a monetary value that they didn't have before, and they're becoming men spaces. So the brokers, carbon brokers, project developers, it is a man space. And they're negotiating with men from the government, from men from the communities, and these women are not understanding that their resource that they need for their livelihoods has been signed up for something else. And so we've been working with a group, we've supported them to form, called Mangrove Market Mary, across PNG, which is Papua New Guinea, galvanizing women to say, yeah, we don't want just kind of like the scraps or sell some handicrafts. This is one of their... We want to actually negotiate on blue carbon. Like, we want to know, we want to tell you how we'll measure it, we want to tell you what the return will be. And they've become so well respected that just last week they have been invited by the government to negotiate with them on the blue carbon policy for the country. And that is a win, because we're supporting women to say, yeah, we don't want the scraps, we want to be negotiating the bigger decisions around our resources. So that is I'm really honoured to work with those women and support them with the power I have, in terms of I have access to people and resources that they don't have that I can use to share with those women, and together we're kind of pushing everyone to say, hang on, they need to be up here, not down here. So that's one of the things we're doing.
I want to ask a follow-up question, but after that, I do want to open the floor if people have questions, so I'm giving you just that bit of advance time to know that. Madhu was talking earlier about the backlash that happens. Sometimes the unintended consequences of lifting one group up can feel like a loss. Are you seeing that as well, and how do you deal with that?
Yes, we see it. I mean, I experience I think most women will have a story of of what it means. You're very well accepted when you're a supporter, when you're the admin support person, but when you start saying, hang on, I have an opinion here and I have experience and I want to have a say, you can experience pushback. And these women have been, and we've been working really slowly. This has taken, we started this in 2015, it's 2024. So we've been going as slowly and as safely as we can to bring, and now it's the men in the government who are inviting those women now because they've become respected. They've realised, oh, hang on, the world isn't going to end if women are involved. But we've also had some really struggles. One of the women I work with, in Solomon Islands, she's an incredible leader. She was the first woman police officer in Solomon Islands. She's amazing. But when she came to me and said, can you help us develop a conservation and climate group because we're excluded. But she got accused of sorcery as soon as she started rising up. And so, because that's a way of excluding you. And so I was like, Marilyn, whatever you need, let's pull back, let's not do this. You tell me how, and she's like, I want to keep going. I want you to tell my story. I want it out there. I want everyone to know that women struggle, and it's all of our roles to support women. So yeah, thank you.
Madhu?
Can I just jump in before you open up? To just share one of the ways in which we are looking at how in the communities we address some of these inequities through social norms and sort of really engaging men and boys and others. So in one of the projects we had, which is Where the Rain Falls project, it was implemented in 3 countries. So I'll give an example from Bangladesh, where we used a tool to map out what are the gender dynamics, what are the inequities from the women's perspective in the communities. And there was the purpose of this project was really to enhance the adaptive and build the resilience, strengthen the resilience and adaptive capacity of the communities. So it was about how do you form the disaster preparedness responses. So in that, when we applied a tool where we asked the women to identify which are the areas where they think they need the men to support, for example, household chores. And the women listed 13 areas where they really wanted the support from the men, which then converted into a gender adaptation plan. And that's the plan then we used to then have the community dialogues with men, with community leaders, and they were monitoring this regularly. So again, it was the women and the communities that were looking at the data and how do you monitor the shifts in the, an indicator of household chores sharing. And again, from the reports, we know that after 9 months, 9 months, there's something about these 9 months. The project showed that because of this interventions, it shifted, the household chore sharing went up from 22% to 67%, which meant the women on an average had 2 to 4 hours a day that they were able to save, that they either used towards sort of homestead gardening or looking at doing other sort of ways in which they can feed the children, hopefully get some rest as well. But just wanted to share, I think that's one of the ways in which we look at how do you make it more a community intervention through very intentionally sort of integrating gender analysis into the projects.
All right, thank you. We will open the floor if there are any questions.
Hi, my name is Ayesha Veriu. I'm the CEO of ARC, and we partner with women and mothers in creating food security from within their home, solving hunger and malnutrition, and creating access so that way they supply the food in their region. And we do that in 16 weeks. And so behavior change is really hard. And what you just shared about, I think it's fantastic that it's taking the intel from the mothers and the women and saying, this is where we need help, right? Being very direct And it's amazing to go from 22% to 60%. So congratulations, that's amazing. What was the win? What was the incentive on the father and the husband to take on more?
I think that's a great question, because that's where we look at sort of engaging with men and building community dialogues to show that it's not a zero-sum game. Like, you know, when you invest in women and when you bring in the women into the decision-making, into this sort of the work, the entire family wins. So when the men see that, you know, your food security in the house goes up, the income goes up, the livelihoods go up, they are more willing to then sort of be a partner than sort of seeing it as, you know, the woman against the man. But it takes time to shift these gender stereotypes that we're all born with, and there's sort of these biases that we come up with. But I think it can happen. We have plenty many examples where over the years of work, the shifts have happened, but you have to therefore work with men and boys to make sure that they are partners alongside the women to fight for the gender equality.
I hope next year when we all come back here that this will be 50-50 men and women, right? Because to your point, we do need that other element.
Hi, my name is Dev. I'm a student at Columbia University. I'm studying master's in human rights studies. I just have a question, and I think this needs to be addressed as well. In countries like Indonesia, there's indigenous community where they put women in leadership role, for example, as a leader of the household, or they take care of the money in that household, or even in terms of nature, environment, and some sort of stuff. But when modernization came, especially, I'm gonna take an example, like in West Java, there's the Padangese, where they put this woman in leadership position, and modernization came, and they kind of shifted the role of women from being in a leadership position into being a caretaker. So how do you restore the system? How do you put women back into their leadership role in these indigenous communities? Because I've seen these in my families and in other indigenous families as well. And I would like your thoughts and insights on how to put or restore women in this leadership role again in some other indigenous communities.
I mean, that's an amazing, a beautiful question, and it's really challenging. So the communities that we work in Solomons are matrilineal. So the women, you know, are the land goes through the woman's line. But then when you have extractive industries coming in and things like that, these things change around. And so really supporting women's groups to start galvanizing and then working with the men to keep reinstating what their traditional leadership was. And we've been supporting a group in Solomons to do that, and they've gone from being 4 women to 400 women now that are working with the male chiefs. We now have woman chiefs being reinstated, so where the modernization, etc., started eroding the female chief line, now they're being reinstated through sort of reminding people, supporting women to galvanize, to remind people, and the mining companies, the conservation NGOs, the climate organizations, that women are the leaders here as well. So I think it's our role as external partners to keep supporting women and the men in the communities to kind of reinstate that leadership that was there before, that is being eroded through extractives and all the other things that are coming in. So it's happening in Solomons, for example. They've got women chiefs being reinstated, which is really inspiring.
I think it's a great question. I mean, the reality is it's very difficult. There are forces that are intentional They are resourced. They have their own interests at heart. And so it really is, I mean, even in the work that I do, with the resources that we bring, we realize that we have millions of dollars against billions of dollars, and it's not a fair fight. And this is why we see our rights, even here in the US, if you think about Roe v. Wade, I mean, we all thought that was done and became maybe a little complacent, not realizing that there was a serious, well-funded effort going on for many, many years. So I think it's understanding the ferocity, the interests, the incentive structures, and despite that, when women get together in numbers, then it is helpful, and there is opportunity to fight back. But it is a fight, so let's be clear, it's a fight.
I think that actually brings us just to the end of the session. One of the things I took away that came up, right, was that these problems are not unsolvable, right? We have the tools, we have the resources, we just need the intention. As you said, things don't just happen. We're not our best selves. We need the data to know what we're really facing. We need to take into account men and boys and the broader community environment. We all have a role to play in that. We need to think about the backlash and how we are very intentional about planning for that if we know that it's coming. And then I think lastly, it just takes so much passion. I think what I took away from your stories is the deep passion that has led you here. And we're so fortunate as a sector to have leaders like you to help us guide us through this. And I want to thank you so much for spending your time with us, and thank everybody here in the room. Thank you.
right, well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our session, our science-based targets compatible with market-based solutions. Now, if that doesn't get you out of bed in the morning, I don't know what will. So this is, for those of us who are spending a lot of time on these issues, this is a fun topic, and I'm really excited to be here with you and to have our panel. My name's Marty Spitzer, and I'm the Senior Director for Climate and Energy at WWF. Our team has worked for many years with many of the largest companies in the US and globally to help them scale up their climate ambition and accelerate their progress to meet those targets, and to use their voice to drive policy that we need in order to be successful. Today, we're going to discuss this timely question and dig in on what some of the more important, impactful strategies are for companies to accelerate progress and to drive climate solutions. We're going to hear from these leading companies and other experts about their perspectives on these issues. I'm going to start us off with some background and context. Some of you are deep in this, and others don't know a lot about it necessarily, and so I'm going to try to sort of set the context for the conversation, and then we're going to turn to our panel. We've also reserved time for questions from you, so keep that in mind as we go along. The Science-Based Targets Initiative, that's the framing for our conversation today, and science-based targets has made unprecedented progress in driving corporate climate ambition. WWF is one of the founders. This began in 2015, and today over 9,000 companies have committed to setting goals. This is incredible. Companies have stepped up when governments haven't necessarily done their part yet, right? We're still waiting for that, and it's going to be necessary, but today we're going to talk a little bit about corporate action. And net zero, that's the new benchmark. What does that really mean? Companies are going to have to reduce their emissions about 90% by 2050 from inside their value chain. That's their operations, their purchased energy and electricity, as well as the impact from their suppliers and their customers' impacts. As this ambition is increasing, the companies are facing some really significant challenges. We're not going to see as much low-hanging fruit as we did in the first decades of climate action in the coming decades of climate action. So companies, what kinds of challenges are they running into? How do they influence their suppliers and end users? Imagine you're trying to get us as consumers to change our behavior, our suppliers who we may have direct but sometimes indirect relationships with. There's the cost of reducing the emissions themselves, which can be pricey. The difficulty of tracking progress. And some say that they're spending more time tracking data and information than they are actually investing in the solutions. And so we're in the decade of action. We're almost halfway through it. We have to get moving, and this topic is really going to be critical to that. Now, the good news is the Science-Based Targets Initiative is revisiting its net zero guidance right now, and it's affecting around their Scope 3 emissions, which is really what we're going to focus on today, right? Those value chain emissions up and downstream from their operations. And in July, SBTi put out a discussion paper which proposed and listed a bunch of ways they're thinking about reforming how they do Scope 3, and this is a good thing, and we welcome that. The comments are due next week, in fact, so those of you who are working on comments. This is a discussion paper. Later this year, at the very end of the year or the beginning of next year, we'll see an actual proposal, a comment period, and all of the regular process for developing that new guidance. So where are we? What we really have learned from many of the companies and our conversations is most companies are just looking for simpler processes, easier target setting methods, and practical measures for scaling their impact. This is something WWF supports, hopes the Science-Based Targets Initiative will embrace, as well as the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, for those of you who follow that. That's the other half of this on the accounting side that's really critical. So to date, the Greenhouse Gas Protocol and Science-Based Targets Initiative have not allowed market instruments, and I'll talk about what exactly I mean here, or sometimes we call them environmental attribute certificates, to count for companies' progress on their Scope 3 emissions. And that's really the heart of the matter here. Now, these energy attribute certificates What they do is they allow the separation of a commodity from the actual environmental attribute that we care about, and then the commodity can flow through the economy, and the attribute can be separated. And we did this with renewable electricity for many years, and it allows the market to, it allows investments to flow and the commodity to the cheapest places where we can develop those new technologies. So we're welcoming this review. We hope SBTi will consider these sorts of things. But in short, for WWF, we support SBTi looking at them. And we would like to see both non-market and market mechanisms, solutions inside the new net zero guidance. So as we do this, think of it this way. We're guided by 3 goals. The first is ensuring that corporate voluntary action drives the market transformations we need to see in the economy. So think energy, land, forests, right, to drive those actions. These investments, those are the kinds of investments that yield real results. They help reduce risk for companies. They help, they're the things that companies are more willing to pay for because they're in their value chain, they're in their business. And so that's the first and highest priority for us as we think about this. The second is we also need to encourage companies to invest beyond their value chain. Not everything we care about, places, land, ecosystems, are in value chains. We need to see that be done with higher integrity carbon credits in markets, and that's going to be a really important point. And then third, and really importantly, even when everybody's done, they do as much as the company can do, there's still going to be emissions left over. And those are residual emissions. And those are the things that we're going to have to do removals for. Today, they're really expensive. The technology isn't there. We need to get the investments flowing today for the types of removals we need to see in the future. We need those investments to flow. So in the summary, market instruments in value chain, carbon credits, other forms of investments that are beyond value chain to get at things, and then the third piece is let's make sure we're investing where we really need to be. So I have one slide, well, 2 slides. This is the panel slide. And I just want to talk a little bit about what do we mean here. The debate on Scope 3 targets doesn't boil down to are we for or against carbon credits. Most companies, as we said, are looking for simpler processes, easier target setting methods, and the ability to focus on the highest impact things. So expanding the use of some target market mechanisms in the value chains could help companies struggling to meet their targets. Now, what are some examples? Sustainable aviation fuel certificates. Kim's worked a lot on this. We'll hear it probably as an example, but it's a case where new technology, not available everywhere, creating those sorts of investments could be helpful. Renewable energy credits. We've been doing renewable energy credits in the electricity market for decades. We know how it works. It's really driven a lot of renewable electricity purchasing. It measured in many, many gigawatts. There are other sustainable sourcing certificates that people are talking about now. Green steel, cement, trucking. There's going to be a suite of these sorts of things available, and they're the kinds of things that can enable investments. Now, why do we use these sort of book and claim approaches? The simple version is sometimes you can't invest and get delivery of the commodity that you really want. Or it can be produced over here and you operate over there. This enables us to sort of jumpstart the market, make those investments. At the same time, we are able to get to the point where we're going to get that critical mass so that the markets can really take off. Now, last bits here are, there's many open questions about how to operationalize some of these in value chain investments. And WWF, of course, would expect to see important guardrails put in place for some of these things. But the critical role for corporate investments beyond value chains, these are the things that are going to help us protect those carbon sinks, support the just energy transition, and work and invest in some of those markets around the world that are not seeing the kinds of investments that we need and that value chains won't necessarily operate in. For these credible carbon credits, we're going to need the right accounting mechanisms and that benefit nature, people, and the planet. So with that, I'm going to pause. I hope that's a good enough setup for everybody. Probably took a minute or two too long. But let me introduce our panel. And we're going to start, we're going to hear from 3 companies. H&M, McDonald's, and Procter & Gamble, who are in the trenches of setting science-based targets and doing the hard work of actually reducing emissions. They all have ambitious targets. They've been at this for a while, so they have a lot of deep experience. And we want to hear from them about why this work is important, the challenges you're facing, as well as your views about this market instruments question. So let me start by introducing our company speakers. On the far left here, on my left, your right, we have Jack McEnany, who's the Vice President for Global Sustainability at Procter & Gamble. We have Kim Carnahan, who's the CEO for the Center for Green Market Activation. We have Hampus Freeberg, who's the Head of Sustainability and Controlling an Investment at H&M Group. And then we have, last but not least, Elaine Strunk, who is the Senior Director for Global Sustainability at McDonald's. Let me start with the companies here. We're going to go around. I'm going to move over here. Switch microphones. So why don't we start with you, Jack? Can you tell us a little bit about the company, yourself, what your goals are for your company, as well as why you're excited to be engaging on these topics?
Absolutely, and good morning, everybody. But first, let me thank WWF for convening this discussion this morning. I think it's a great opportunity for all of us to learn from one another, so thanks to WWF and the other panelists. So as Marty said, my name's Jack McEnany. I help coordinate Procter & Gamble's environmental sustainability efforts. Been with the company about 30 years, and more than half that time in our corporate sustainability group. In terms of some of the key goals that we have in the climate space, we do have an ambition to get to net zero greenhouse gas emissions across our supply chain and operations by 2040. So in terms of scope, that includes supply chain emissions from raw materials and packaging materials that we buy, inbound transportation of raw materials and outbound transportation of finished products, as well as our own manufacturing or scope 1 and 2 emissions. So to help pace our progress on the way to 2040, we do have interim targets for 2030. These have all been validated by the SBTi, so 65% reduction target for scope 1 and 2. Want to reduce our supply chain emissions by 40% on a per unit of production basis, reduce our finished product freight emissions intensity by 50%, as well as purchase 100% renewable electricity, and we're making good progress across the board there. In addition to that, though, we also have efforts that would be characterized as beyond value chain mitigation. So back in 2020, we announced a goal to advance a portfolio of natural climate solutions that would deliver a carbon benefit that is equal to our cumulative scope 1 and scope 2 emissions for this decade, 2020 to 2030. Importantly, aligned with how WWF and others view beyond value chain mitigation, those carbon benefits don't count against those reduction credits. This is a separate effort, which is also designing projects that deliver not just carbon benefits, but co-benefits for people and nature. Last thing I'll mention, we don't have time to get into it, but I will just mention that the consumer use phase of our products is also a significant focus area for the company. A lot of our products require hot use. That's the biggest impact area we can address, and so we have formal efforts there. But Marty, I think the crux of your question was really why is this important, right? And I'll echo some of the things that you said, Marty, which is, we know, reflecting on our past experience, that market-based instruments have helped enable and accelerate progress. You gave the example of market-based scope 2 and the application of RECs. I mean, I would argue we wouldn't be anywhere near where we are as a country or a world in terms of corporate procurement of renewable electricity without that concept. But that's important because think about the genesis for that. Why did that evolve? Well, it evolved to address a very pragmatic challenge, which was you're going to put wind where the wind blows and you're going to put solar where the sun shines, right? And if your facility's over here, you need to have a solution for that. So that market-based mechanism overcame that. So if I think about scope 3, right, and I suspect there's a lot of different points of view on scope 3 emissions, particularly supply chain in this room, but I would hazard a guess that most of us would agree we need to find ways that will help us accelerate decarbonization of supply chains. And market-based scope 3 mechanisms, when they have the right guardrails, when it's not the only tool in the toolkit, have the potential to do that. So that's why we think this is important. Lastly, Marty, why am I excited? I'm excited for the same reason you were. We have a unique window of time to collectively share thoughts with groups like SBTi and Greenhouse Gas Protocol. And so I think this session is a great way to catalyze thinking on those very important topic.
Thank you, Jack. I'm going to skip over Kim. We're going to come back, but to help us.
Sure. Yeah, this is working. First of all, thank you as well of including me in this panel. It's going to be great to hear from everyone on this very important topic. I also going to introduce a little bit. I don't think I need to go into what H&M does. I hope that a lot of you are familiar and maybe have a couple of pieces in your wardrobes as well. But I work very close to our sustainability director, Leila Arthur, looking over our governance, controlling, and investment team. So that is managing the full sustainability agenda. But of course, the climate topic is very important for us. And climate is something that's very important for H&M Group as a company as well. You might not know this, but H&M is really a family company where the founding family still have a lot of control over the organization, which means that we have the ability to drive really long-term change. And there's a strong belief that we need to be around for the long run. So we have been getting a lot of backing and support for the climate agenda for a long time, and have been using that to drive a lot of change in the organization. As part of that, we have partnered up with the Science Based Target Initiative since its founding, and have set our science-based targets. We currently have 3 targets in place. So that would be a short-term target to reduce absolute scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions by 56% until 2030. And then we have a long-term target to reduce same scope 1, 2, and 3 absolute emissions by 90% until 2040. And at that point also reach net zero by reducing the remaining emissions. And those targets were validated in September 2022. So we're one of the first ones in the fashion industry to commit to these targets. So this is an area we believe very strongly in and have been putting a lot of effort into. And that's one of the reasons why we're here. In terms of progress, we currently are at around minus 24% in our scope 1 and 2 emissions, and minus 22% on our scope 3 emissions in absolute terms. And those are the last year's figures. And what has really been driving a lot of that change and the progress we've been making is our commitment to really go deep into tracking and tracing our emissions into the value chain, and then working very hands-on with our suppliers in their facilities to transition them into more energy-efficient processes, but also, of course, into more renewable energy sources. And when doing this type of work, it is, of course, very important that we know what does the toolbox look like, what type of mechanisms do we have in place, and how can we make sure that we have a roadmap in the future of how these will evolve as well, so that we don't lock ourselves or our suppliers into any sort of dead-end solutions. So that's an area why we think this is very, very important. And as said, I think we have a good opportunity now to really make some changes into the framework to really accelerate the decarbonization work. But we think that it's incredibly important that we maintain the integrity of the SBTi in doing this, and we have the right type of guardrails in place so that we can really accelerate and drive the change where it needs to happen, which is in the value chain. Just as Jack, we also have a program for beyond value chain mitigations. Just recently, earlier this week, we announced that we are taking part of the latest Leaf Coalition program in Brazil. But it's important for us that we don't use any of those offsets in our scope 3 reductions, but that is purely in the beyond value chain space. And we think that in the beyond value chain space, there are also opportunities to have better guardrails and more concrete definitions of what type of mechanisms that can be used. But as said, that's for us really a separate part versus the scope 3.
Great, thank you. Elaine, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Elaine Strunk. I'm with McDonald's. It's really great to be here, and thank you, Marty, for the opportunity. A little bit about McDonald's. I'm sure you've all heard of us, but we have 40,000 restaurants across the globe. We are in 100 countries, and we serve about 68 million people a day. And so when you think about that scale, and then you think about how we need to break that apart to make change, it's really important for us to have a broad toolkit with lots of different solutions to be part of that, including market mechanisms. So a little bit about our targets. In 2018, we were one of the first global restaurant companies to set a science-based target. At that time, it was aligned with the 2-degree pathway. We have since updated, as of December 2023, to align with a 1.5-degree pathway and also to account for the FLAG framework. So we have a 2050 net zero goal and 2030 interim targets that we are working on, with targets against our restaurant, offices, operations side of things, as well as the reduction on the FLAG side. I'm excited to be here today because I think, to the point that other people have been making, it's really important for us to think about how we can use our scale. And if you think about 40,000 restaurants, our franchised to owned ratio is 95-5. So we have to use our influence to be able to maintain our scale. And when you start to break it apart at the restaurant by restaurant level, we begin to lose that scale that's so important and that allows us to make the shifts that are needed in the world today. And so as we'll talk in a little bit later on in the panel, we can get into some of the strategies that we've used for that. But just to say that I think there's this important window of time to figure out how do we take sort of the academic, make it practical, iterate, and think about how we can really have the biggest impact.
Great, thank you, Elaine. Well, we're going to turn to Kim now, who is not a company, but has started an organization called the Center for Green Market Activation. So tell us about that, what you're trying to do, why this in-value chain stuff seems to be important as well.
Yeah, I was joking that you haven't heard of me, but you have heard of everybody else on the stage. The Center for Green Market Activation, yeah, it's a brand new nonprofit. We were born out of the successes of a couple of initiatives that have been around for a little while. However, I partnered with EDF and RMI back in 2021 to launch the Sustainable Aviation Buyers Alliance, and then have also supported the Aspen Energy and Environment Department, I can't think of what the word is at the end of that phrase, Energy and Environment team, to launch the Zero Emission Maritime Buyers Alliance as well, ZEMBA. And then now that we have GMA up and running as a standalone nonprofit based here in the US, but working globally, we have also launched our own GMA trucking initiative, which is similar to SABA and ZEMBA, focused on heavy-duty trucking, Class 8 trucks. And yesterday, we officially launched programs in both cement and concrete. That one's with RMI. I should have said the trucking initiative is with the Smart Freight Center as well as a partner. And then we've launched a chemicals program focused, at least to start, likely on olefins, the chemicals that are critical to plastic production. So what we do in these alliances really is two things. The first is we work across the value chain to stand up, in most cases and potentially in all cases, book and claim systems. You used that term earlier. Book and claim systems simply enable the decoupling of an environmental attribute, including its emissions benefits, from a physical good or service. They're really quite complicated to design, as we learned when we were working on sustainable aviation fuel certificates. And so we have used the knowledge that my team and I have built, helping to design the SAF certificate system in these other systems as well. And they're all different, but there's a kind of base knowledge that we're able to use as we develop these systems, always partnering with other environmental nonprofits and with an extreme focus on high integrity and sustainability. The second thing that we do after the systems are up and running, with buy-in, ideally from everyone from the producers, intermediaries, and importantly, end users, standard setters, environmental NGOs, as I mentioned, trade associations. We then go to stand up buyers alliances. And these are really two separate processes, because the kind of minimum high integrity requirements of a book and claim system aren't necessarily what the buyers are interested in. They often layer in an additional layer of ambition, frankly. So they'll set the threshold for emissions reductions that they're interested in investing in. An example is ZEMBA, the Zero Emission Maritime Buyers Alliance, is, at least in their first procurement, focused on only supporting fuels that achieve a 90% reduction from traditional fossil jet, from traditional shipping services. So those buyers have a lot of say in determining the types of commodities or fuels they're willing and interested in to invest in. What we do within these different alliances is aggregate their demand and then go to market with that demand. So we issue RFPs, requests for proposals, to the market. We have to find the folks who, some of them, they're very nascent technologies, so we go out and find the folks who can potentially respond to these proposals. We educate them about our system, and then we get the bids back. We evaluate the proposals and award the bids to whoever the winning company or companies is. And then we actually negotiate contract terms on our members' behalf, literally hold their hand all the way through the process until they've signed those contracts for these environmental attribute certificates. So it's really kind of a cradle-to-grave process for us. So I usually say we're focused on next generation buyers alliances because there's been some awesome work done by the First Movers Coalition, and even SBTi clearly has driven a lot of the demand that we're seeing because everybody's focused on in value chain sector-specific reductions, basically taking responsibility for the emissions that enable the successful operation of their companies, right? But they're doing it in sectors where they tried to do it directly before, and it either wasn't possible because they simply don't have commercial relationships with the producers that they need to incentivize to produce more alternative fuel or provide a decarbonized trucking service because there's an intermediary in between, like an airline, for example, or freight forwarder, for example. We give them the ability to have that direct commercial relationship by decoupling the environmental attribute from the physical product. And I'll stop talking in just one second, but just to give a quick example of the scale this can achieve, SABA is the oldest of these initiatives, though it took us a while to kind of get the plane flying, so to speak. We've run 2 joint procurements now. The first one was really small. The second one, we actually raised $400 million for SAF certificates. That's basically equivalent to the premium of SAF over traditional fossil jet. We raised $400 million. We only found $200 million worth of SAF certificates to buy in the market. It's a 4-year period from 2024 to 2028. So it's just an indicator that, one, this can scale. That was only with about 20 companies' demand. Imagine if the Science Based Targets Initiative was to give a clear signal that these were going to count towards their targets. I can almost guarantee you we would have raised 10 times that amount and potentially more, because the number one question I get for all these companies who are steadfastly committed to meeting their SBTs is they don't know how to do it in these super hard to abate, high emitting sectors. Last thing I'll say is, because I like that you use this is not low hanging fruit anymore, I usually say we only work on the highest of the high hanging fruit. Like, this stuff is not just hard to find, like it's available in very few locations, in short supply. It's also, in most cases now, incredibly expensive. And we do have a path to get costs down over time, but we have to scale first to hit those economies of scale and get those cost reductions. So that's the purpose of these buyers alliances, is to get over that, get over the hump and actually make it towards something that, if not at parity, is at least more reasonable in terms of carbon cost. Thanks.
Thank you. Exciting, very exciting work. So I'm glad you could be here. Well, I'm going to shift over to Elaine, and I'm going to want to get into some specifics now. McDonald's had been purchasing RECs, renewable energy credits for electricity, on behalf of their franchisees, doing very large deals for virtual power purchase agreements. We know the Greenhouse Gas Protocol and SBTi don't explicitly allow that, and I gather you'd like to see that recognized. But can you talk a little bit about why this approach was important to McDonald's, and what your options for addressing the franchisee emissions are if you can't do these sorts of things?
Yeah, thanks, Marty. So we would like to see SBTi acknowledge these. The program was actually set up in 2018, and we were looking at what is a credible way for us to start addressing our energy profile in our restaurants. And if you think about that, the average restaurant owner owns 5 restaurants. So it's very decentralized. We only own 5% of company-owned. So how do you start piecing this together where you can actually make something happen? And we tried community solar, and we tried engaging owner-operators, and the pickup was really slow. These are business folks who are in a fast-paced business environment. They don't have time. They don't understand all of it, even if they wanted to do it, and they don't have the people power and resources to actually go and activate. And then it would be a huge aggregation of a lot of franchisees, right? And so if you think about how can you get the same impact from a simpler process, we coordinated with a lot of third-party NGOs, including WWF, to say, hey, there is no clear guidance this is the direction we want to go. What do you think? Can you help us cultivate and create, a good program? And so that's what we did. And I think it speaks to a really critical piece that we'd like to see updated in SBTi generally is time. The time in which we've noticed these frameworks take to come out with updated guidance and to give us guidance, it doesn't meet the demand that we have on the corporate side as we announce these goals and how fast we need to move. And when we can't move, we lose our stakeholders internally. And so it makes it really challenging for us to keep momentum, to keep the trajectory. So what's nice about these market mechanisms is we were able to say, okay, we can purchase VPPAs. We can do this on behalf of owner-operators, take them out of the equation, simplify the process a little bit. And to date, if all of our contracts come on, because it takes a while to negotiate the contract and then to develop it, additionality is really important to us. So, by the time you do all of that, if we waited for guidance, we wouldn't have time to meet our goals. So we are going to keep pressing forward. We are going to provide feedback into the Science-Based Target Initiative feedback session that it's really important for us to think about, let's not get bogged down in the accounting. We don't need to draw artificial lines between the scopes in our business. If we can see a way in which we can do more faster, we should really have the ability to do that within a credible framework. And so we really want to push on, it doesn't explicitly say you can't, and it doesn't explicitly say you can. And so how do we really enable innovation for companies? Because there's going to be a lot of things that we're thinking about outside the box that actually aren't represented explicitly in guidance because we don't know the future. And so I would like to see more flexibility in that space and more opportunity for us to, focus on the impact.
Thanks for sharing that. It's good to have real concrete examples of what we're talking about because it's the only way to sort of think about what the real impact might be. So Hampus, I'm going to shift gears a little bit with you. And can you talk a little bit of a challenge or two that you're experiencing with your Scope 3 emissions and what you'd like to see SBTi do to help accelerate progress? And then maybe, what type of guardrails, I think you may have alluded to this in your opening, but what type of guardrails you'd want to make sure you see from SBTi?
Yeah, sure. And I think I'm going to tie on a little bit to what Elaine pointed to here earlier as well. But one example of a concrete example that we have been driving, it's a smaller program than what you just mentioned. But as said, we are working very closely with our suppliers in order to help them drive the transition. In a lot of cases, that also means that we go in with suppliers and working to help them to identify exactly what type of technologies they need to change, what are alternatives on the market, and in a lot of cases also provide them with the financing to actually make that change. So we have a couple of different initiatives in this space and trying to figure out what is the best way to move forward. But in one of the initiatives, we have done 17 projects, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that is actually going into facilities, changing their boilers, changing their programs or their processes, and the expected or approximate outcome of that would be a reduction of around 170 kilotons of emissions per year for those suppliers. With the carbon accounting that we have, though, not all of those emission reductions could, of course, be attributed to us because we are not the only buyers at these facilities. So approximately 50 kilotons of those emission reductions we think could be attributed to us. But once again here, we're still trying to figure out what is the correct verification and how can we really account for this in a good way. But looking at the business case for making investments into your supply chain, if you can only get a small portion of the reduction potentials, then of course the business case looks very bad because the cost per ton of reduction is very, very high. We are still committed and have done a lot of this initiative so far, but I think to really accelerate this, we need to find a good way to have a carbon accounting setup that enables companies to take action and drive some of these changes, even though it's not their own facilities, but rather in their Scope 3. As a practical example on this, we are part of the AIM platform, and are part of the governance committee and also working in the textile and apparel working group to find sort of sector guidance on accounting principles to allow for a good and credible, high integrity accounting standards that will allow us to drive some of these programs forward, and of course hope that would be something that would be incorporated into SBTi and potentially the protocol as well, in order to have more standards set up that we can work with.
Yeah, and Kim's involved with the AIM platform. This is another forum for conversations about how to ensure and give integrity to these in-value chain investments. Jack, I'm going to shift over to you for a minute. Similar question to Hampus, which is sort of what are some of the biggest barriers you're facing right now for your investments, and what, you alluded to what types of market mechanisms, at least on the renewable electricity, but what are some other things you're thinking about from the market mechanism standpoint?
Yeah, thanks, Marty. So I think one theme, right, we're hearing is supply chain is hard, right? And there are plenty of challenges out there. Before I talk about some of those challenges, though, I did just want to provide a little bit of context in terms of the approach that we're taking. And what I mean by that is we are very much taking a portfolio approach when it comes to the strategies we're seeking to advance, kind of an all of the above, right? So we're looking at material efficiency. How can we get the same job done with less stuff? How do we increase our use of recycled materials? How might we increase our use of bio-based feedstocks? How might we drive greater use of renewable energy in our supply chains? And where are our potential applications for things like carbon capture and utilization and carbon capture and storage? So I offer that simply to set the context that there's no one single silver bullet that's going to solve this, and we're looking to advance all of those. But one of the challenges we do face is just the sheer complexity of our supply chains, and I'm sure that's shared by the other panelists here. And so what we're doing to try to address that is first and foremost, focusing in on those subset of materials that we know drive the vast majority of our supply chain emissions, focusing on impact first. The second thing is we're also trying to collaborate with others. For example, we're part of the WBCSD Pact initiative that is seeking ways to try to harmonize how carbon information can be shared up and down the value chain. But let me share one simplified hypothetical scenario with you just to illustrate how complexity could potentially tie back to this idea of market-based mechanisms. And Marty, you alluded a little bit to this in your opening remarks. But say you have a supplier and they give you a particular ingredient, and that supplier has two locations that make that. One's in California, one's in New Jersey. Your manufacturing facility is a mile down the road from the supplier's New Jersey location, so that's where you physically source your material from. You go to that supplier and you say, look, I've got these aggressive supply chain emission reduction goals. What can you guys do to drive down the carbon intensity of this ingredient? So they go away, they do their analysis, and they come back to you and say, you know what? We've identified a way that we can significantly reduce, pick a number, 75, 85% of the carbon footprint of this, but we can only do it in the California facility. It's just not technically or economically feasible to do it in New Jersey, but we are willing to invest in this California facility to drive that reduction if you're willing to sign up as an offtake partner for that lower carbon intensity material, right? So that starts some interesting conversations and questions, right? Do you physically source from California, ship that all the way across the country to incur extra costs, extra emissions, and probably some extra risk as it relates to supply chain reliability, just given the sheer distance, right? Or do you begin to think about, are there credible systems, a robust chain of custody system that could assign those real reductions in California to the materials that are physically being procured in New Jersey, right? Like for like, no double counting, within the same value chain, et cetera, maybe even third-party verified, right? And so, what I would propose is that in most instances, absent that market-based mechanism, that investment probably wouldn't happen, right? And so it's one way to just illustrate how these mechanisms can unlock investment and ultimately accelerate progress, right? Now, Kim alluded to it. I gave you a really simple example. The actual application of these in practice gets much more complicated. So to echo the other point, yeah, there needs to be additional guardrails and guidance put in place, but hopefully that's just an illustrative example of the kind of role that these instruments can play.
Yeah, again, thank you for being specific. So Kim, reactions to these examples and sort of what you're hearing?
Right. Yeah, I hear them a lot. So it's echoing what the conversations I have many, many times a day. I'll talk about the AIM platform maybe for a second because it was name dropped a bit. AIMplatform.org if you're interested in learning more. AIM stands for Advanced and Indirect Mitigation, and the AIM platform was launched, I don't know, a year and a half ago or so because companies who were engaged in these buyers alliances I mentioned earlier were saying we don't have any way to we don't have a standard that we can use to prove that what I'm buying through Saba or Zemba or whoever is actually within my value chain. And so we started to look at the problem and realized, well, there's no situation where certainly a commodity certificate, but even a lot of the investments like we just heard examples of, which aren't necessarily turned into certificates, but entail investments with actual suppliers, those reductions don't show up in a GHG protocol aligned inventory today. Even if it's an investment in an actual supplier of yours, the impact will be so diluted that you won't see a real change in your reported emissions based on current guidance. And that seriously disincentivizes, as others have already said, the rationale for investing. And SBTi and GHGP are both aware of this, and we're engaged in many, many conversations. They are observers on the AIM platform governing committee, which brings together true experts from private sector, standard setters, philanthropy, nonprofits, et cetera, to write a standard and guidance for what could be considered, at least according to this standard and guidance, part of a value chain and representing of a high integrity investment or a high integrity intervention. So there's really two parts to what the AIM platform is developing right now. The first is kind of a broadening of the definition of value chain, because right now it's so completely linked to the GHGP that if you don't have a proof of direct physical connection and you don't follow GHGP's exact guidance, then it's not technically considered part of your value chain according to the way the calculations will be done. So we're kind of broadening that to say, to first of all, absolutely respect the amazing innovation of SBTi in kind of driving companies to take responsibility for the emissions upon which the successful operation of their business is reliant. So absolutely maintaining that responsibility piece, but also taking into account the need for sectoral transformation. So maybe you can't prove that that's your direct supplier or that your employees were on the plane that had the sustainable aviation fuel in it, to give the most extreme example. That is never going to happen. But you can prove that you have, a line item in your inventory that is a huge number of aviation emissions, right? So you're still investing in reducing your value chain. It's just at a slightly broader level than that plane on with United Airlines that my employees were on, right? So most companies are thinking about this now as to address their value chain means I'm going to address my aviation emissions, my maritime shipping emissions, my heavy-duty trucking emissions, et cetera, on and on. And so that's part one of the AIM guidance is writing a definition and a verifiable standard for a company to prove that an investment that they're making and an intervention they're supporting is within their value chain. And then the second is, we've heard the word guardrails a lot of times, dictating or laying down what those guardrails should be. How can co-claiming happen? If you have someone whose scope 1 emission is your scope 3, can you both claim that? The answer is yes, but there need to be rules around how it happens, right? And how things can be allocated. So that's the second piece of guidance that's being written into this standard. And it's not meant to. It's meant to be a placeholder to give SBTi and GHGP a little bit more time to get what they need to draft out there. Potentially, they could point to this work after it's finished as well, but it's meant to be supportive of them, and they know that, and they've been super supportive of our process as we've been running it over the last year and a half.
Yeah, thanks. Another important thing, WWF has been participating in that. Tim Giuliani, who I think is here, has been participating, so it's been a really important place for that kind of conversation. Let me come back to you, Hampus, with a quick question. We're going to go a little faster maybe than we had hoped, but I want to still come back to our last round of questions here. When last spring, Science Based Targets Initiative announced suddenly that they were going to allow carbon credits to start to count toward targets and market instruments, H&M put out a letter saying you had some concerns, and I just wanted you to share a little bit about your perspective on that and why you did that.
Yeah, sure. And I think that, I mean, as you alluded to, you also have a discussion paper out there, and I think we're quite aligned in our messaging on those. But I think for us as an organization, we think that, and I think this it goes without saying, that SBTi has been incredibly crucial in driving company action and commitment to the climate agenda. And for that reason, we think that it's incredibly important to uphold the integrity of SBTi and make sure that it's really is aligned with the best science and transparent governance as well. So we felt that it was important for us to sort of put ourselves out there and start the discussion. And we have gotten actually a very good feedback from SBTi on that, and we're happy with the progress we're making. But I think for us it's absolutely crucial that we don't dilute the standards as well, and all of the interventions we're talking about should really happen in your value chain, and we're not starting to sort of look into offsets, because we think that would really sort of take away a lot of the momentum that we're starting to see now. And it would make those interventions that we're talking about now that are very hard a lot less attractive. And that's something that we really don't want to see. So we thought it was very important to sort of have that out there as well.
Great, thank you. And Elaine, you had mentioned that McDonald's set what we call a forest, land, and ag target. Does everybody, how many people know what FLAG stands for? All right, half the group. So this is the part for companies that have significant land in their footprint, and McDonald's did that the way it's supposed to be done. It's one of the earlier target setting. But as we talk about this topic today, what is it you need to see from SBTi and GHGP that's going to help you accelerate your FLAG-related investments to meet those targets?
Yeah, thank you for that. So as you can imagine, emissions related to that in the supply chain are complicated, very complicated. And so there's a lot of asks around the granularity of traceability of where an exact cattle might come from, for example. And so from farmer to slaughterhouse, that cattle might be on several different farms and blended with several other animals from different farms. And so the traceability becomes really challenging and time intensive, and a lot of resources have been allocated to traceability versus looking at, you know, do we need to know where this one product comes from in which we buy just a portion of it, or should we be looking at larger supply shed in setting, how can we raise all boats in one area versus being so product focused? And so I think that's one recommendation, is a simplification of a process of how do we actually start to focus on impact. Otherwise, a lot of the resources that we have are going to be channeled towards, you know, infrastructure, dedicated supply chains, you know, things that might not necessarily give us the impact we need, but take a lot of time and resource.
Yeah, thank you. So it's great that we have companies from such different sectors, because we're going to shift to Jack, whose business depends a lot on chemicals that are input into your process. And I know that you guys are starting to think about how you could influence that. Can you tell us a little bit about how that plays out here and what you're thinking about?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at a very high level, it's really about collaboration and innovation, right? So much like Hemp has shared, working directly with our suppliers to understand what are some of the things that we can do in the short term or near term, and what are some of the longer term pilots or bets that we can place, right? So we use a lot of resins. That's an area where something like dramatically increasing our use of recycled resin has been a focus, and there's a near-term activity. Some of the longer-term activities are related to some of the upstream carbon capture and utilization technologies that we're beginning to explore. We've also explored how we can help enable greater use of renewable energy in our own supply chain. So we've created something we call the Climate Unlock program, which we've deployed certainly to the chemical suppliers, but more broadly than that. And that was done in partnership with Schneider Electric, but it was really about giving them the tools they need, the knowledge, the understanding to help them be able to procure more renewable energy. We also continue to maintain a focus on the portfolio approach that I referenced earlier, right? A portfolio of strategies, because depending on the nature of the material, which can be very complex, there's different solutions that make sense in different times. And then lastly, I think a challenge for us in some of our own operations, but certainly within the chemical sector, is thermal energy. And so, you know, one of the things that we've done is we are now part of the Renewable Thermal Collaborative, which WWF helped streamline, or develop rather. And that's really focused on how can we collectively try to catalyze the development of renewable thermal energy sources. I talked about collaboration and innovation as the two themes. There's just one thing I want to say about innovation, that we should not lose sight of the fact that that can also represent an opportunity, right? There have been instances where innovative materials that have much lower carbon intensity, we've also discovered that they have product performance benefits or deliver new consumer benefits. I wish that was always the case. It's not universally true, but those opportunities are out there and you can't lose sight of that. And then the last thing, maybe not directly to the question, Marty, but I think it's important to acknowledge at some point during this conversation, we also have to be cognizant and vigilant on trade-offs, right? Certainly trade-offs that may occur elsewhere in the life cycle, but also trade-offs in performance, right? If there are trade-offs in performance with alternatives, you're probably not looking at a viable, commercially viable product at the end of the day. So I just offer that as another point that's incredibly important as we look to advance our efforts.
All right, thank you. So with that, I'm going to open it up to any questions from the audience. Hunter here has a microphone for anybody who would like to. You need one of the microphones. I'm going to keep mine. Any? Over here? And can you introduce yourself?
Yes, Chuck Harbury, nice to meet you all. Thank you for coming today. First of all, thanks for coming. The fact that business and nonprofits and NGOs can work together is part of the solution, so thank you for that. My question is actually about perception, which can be a very powerful thing. How do you as companies battle that perception that market-driven solutions just mean you can pollute more or produce more carbon to offset what you're doing? And I believe, Jack, you made a comment about your nature-positive projects not contributing to your overall goals. The challenge there is there's a value to that nature, and how do we actually commoditize that as well? I think that's the big question to answer, but the question is really, how do you battle that perception at McDonald's and your companies to keep moving forward? And just one more point about SBTi. We have to move quickly, and again, we can debate all we want, but it's a beautiful platform, but I do think at times we have to just move quicker. And the idea of them accepting carbon credits drives innovation, drives investment as well. That helps create the new platform. So as we increase our technology and our ability to crunch data, that can minimize the mistakes. But I appreciate the letter and the idea of challenging science and making sure it's correct, but all of us feel we just have to move quicker. So the question was about the perception, though.
Anyone?
I'll take a first shot at that, and it's a great question because it's relevant, right? Sometimes some of the things that we've talked today don't pass the kitchen logic test, right? I think about talking to my mom and explaining it to her. She'd be like, what are you guys doing, right? But I think one of the things that can help is part of what we're all calling for today, right? If you have broader alignment, if you have sort of accepted methodologies or approaches, you build the critical mass of credible stakeholders who acknowledge, yeah, there have to be some sort of, I'll say, rules, right, in place. So, and I think Kim offered some examples of how that's evolving organically, right? And those things are super important. So I think what helps address the perception is if you can, number one, it's transparency, right? But number two, it's critical mass, and ideally having a set of guidelines that folks are following so that when people are applying these approaches, they're doing it, quote unquote, the right way.
Well, just want to add, most of what we've talked about today, right, was the in-value chain investments. The premise is that those investments will drive the market transformation that is the impact we're looking for. It's just challenging to do it directly sometimes, especially in these nascent areas and with these new areas. That's a little bit different than an offset, but they can drive impact too. It's just a different thing, and they're both important. Others, anybody?
Oh, I think I was just going to echo a lot of what Jack said, and then also about the transparency. How do you bring your customer, your stakeholder along in the storytelling around it? And for example, on the VPPAs that we were talking about, we're very open and honest that it's not part of the calculation right now, but we want it to be, and this is what we need to do to be making impact. So it wouldn't make sense for us to stop it. But I think when you get into trouble is when you don't tell that full story and try and bring people along so that they know, you're trying to do the honest thing. It's just the guidelines aren't clear, or we need more iteration on them because the taking from theory to practice, we've learned a lot. And so I think keeping that dialogue open and also surrounding yourself by really good players like WWF and others who can really stress test what you're doing and bring some credibility to that as well, and call you out on it when it's not going to work and help you change it.
Well, thanks for that shout out. I'm going to, I thought another hand. Oh, back here.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I'm Nishant. I lead sustainability for the Flipkart Group in India, an e-commerce platform. So my question is specifically to Jack and Hampus, and it's not necessarily related to the SBTi targets, but how are you involving and educating consumers about the changes that you're doing? Because it's very difficult to sometimes attribute these broad-based organizational initiatives to a product-level communication to the end consumer, and wherever you are able to do it, like, for example, the percentage recycled content in your materials and that translating into an end product. How are you seeing the consumer behavior change overall? Is it a substantial percentage now, or where do you see in alignment with your overall goals for 2030 or 2050?
Hampus, you want to go ahead?
Yeah. I think it's a very good question. It is something we have been struggling with for a long time. How do we bring all the customers along on the journey? I think we have tried a couple of things to try to push for that, and we have hoped that the customers would be joining us. I don't want to bring the mood down, but what we're seeing is that it is very difficult, and it's not really happening in the pace that we were thinking about. And we also see now with a lot of regulation coming in terms of marketing and claims, that is also sort of leading to more of a chill-down effect in terms of being transparent and talking to customers as well. Some of that is good because we need to have good, proper regulation in terms of what you can talk about and not leading into greenwashing territory. But I think that it's making it even more challenging. We have been talking a lot about sort of what is the material content in our products, since that is the easiest one. But as we know now, that is not the most impactful factor. But once again, if I were to explain to my mother how a different type of boiler in a facility, in the tier 2 lead, how that will lead to a better product, I mean, it's impossible. So we're leaning a lot more on how can we make sure that we are driving impact and talk about that in a broader sense, not really connecting it to products specifically, but then keeping an eye out for everything that might come up, because I think the educational piece is super important, but nothing that we're seeing so far is really sticking. So,
Jack, your mother's a boiler expert, right?
Yes, she is. No, but first of all, it's a great question. And so we have developed a portfolio of brands that are in categories that are daily use categories where performance drives brand choice, right? So what we are focused on is ensuring the superiority of our products, right, across products, packages, brand communications, retail execution, and customer and consumer value. That's our integrated growth strategy. I say that because what in our categories that we compete in, performance, right, we have to deliver that performance. I said earlier in my remarks, our single greatest opportunity is in the consumer use phase of our products. One of those is getting consumers to wash in cold water when they do their laundry. It dwarfs anything else that we could do. And so we've, first and foremost, right, innovated to develop products that deliver outstanding performance in cold. In parallel with that, we're communicating with the consumers, but the messages we send are, at least in the US, you can save money on your energy bills. You can extend garment life, right? And so those are the things that are impactful in flipping consumer behavior, and that's the objective. Do we also talk about at a corporate level and other places the environmental benefits? Yes. But when it comes to the consumer messaging, oftentimes it has to lead with the performance benefit to the consumer, right? Because if you're not delivering that, it's not going to resonate as strongly.
All right. We are out of time. I apologize. This is a conversation we could have for hours and hours, and many of us are actually doing that throughout all of Climate Week. And we're going from place to place and having similar conversations. But first off, this is an important moment and an important time for this conversation. It's ripe. We have to solve some of these issues as soon as we can. So please engage those of you who are involved with this space. Thank you to everyone here for joining us. It's really important to have these real examples. So with that, I'm going to wrap up, and I wish you the best for the rest of your Climate Week, and have a great day.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to our session. My name is Nikhil Advani. I am working with WWF US, and I lead our work on wildlife and climate resilience. So today, I have the pleasure of being on stage with three of our most amazing partners from Africa, working in South Africa, Kenya, and Mozambique. And we've collaborated with Nikki, Lynette, Jose, through a couple of initiatives at WWF. One is called the African Nature-Based Tourism Platform, which is focused on mobilizing funding for communities and SMEs in 11 countries in Eastern and Southern Africa. And these are communities and SMEs that are involved in nature-based tourism and were affected heavily by the pandemic. So that was the motivation for the project, and it's funded by the Global Environment Facility. And then the other project is Climate Crowd. And this is our project where we work with rural communities all over the world to better understand how they're being impacted by climate change, and then develop and implement solutions to help them adapt to those changes. And for both of these projects, they are very strongly rooted in a bottom-up, community-driven approach. So the partners that we have on stage are the closest that we can get to working with the communities, right? It's removing all those layers of different organizations in between the funding that's coming from the GEF and that actually needs to get to the communities on the ground, or funding coming from the donors that fund our other work. So it's really, really important to have strong partners like this, partners that have the trust of the communities and that take a very inclusive approach to what we obviously all know is important, locally led conservation. So I will sit down in a second, have our partners introduce themselves, and then we're going to have a discussion for about 30 minutes, and then we'd love to open it up for Q&A. I'm sure you all have some amazing questions, so we don't want to just talk at you, but we want to hear from you as well. Thanks. Okay, you might have to switch it on, but so if I could ask you each to introduce yourselves, tell me a bit about, or tell us a bit about your organization, and a fun fact about yourself, or something about New York that you've really enjoyed. Nikki?
Thanks, Nikhil. I am Nikki McLeod. I'm not a youth anymore, as you can see. I work with a bunch of amazing youth. I'm a South African. I grew up in South Africa. My organization, a friend and I started it 2002. My maths is not so great. That makes us 22 years old. It's called Environmental and Rural Solutions, ERS for short. And people ask us what we do. And the other day I was feeling a little bit like, I don't know how to explain this because we do so much. It's not a kind of we do this in themes. It's kind of whatever is needed in the landscape because we live there. We drink the water. We graze our cattle there. We're part of the community. So we do resilience. We help local people build their resilience through securing their ecosystem to support them better. It's a very rural landscape. It is, think of everything that's not New York. That's us. So I'm very out of my natural habitat here, but it is awesome to be here, and thanks for the opportunity. And wow, New York is amazing for a week. It's incredible. Yeah, thanks, Nikhil.
Cool. And fun fact?
Fun fact, so 16 of our 18 strong staff are all under 35. My co-founder partner, Mesisi Matela, and myself are not under 35. And our youth very generously call us recycled youth. They don't call us madalas, which is very generous.
Thanks, Nikki. Lynette?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lynette Misiko, and I work with Kenya Wildlife Conservancies Association. We are a locally led national platform for conservancies within Kenya. We have a membership of over 200 members, and what we do is that we work with landowners and communities to conserve wildlife outside state protected areas. And one of our four main roles are to essentially inform the conservancy members about any changes in policy. We represent them on the national and global level, for example, at CITES and CBD, and also we connect them with partners, stakeholders, like-minded organizations, and also we convene. We convene in that we host an annual general meeting We have a conservancy managers training. So at any given point in time whereby there's information to be relayed to our membership, that is what we do. And we've been established since 2013. And yeah, we turned 11 this year. Thank you. Oh yeah, and the fun fact about me is that I have a number for everything. So for example, if my daughter asks me, how long will you be gone for? I'll tell her 3 days, 3 hours, 3 minutes. For her, three makes sense to her. But on a professional level, if you ask me, what is the amount of funding we need to sustain our co-funding for 1 year? I would tell you it's $850,000. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Lynette. Jose?
All right. Is it afternoon? Oh, yeah, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jose Monteiro. I work for REGECOM. It's an acronym named for Community-Based Natural Resource Management Network. And it's a network because it's a collective voice that we identified a gap that beside all the natural resources that we have in Mozambique, people are still poor, and we're trying to ask why. And we realized that, yes, there have been really great work in the past, but we realized that there was a missing in investment on people, in particular on governance, how people can make their own decisions on their own land and natural resources. And that's what REGECOM does. We empower people, we consolidate governance systems so that communities can start leading their own development based on their land and natural resources. So we're trying to do it throughout the country. But that's local level. At the national level, we're also supporting the government to have standards, like how do you do this community engagement? In a country like Mozambique, so diverse, you need to have standards. And when I talk about standards, just about principles on what we consider success in terms of community engagement. And that's what we do with in Mozambique with the government. And fun fact, I had millions of fun facts that I wanted to share, but when I came to this center, I just was outside, right? And I saw a farm. And in my local language, or in Mozambique, we call farm, it's called mashamba, which is just a plot. And I think if I tell my mom that, look, I've seen a mashamba in top of a building, she will say that, no, you're lying. So I made sure to take a picture of that. Like, look, I've seen a farm on top of a building. And I think it's crazy. It's about New York. She wouldn't believe, so I think I'm going to take that very clear to her.
Thanks, Jose. And that's an interesting, in Swahili, we call it shamba. So very similar. Okay, so I'll start off with you, Nikki. We're obviously here at Climate Week, and everybody is aware, we've just had we've really seen the extreme impacts of climate change in particular with this El Nino that we've sort of coming to the end of now. Tell me a bit about the climate impacts that you are experiencing, where you're from, where you work, and in particular try and focus on one thing which has really had a severe impact on the communities and ecosystems.
Thanks, Nikhil. So when I left to come to New York, it was 30 degrees, beautiful, balmy, spring's coming. And on the weekend, I was getting pictures of snowmen from my neighbors' children and from our eco-champs and villages. And it just highlighted to me some of the stats that came out of our climate crowd work were pretty shocking. We've been in the catchment for more than 30 years, and yet we learned so much from these 50 older people that we interviewed, who said, or 88% of them said that the seasons have changed. It's unreliable. We can't plant anymore because it's too risky. It's too costly. And so more than 90% of these people who are very rural, very engaged in and dependent upon their natural resource base, a lot of livestock economy, have reverted to using cash instead of cropping. And for us, that is a disaster, because it means a big outflow of people from these rural areas, the breakup of families, moving to urban areas, looking for employment. South Africa has a scary unemployment. It's almost 60%. It's terrifying. So it's putting pressure on the cities. It's breaking up families. It's creating a huge amount of socio-economic challenge because seasons have shifted. So, yeah, we need to get smarter. And I'll talk a little bit about the smartness in the next one. Yeah.
Great. Thanks. And this is something that we hear a lot, particularly when we work in Africa, is the shifting seasonality of rainfall. I don't know that it's something that a lot of us here in the US can relate to, but in Africa, different parts of the continent have different rainy seasons, and it influences so much of what happens in each country. And with the climate crowd data we have, that's always in the top 3 responses we get from communities.
And Nikhil, it's not just about the rainfall, it's about the extremity of everything. More hail, bigger hail, late frost. The snow and frost we've had now has basically killed our fruit crop, which means that buffer that people have, everybody cans peaches, it's a big thing in Lesotho. Can't do it, you know. Now it's a burden on every household to have to buy the food that they should have grown.
Right. Lynette, the same question to you.
So 80% of Kenya is rangelands, which essentially means that we receive below 20 inches of rainfall. So you can imagine what prolonged drought does. And I think what made me realize that climate change was really a big deal was last year when I went to visit Savo. As we were driving to one of the facilities that we stay at, there was a smell. And I asked the driver, what is that smell? It was carcasses. Essentially, wildlife had died from drought. They couldn't access water points. So the smell is the first thing that hits you. And then as you continue approaching that facility, you see carcasses all over. And what really caught my attention was that we saw 2 rangers trying to make a zebra stand. Because if it lies down and can't get up, then essentially it's going to die there. So about 6 rangers struggled to make the zebra stand, and then they were able to transport it to a water point. So the effects of climate change have been really felt, have been desperate in Kenya. And aside from that, it also increases human-wildlife conflict, because that means both wildlife and humans are competing for the same resources, which is water. And also it leads to the increase of invasive species. And also, I think, that's it.
Cool.
Thanks,
Lynette. Jose?
Yeah, I think Mozambique have a combination of both and all the effect of climate change. But I think the main one, I think, are cyclones, you know. And cyclones have become very destructive. And I think Idai, Kenneth, it's every year. And the impact on the community is serious, because you can imagine how much effort rural people, you know, poor people, they do a lot of effort just to cover the roof, just to build a house. And then it just in 1 second, you know, the wind drops you, like you start from zero. So the impact, it's serious. It's not just the pocket, but the whole system of a community like really get destroyed with cyclones. But I mean, aside from that, just recently, I just received a text message from my colleague. We're working in a landscape in Magwe National Park, just with the community around Magwe National Park. And the drought is serious that she just mentioned that, look, I'm in one community that the teachers say that almost 300 and 400 people are not going to school because of the drought. And the drought are pushing the people to really compete water with elephants. So it's actually exacerbating human-wildlife conflict. So you feel all these impacts of climate, it's already changing, you know, and impacting the way people live, like really to the extreme. And these people already, like, they already been to the extreme because of the poverty. So it's very disruptive. Like, you're really fighting to development, but you're still need to deal with climate change. So it seems like everything is really topping up on for the rural communities here. Yeah.
Thanks, Jose. So 3 countries fairly close to each other along the eastern and southern coast of Africa, and just look at the variety of extremes that the communities are dealing with. Drought, changing seasonality of rainfall, cyclones. And the communities in these places where we live and work they're living the impacts of climate change on a daily basis, right? You think about our lives over here. If it's a particularly hot day, you crank up the air conditioning. You go to the grocery store, you'll always find a banana, right? That's not how it is in these other places. And most of these, I think a lot of these communities, their primary or sole source of income is dependent on rain-fed agriculture, right? So they really, really feel the impacts. So we've always felt that when it comes to climate change, adaptation is the most important thing for Africa, right? Africa has done very little to contribute to the climate crisis, but is feeling the worst impacts of it, and people and ecosystems there are highly vulnerable. So on that note, I wonder if you can tell us a bit about how people, ecosystems, like what kinds of interventions are being implemented to help these systems adapt to climate change. And I'll start off with Jose this time.
Yeah, thank you. Adaptation, it's, you know, it needs to be precise, because adaptation is, you know, in real time situation, you need to intervene. So in this case, for instance, we are working on a landscape that our focus is exactly to do what Regicom does, right? Organize communities so that they can really deal with land and natural resources and making decisions about their own life. But then you find these situations. Part of our job is being the enabler. And I will tell you a story in one of the communities around Maromeo that before we get in, when we were really understanding the context, we were getting feedback that, look, there were no enough food for that community. Like, you know, that's an adaptation intervention. Like, you know, there was an institutions were really delivering food to community, but was not enough. We got in, and part of our work is organizing land. I told you we organize people and land. During the organizing of the people, we track, we map households, and we also do the land registration. Through that process, we realized that, in fact, the number of people that are living in that specific community, it's much more than the number that was in administrative, that was given. So, of course, that food wouldn't be enough because the numbers were not correct. So I think part of our work in supporting adaptation is exactly creating that enabling conditions so that institutions that lead with emergencies, that lead with adaptation specific, can do it proper, including resettlement. So if you're going to do a resettlement, you're going to use the work that we do, like land use planning, to ensure that you're going to resettle in exactly. So Regicom does not do specific, like, heads-on, but we do the enabling conditions so that the adaptation part of the process is integrated in the system. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Jose. Lynette?
So one of the adverse effects of prolonged droughts is a change in livelihood, and more so because the communities are highly dependent on their livestock. So if they lose their livestock, that means they essentially go below the poverty line. So what KWCA is doing is we support them in grassland management, whereby we try and ensure that through grassland management, livestock do not stay in one area where there's pasture for a long time, because also this leads to the increase of methane gas, which also causes, sorry, let me start again. So grassland management helps in ensuring that pastures are healthier, whereby livestock can stay in one area for a shorter period of time, and we ensure that grass does not become bare, the soil does not become bare. And this leads to healthier livestock and healthier pastures. Another thing that we're doing is that we're coming up with other livelihood options, such that communities are not totally dependent on livestock alone. And this include weaving, basketry, beekeeping. Essentially, this also helps to empower and support women in the pursuit of gender equality. Another thing that we do is we've established an ecotourism model whereby when tourists visit a facility, they pay what we call a conservation fee. And this conservation fee, 60% of it goes back into households. And it helps to support the community during the time whereby there's drought. And then 40% of the fee goes back into the conservancy, such that operations can still continue during this period. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Lynette. And it was really awesome to hear those interventions. That's I think that's some of the best stuff that's happening in many parts of Africa are exactly those three things, right? Diversified livelihoods, rangeland management, and then income from things like tourism. Great. Nikki?
So a lot of what they said, and I just want to build on something that Jose mentioned, is the trauma that rural communities carry with them from the past. Mozambique was in a state of war for decades. Poverty is a big issue. South Africa still has a huge apartheid legacy, a lot of vulnerable, marginalized people. And a big thing that we've had to deal with, you know, that climate change is compounding all of this trauma and stress for households. And moving to climate smarter strategies rather than business as usual has been a huge step forward. Like Lynette said, we also involved in rangeland restoration, which is very much a mitigation activity. Soil carbon, keep the soil in the ground, keep the carbon in the ground, keep the soil on the ground, keep the grass on the soil. You know, it's that cascade effect. But a big thing that we have found, and I don't know whether it's more C4 in the atmosphere, but alien plant invasion has become a huge factor in our catchment, to the point where springs are drying up. And can you believe that 40% of the people in the area that I live still walk to fetch water? I guarantee all of you guys turned on a tap this morning, right? So imagine if you had to go down the stairs and trek a kilometer with your bucket to go and stand in a queue and scoop up some water from somewhere that the livestock had been at before. That's what people do nowadays, still in 2024. So a big part of what we've done as coping strategy is protecting springs. WWF South Africa has been really great with that. So we approach corporates, the beverage companies, you know, the usual guys. And for the cost of $20 per person, people can have water for life, 24/7, 365. And it's a huge investment. It's a really small thing to do. We co-create the way the springs are designed. There's no contractors. It's local artisans. We get a lot of information from the women because they are the water custodians. We work with the spiritual healers. Water is a big thing for people, but alien plants are threatening it. So alien plant clearing, South Africa's had some amazing programs around that, but it's always short-term investment, and these plants come back, and it's just like pruning them if you're just cutting them. So linking it with the regenerative rangeland work and managed grazing has helped us combat a lot of the alien plants. We've got 40,000 people who now have safe drinking water, potable at World Health Organization standards for $20 per person. The regenerative rangelands, as we said, is very much a mitigative activity. But we've had to up the ante on adaptation with food security. Food security wasn't an issue for us because everybody just grew food always, but now they're really struggling. So we're having to get smarter, look at old traditional techniques, open pollinated seed sources, kind of undo the damage that commercial agriculture has done for a lot of rural communities.
Great. And it sounds like you actually are getting smarter, not just saying climate smart for the sake of saying it.
We're definitely getting smarter.
So increasing water security, huge thing as well. And the invasives is actually quite interesting because for a long time we actually didn't, I think we always assumed that climate change was driving the spread of invasive species, but we never really had a whole lot of evidence. But recently, IPBES, which I forget what it stands for off the top of my head, but they came out with a big report looking at the connection between climate change and invasive species. And we are seeing that climate change is becoming a really big driver of that. So thank you all. Those were some amazing variety of interventions that we're doing to help communities adapt to climate change. We touched a bit on climate change mitigation, and so I wonder if you could each add something to that aspect of it as well. Lynette?
So in terms of mitigation, what KWCA is doing is that we're supporting conservancies to capitalize on carbon projects. One of the things that Kenya is known for is that 23% of carbon credits from Africa are from Kenya. And it's still an unknown thing. Like most people, when you ask them what exactly is carbon, they'll probably tell you it feels like air. It is air. So what we've done is that we've developed carbon guidelines for conservancies. This is to help them make better decisions when they get into negotiations with VCMs, with the voluntary carbon market, and also through our policy and advocacy work, we were able to support the government in developing the 2024 carbon market regulations. And currently, we have 37 ongoing carbon projects in Kenya. And this helped to at least maintain for the communities to finally earn a living from conservation. Because as you can imagine, for so long, for over 30 years, I would say, communities set aside their land for conservation, but they were not able to earn anything out of it. And with the competing land use, it became a real challenge. So we are happy that finally there's income coming and that the communities will not sell off their land maybe for apartments whereby you can earn money, but they can continue to conserve the land because with climate change, it is a necessity. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Lynette. And you really are good with the numbers, thanks. Jose, same question to you.
So it's a cycle, and I think for Mozambique, its biodiversity is incredible, and I think we have like probably 50% of the country covered still in forest. And it's interesting because now we're talking about the Miombo initiative, which is again adds to the urgency of preserving these resources. And as Regiocom, we work on both areas. As I mentioned, like we are in a landscape that it's dry, it's extreme, but we are also working in places that still a source of water, that it's feeding millions of people. So it's really a country of contrast that we need to work on those both sides. So for the mitigation, I think there's an urgency to save and maintain these sources of nature. And that's what we do. The best way we found to do it is let's ensure that people organize and their land organized. Simple fact of having a community land use planning, meaning that, look, community makes better decisions where is going to plow. It improves conservation. It's not like waking up and I'm going to put a plow, and I'm going to plow somewhere where exactly it's going to influence the water stream. So these kind of tools are the enablers that we are empowering communities with. And even they are also involved in monitoring their own forests to see if they're really respecting their community land use planning. And that's how we're investing on mitigation. But, on top of that is mitigation is not a one, like intervention. You need to constantly keeping it on because population is growing. You still need to grow food. The first thing a member of community or somebody that has been, destroyed by cyclone, the strategy is to chop down the forest. Like I need to do one more field to feed myself. So if we give these tools, like, yes, you still need to do it, but you're going to do it in an organized way, it improves it. But there are also other sources of income under the same land use, like mining. How can you get benefit from there so that it feeds the whole system? So we are looking at the communities to make decisions about all land and natural resources that are within their own territory. That's how you will really support mitigation on this.
Cool, thanks, and empowering them to manage their own resources, fantastic. So Nikki, you already mentioned keeping carbon in the ground and keeping the soil on top.
And the grass on top of the soil.
And the grass on top of the soil. Do you want to elaborate a bit on what you guys are doing from a climate mitigation perspective?
Yeah, thanks, Nikhil. So, keeping the soil carbon in the soil, big thing. We've always been a little bit averse to the carbon trading because we don't really understand what carbon is. But we've had some great traction with a system called conservation agreements. They're voluntary arrangements between a community and an agency, an NGO or a state conservation agency. I think we've got 30 agreements signed with rangeland associations. So we've moved from grazing committees, which is men who own cattle, to rangeland associations, which is much more inclusive. Women who've got small stock, youth who want to get involved in agriculture, thatch collectors, other people who use rangelands, which are so much more than grazing. And I think we've got something like 2,000 members now. And from 0 women, we now have 30% women, increasing all the time, who own livestock and who are benefiting from these rangelands. But a really cool thing is that those 2,000 people have been selling cattle and fleece. We've got a regenerative wool standard for communal landscapes emerging. It's pretty exciting because it's always been very commercial, private tenure. So those 2,000 people are actually creating their own employment. We have the equivalent of 2,000 jobs at home rather than that broken family story. So the mitigation is really important. We are at the stage, so we've been selling beef, selling wool, selling charcoal off the alien plant clearing. We can now sell carbon too, and people understand a value chain around carbon because they've got to grips with other value chains for other commodities. And we're at the stage where, and I never know whether this is adaptation or mitigation. I think it's mitigation with a duality of adaptation, benefit at the same time, where we can convert this liability into an asset. So alien plants, big liability. Climate change threats, big liability. But making charcoal out of alien plants and stopping the terrible wildfires that sweep through alien plants, getting that carbon back in the soil is actually becoming a reality. The fact that we have carbon traders who are willing to come and pay us for keeping the carbon in the soil. Brilliant.
Great. Thanks, Nikki. So if it wasn't already apparent, and I think you heard it from the introductions, but the organizations they all have a slightly different mandate, right? So Regicom in Mozambique and KWCA in Kenya have quite a broad national mandate, right? In KWCA, you're working with almost 200 community conservancies, and then Jose, Regicom, you're working with many communities and organizations within Mozambique, whereas Nikki, yours is very localized, right, in the area that you live and work in, Matatiele. So just to give a bit of context for some of the answers that they've given up until now, and also for this next question. So you've all talked about such amazing work that you're doing, and I want you to picture that there's somebody in the room, maybe there is, who has like a nice big checkbook, maybe that $850,000 amount in the net. But if I want you to talk about one specific intervention that is tried and tested in your work and that is really ready to scale with the right finance. Let's start off with Jose.
Somebody with 800,000 here. Well, I mean, look, I think we just need to continue doing what we are really doing, and I will explain precisely why. You know, the power of people making decisions about their own land and natural resources, that's where the benefit comes in. We haven't been integrating people into that process. So the risk associated with that was that with community consultation, people were not involved, they were not participating in community consultation. So timber were going, you know what I mean? Like there was a lot of exploitation. There were no benefits for people coming in. So when you build those governance systems, and then you give tools like land use planning, it supports them to make better decisions about how are they going to improve their own lives with their own land. So looking at Mozambique is we need to scale because there's urgency. We're talking about climate change. I've already mentioned about the cyclones, and there's an urgency. So that resources will clearly help us to scale to the countries. And first, where? Automatically around conservation areas, like protected areas. There are people living around protected areas. If we don't work and consolidate governance systems in these areas, we're already putting the risk of mitigation. It means that those are the nature places that are going to be destroyed because there will be no governance system, So that's what we will do. We'll continue exactly expanding scaling our approach in making sure that Mozambique, everywhere you go, you got community organized. When you have community organized, it actually improves. Somebody wants to invest in carbon, making sure that, look, you know what, I'm not going to have a conflict with communities. The benefit sharing communities are going to get, I don't need to discuss because it's clear. So the question now is, why wouldn't we go that way? Why wouldn't we invest that $850,000? It's actually plus. In fact, we even got numbers. for you to build a strong community with governance systems, with land right registered, with land use planning, it costs around $15,000 per community. And honestly, we have visited some communities that we've done the work and say, look, if you would tell us, we could even pay ourselves to do this work because we know the value. So why wouldn't you invest $15,000 in making sure that you organize communities so that you can work, and then making sure that other business on top of that could be there? So I think that we will continue doing the same thing. But definitely we need more hands. We need more scalability because the country is huge. The needs are there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So improved governance for communities, which is very much the mandate for your organization. Lynette?
Actually have a different number in mind. $16 million only. So in terms of scaling up, what KWCA would like to do is that we already have a participatory approach whereby we work with our conservancies because they better understand the challenges they've had to face through climate change, and they understand the solutions. And what we'd like to do is to ensure that they are sustainable. And this can only be done if we give them the right funding. And as you can imagine, most of the conservancies that we support are needy and nascent. That means they don't have access to funding. And so what KWCA is doing is that we've set up what we call the Kenya Conservancies Fund. We're in the fundraising stage. And what we're hoping to do is to be able to grant on a range of $5,000 to $100,000 to conservancies that need this funding, such that they can put structures in place and actually have a chance to survive. And we're looking at $1.5 million per year and being able to impact at least 50 conservancies. When you really think about it, we need conservancies. And if we can't support them to sustain themselves, then it's a losing battle. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Lynette. That Conservancy Fund is such an amazing idea. And I think just given how long you've been working in Kenya and the relationships you have with the communities, it just seemed to me like the perfect next iteration of the work you're doing. Nikki?
So we have a different form of scaling because we're a very homegrown NGO. We've got a great relationship with local communities. We've got a lot of trust and credibility. We've had a lot of pressure from other catchments to say, could you come and make an ERS office there? And we, gee, it's hard enough to run our own office in our own space. So we have been hosting a lot of learning exchanges from other NGOs and state agencies, etc., coming to our catchment, because we can blah, blah, blah and produce fact sheets as much as we like, but the best way of learning is seeing. And farmers meeting farmers, civil society meeting civil society, donors meeting civil society, this beautiful cross-pollination of ideas has rippled out a bunch of really great best practice principles. So we could almost form a tour agency of, my staff say, jeepers, we should have a tour guide story, because there's another group coming to see a rangeland project and they want to see auctions and they want to see springs and they want to see the charcoal project. And we've almost got this kind of dot-to-dot tour that we use now. But the impact of bringing people into a landscape and allowing them to immerse themselves with the people in the landscape rather than being told about a project in a presentation and death by PowerPoint has been really powerful. So that costs, that scaling costs. And we're developing a network around the country of catchment-based conveners, hub champions, who are linking with each other. And some of the models that have come out of Matatiele are now being used in other strategic water source areas around the country. So yeah, I can put figures to that if you're interested, but it's quite frightening. It's not as much as Lynette.
I think Lynette will be interested in the figures. And actually, on the topic of fact sheets, on the tables you'll find fact sheets that Lily co-produced with Nikki and her team for climate crowd work in South Africa. So do take a look at that. So I do want to open it up to the audience, but I have just one very quick question. And this can be a very short, just a few words. If you had one wish for your work, what would it be? It can be something fun, it can be something serious. Nikki.
I'm going to jump in because I just got more pictures of more punctures from my team. We have 3 very ancient double cab vehicles. They've all done more than 500,000 kilometers on really bad roads. Tar is a joy for them. And we basically running on an ancient computer network, 11, 12 years old, ancient vehicles, we really need to up our operating costs. So if someone was to offer me $500,000, it would be helping my staff's working conditions improve so that we can reach more people. Yeah, less punctures.
Less punctures, not run flat tires. I don't think that's a good idea. Lynette?
For me, the wish is that a better appreciation of the Kenya Conservancy model. It is a model that works, it's community-led, it involves the community, and we need to be able to get a chance to finance it. So I'm pulling on your heartstrings, finances. Thank you.
So I think I'll pick on the appreciation thing. So we're working on community-led conservation, and we think that this is not associated with climate issues. Actually, these are climate solutions. So I think investments exactly on community-led conservation, that's exactly do it. And I'm going back to the farm. That's exactly what we want. You know, so you have a farm on top of the roof right here. We can't do this as an adaptation measure for people really struggling in Africa. I think that's exactly what we want. This is it, because you got the resilience point there. So we need to look that we're already doing the job. It's just an integration. Community-led conservation definitely is a climate solution because you're doing mitigation and will definitely create enabling condition to you deal with adaptation thing. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jose. So we're going to open it up for questions. Think about your questions. But before we do that, I just wanted to very quickly introduce two other partners. Lily, would you mind giving the microphone to Walter, please? So Walter is from Umoja Wildlife Conservancies in Uganda. And Umoja has also been a partner of ours on the African Nature-Based Tourism Platform. So just a quick chance for Walter to introduce himself in case anybody would like to chat to him afterwards or have a question for him.
Great, thank you very much. Walter from Uganda. Umoja is an organization that was recently established to promote community-based conservation in Uganda, so that landowners and communities conserve, manage, and benefit from wildlife on their land. It was formed with the interest of the local communities that decided that they should conserve wildlife. It was not imposed on them. So when they came up with the 3 conservancies, they formed up an association and put Umoja to lead them, build their governance structure, and make the conservancy prosper. So we have got a small, tiny office that we started up with 6 staff to build capacity of these communities. So our key areas is that we need now to expand from the 6 staff to much more, because when we started up, we are only 3 conservancies in 2021, and at the end of 2022, it went to 18, and now much more in line coming in, bringing in total of 600,000 hectares for conservation. So this huge community setup, they are demanding for our services so that we can get down and lift them up. But we see ourselves very few. We lack capacity in terms of transport and a way to reach them, all this kind of thing. And above all, we like to build their governance structure so that they are able to see benefit from the conservation. This governance structure will include management system that they could be able to have community wildlife scouts to mitigate human-wildlife conflict, community wildlife scouts to reduce illegal activities like poaching and the rest. And above all, we also need their conservancy to begin generating revenue through other alternative livelihood so that people can see tangible benefit from conservation. Thank you.
Thanks, Walter. And Mohammed Kamuna from CWMAC in Tanzania.
Thank you so much, Nikhil, and thank you so much, Lynette, Jose, and Nikki. So, I'm from Tanzania, and I work with the Community Wildlife Management Area. This is the national umbrella organization that coordinate community that have dedicated their land for wildlife conservation in Tanzania. And Nikhil, Tanzania is rich in terms of natural resources, but I can tell now things are changing. The forest is being cutted, and apart from other natural disasters, there are so many anthropogenic endeavors that threaten the forest and threaten the biodiversity at all. So our job as the national organization, which is CWMSC, to coordinate the practices along the communities, to manage properly their land, to make sure that there is enough forest for wildlife and for climate resilience. Now, we are glad that one of our community is already got funding through carbon projects, and that is Makame Wildlife Management Area, which is in the northern part of Tanzania. But the rest of the 38 wildlife management areas in Tanzania are working to make sure that they have those kind of projects so that they can do better through their own money. And something that we are doing, I think, everywhere, you go to KWCA, you go to Regicon, is governance. Governance brings respect. Governance brings decision-making practices that put community at the center of conservation initiatives and conservation efforts. So this is what we are doing as Community Wildlife Management Consortium. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mohammed. And so CWMAC and Umoja function in a similar vein to KWCA and Regicom, right, in terms of their national mandate. Okay, so questions from the audience. Please do speak into, Lily has a microphone, so please do speak into it because it's being live streamed. There's one at the back there, Lily.
Hi there, I'm Melanie Spark from Conservation International Ventures. I think we've also been quite active in the Kenyan landscape when it comes to conservancies development through the African Conservancies Facility, and also through another project, another hat, helping Umoja develop through another, hi Walter, through another project helping them in their development of their conservancies in terms of governance strengthening, etc. And through this work, one of the things that's really struck us in our conversations and wanting to expand our work into Uganda versus our experience in Kenya. In Uganda, it's really beautiful. It's very bottom-up and community-driven. They've had very little top-down support, as in contrast to Kenya. And so my questions to the panel at large, and particularly for anybody who are advocates in advocacy in the audience, policymaker working in public-private sector relationships, what would you say are the critical factors in terms of government support or top-down support that is needed as for an enabling environment to help make this sort of community-led models and conservancy models a success?
Thanks. I think to allow enough questions in the audience, if we could just have one person take that question, whoever feels best equipped to do it. Lynette? Jose? Okay. No, Jose, go ahead then. Okay.
So there's no way this can be done without really involvement of the government. As I mentioned, and it is strategic. Look at Mozambique, we needed to have like a platform where this respect for the governance system to put communities, it needed to be embedded in the legislation. So Mozambique has one of the beautiful legislations on land, but it's really weak implemented. So, and Regicom is actually the first of its kind institution that have government sitting, civil society organization, academia, and discussing these issues. So the first guideline of community governance was even approved by the government itself. So it is important to have government because whenever people coming, investors, they need to be the first one to say, yes, we want your investment on carbon, but please respect those communities, talk to them. So this involvement is critical, and it needs to start straight from the top. It's tough, it's difficult, but you need to have it. Yeah. So, Lynette.
Thanks, Jose. Lynette, do you want to quickly add something?
Sure. I think for us, what has worked is the fact that the past two regimes have been pro-conservation, so that has helped. We're not sure what will happen with the next one, but the key has been to make sure that the government feels that we're working with them and not against them. So involve them, offer support as much as possible, and give credit. Give credit, whether it's due or not, give credit, but yeah, always, yeah, so it's important. But yeah, make sure they know that you're working together and you have the same goal.
Great, thanks, Lynette. And we see that in so many countries, in all places we work. In some cases, you might be giving undue credit, but give it. Any other questions? Back here.
Okay, hi, can you hear me? Great. Hi, I'm Jindai. I'm from Give Directly. We work in Mozambique as well as in Kenya. Really great to hear about all the work you guys are doing. We really recognize the importance of engaging local communities. And so my question is, we have a few programs that are targeting these communities that are facing climate challenges. And something we notice is that at times people will choose to leave the community they're currently in. And so I'm wondering, how do you guys manage that sort of dynamic between reinvesting where you are versus relocating somewhere a bit safer as you go about your work?
Very, very good question. Thank you. Who would like to tackle that? Nikki?
Thank you for the question. I'll give it a try, and maybe this is a bit of a curveball one, but the alien plant story again. We've had whole communities, villages relocating because invasive plant roots, trees it's like the Day of the Triffids. Remember that horror movie where the plants took over the world? I'd love the plants to take over the world. But the trees are actually breaking down the houses, the roots. And people don't have means to control them. It sounds crazy. It sounds like a sci-fi movie. But whole villages have relocated from where they have been for decades, sometimes hundreds of years, which is often around a spring in an area that has been chosen for its natural resource access. And it's almost like a forced relocation by an alien invasion. And it's a huge problem for people. And it's a boiling frog story. So what we've tried to do with our alien plant clearing is not have a bounce back effect where people move back on again where it's been cleared, but to rather expand rangelands and help people derive benefits from that restored rangeland, whether it's carbon trading or selling cattle or selling wool. So the relocation element, I think, in that example is not as extreme. It's not as if it's a flood or a land actually being washed away. But people are really starting to battle because things are getting more and more marginal. So thank you for the question. It's actually it's sparking some thoughts in my mind.
Well, thank you for the question, and I really like the Give Direct work they're doing in Mozambique and Nyamatanda. Wonderful. I mean, yeah. So two ways of looking at it. First is, yes, you have been relocated. You're going somewhere. And going somewhere, that's where the importance of governance and land use planning. That's somewhere you're going to in another community most of the time, which is have their own systems, and they need to embrace you. They need to welcome you and allocate it in a safer place. So that's why we are working, for instance, with the National Directorate of Land to ensure that community land use plans are integrated in the legislations. Don't work with only national land use planning, which the scale is completely detached what's going on in the. So we want to make sure that that community land use plan respects exactly these issues related to climate change, where the sensitive places to be, so that it doesn't become a cycle. They move, they're going to sit on top of the mountains. There's a cycle, so you're going, and it's very stressful because these people are moving with all their lives. Sometimes there are situations I remember in some national parks, like there were cemeteries there. It's so sensitive. It's not just an issue of moving because they want to move. It's just they're being forced to move. But we need to think about where they're moving to and how do we integrate that. That's why the whole combination about decisions on their land and natural resources is critical, even for receiving new people. Thank you.
Thanks, Jose.
Nikhil, I'd like to add to that.
Cool, sure.
So I'd like to push for grassland management and land use management because during the prolonged drought, we have an example of one conservancy, and on Kishu, it's in the Mara. It was able to, quote unquote, house 16,000 head of cattle, and none of them died during the prolonged drought. They were even able to take on additional cattle from other communities. And so that means none of the community members had to move away from their homeland to go look for pasture. So, and that is why I keep pushing for the Kenya Conservancy model. It does work if it's properly planned and taught. Thank you.
Great, thanks. I think we had a question over there. Yeah.
Thank you very much to you all. Fergus Turner here from Cape Town, South Africa. Yes, yes. So I really appreciated your sharing about the importance of governance and community organizing, almost collective competencies as being enabling conditions for adaptation and resilience. Now, often impact assessment, and anybody here who's financing impact misses this, misses the process-rich competencies, and I almost want to say soft skills and capacities that lead to resilience and adaptation sort of conditions. But the question is, how, if at all, are you measuring these kind of competencies? What are your metrics for that, I almost want to say, soft intelligence that causes later on the kinds of impact and sort of results that we all want? Recognizing that impact assessment sort of logics are often sort of way behind and don't necessarily have that complexity-aware sensibility. So what are your metrics? What are your measures? How do you communicate them? And how do you make the argument to the financiers or the funders in this room and others?
Thank you. I'm going to ask one person to think of a very good answer because we are on a very tight schedule. There's a session immediately afterwards, and we have to end at 1:30. So one of you think of a very good answer to that. And while you're thinking, I just want to thank everybody for coming. It was an amazing session. You were all very engaged. And thank you so much to the WWF Climate team, Janelle, Liz, you guys worked tirelessly for these events. And these slots were difficult to get. So thank you. I hope you enjoyed it. Who's taking the question? Metrics. Okay, Lynette, it's on you.
Well, in terms of measuring the impact of governance, we use a tool called SAGE, but for the life of me, I don't know what it stands for. Maybe my colleague Gladys can help. Oh yeah, social assessment and governance. The E. I'm lost. Evaluation, yes. Equity. So that's the tool that we use.
Great. Jose, there's like 30 seconds, so.
Yeah, you know, we developed community information system because we really want to know where you have communities with grade A governance, grade B, and grade C. And we are learning. It's not, remember, it's not about what metrics, it's what is success to us? What do we consider success? And I think that's what needs to drive. For us, success, it means you having a community with land rights registered, with their entity, and they're making decisions and land use planning and capacity. So that's what we measure. But we have the community information system, and we'd like to discuss with you if that feeds to what you think it should be, because we want to improve. And it's already in our website. You can go and click and see if that really works or not. Thanks.
Great. And Jose, I know you're all about data, so I could see your eyes lighting up when that question came. Thank you all. We have, like I said, there's a session immediately here, but we will all be around outside. We'll be here past that session as well, so feel free to catch anybody you'd like to speak to. Thank you.
Programming for you this afternoon, really featuring our America's All In team and our coalition of American All In organizations. We're going to be talking both about the US and about internationally. But we often talk a lot about mitigation and the solutions to climate change, which is very important. But we also know that we have to start preparing and becoming more resilient to the impacts of climate change. And I have here with me Dr. Spinrad from he's the administrator of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, which we all know as NOAA. So NOAA is an agency that studies and forecasts changes in climate, weather, oceans, and our coasts. And they share this information with the public, with planners, with emergency managers to help us be better prepared. And so as we continue to experience extreme weather events, this data is going to help us understand the importance of building climate resilience. So welcome, Dr. Spinrad.
Thank you, Marcine. It's a pleasure to be here, and I really appreciate this opportunity.
Great. Well, what I want to start with is to ask you, what kinds of information and services is NOAA offering to support this idea of being climate-ready nation? And what is the agency doing to make these resources accessible and actionable for local decision makers and the public?
Yeah, I love that question, especially the second part of it, because NOAA is a science-based agency. And I, for example, I'm a technocrat. So I'm trained as an oceanographer. And so for us, there's a tendency to want to really build that next capability, that better weather forecast, that better climate projection. But that's only half of the story. So the way I answer your question is we are in the business of environmental intelligence for decision support. That can mean a number of things. It can be for a farmer, it can mean having a better seasonal projection of what precipitation is going to be like. For a local community, it can be a better idea of how prone to flooding or drought might we be. For an industry, it might be what supply chain problems are we going to have because of wildfires. So we deal in climate, oftentimes when we talk about something like a climate-ready nation, which is really at the heart of what we're trying to do at NOAA right now, it's framed around general climate patterns, but definitely around the perils and risks that we're going to face with the kinds of natural disasters that I just alluded to.
So is that just for government agencies, or are there things that we as individuals should know? And can we access some of that information? Can we use that for our own decision making? And what do we need to ask our local governments, state and local and cities, what they should know and they should be telling us about climate resilience?
Yeah, so we are nothing if we're not getting that information into the hands of individuals and communities and corporations. So that's the second part of your first question. And so we develop these sophisticated scientific tools through modeling, through artificial intelligence, through extensive data collection. But at the end of the day, it's how we deliver it. So we've done a number of things, and I urge folks, if you've not gone, start by going to climate.gov. That's the easiest thing to remember, right? You don't have to remember, oh, is it NOAA, is it NASA, is it EPA? Climate.gov. When you go there, you will see an incredible array of tools, like one that we developed with our colleagues at Esri, one of the leaders in geospatial information, called Climate Mapping for Resilience and Adaptation. You talked about adaptation. You can go there and you can find the tools that will talk to you about impacts of heat, where there's higher probability of flooding, where you might see changes in precipitation. You can look at what the projections are at a census tract level. So that's a pretty fine level of granularity. So your community, your neighborhood, is going to be more prone to extreme heat 20, 30, 40 years under various different scenarios. But more importantly, it's not just the sort of technical information to base decisions on. It also tells you whether there's any federal funding programs to get assistance, technical assistance in how to interpret this information. Are there actual project funds out there from the various agencies? So it's definitely designed to support decisions at every level, individual, community, corporate. And the last part I want to make sure the audience is aware of is we can't develop these in a vacuum. So one of the things I'm proudest of in our agency is we're out there. We're in the communities. We have about almost 10,000 people in our agency who are out in every community in the U.S., in our states and territories, working through Sea Grant, working through our weather forecast offices, and they serve as two-way communicators. So they help get that information into the hands of decision makers, but they also feed back to us and say, you know, what we need is a better decadal prediction of what's going to happen to temperatures in our neighborhood.
No, I think it's so important. You'd be surprised how many times people say they find out that I work in climate change, and they're like, so where should I live to avoid climate change? Well, two things. One, we can't avoid it, right? It doesn't matter where. I mean, people thought, I just moved to Canada, and we saw all the fires in Canada. But there's no really place to move. But then also, home is home, and people want to live where they have roots. And so it's so important about the information you're providing, and what I say to a lot of young people particularly, when I was young buying my first house and things like that, I wasn't thinking about floods, I wasn't thinking about storms, I wasn't thinking about, do I have to be worried about my parents with heat, and what's the resilience? So nowadays, I think this information about what's happening in your environment, in your local environment, is going to be really, really important.
Absolutely.
So
yeah, I'll share with you a very personal story. So before I came back to NOAA for this job, I was living in Oregon, living in, it's called the high desert. And when I built the house that we were living in there, we didn't put air conditioning in because you didn't need it 20 years ago. We weren't worried about smoke because there weren't a lot of fires. By the time I left in 2021, we had to find a way to mitigate against wildfires because they were starting to infringe on our area. And we were seeing over 100-degree days, many in a row. So it was a very personal thing for me. Fortunately, I knew where to go. I had colleagues, professional colleagues, to find out what can I expect in terms of heat in that part of the country. What we're trying to do is give everybody in the U.S. the same kind of access that I had as a PhD environmental scientist with direct dial capability to my colleagues at NOAA. And that's it. And real estate is an interesting one. The last comment I'll make on real estate is, 10 years ago, if you got on any of these sites, Redfin or any of those, they didn't have climate information. Now you go in there, and they're telling you this area is prone to excessive heat. There's some flooding challenges here. There's been 3 years of drought in a row here. That's really important. That's the kind of decision support I'm talking about.
Exactly. So don't forget to ask those questions. Switching over a little bit to something that's near and dear to my heart and as WWF, as a conservation and environmental organization, we talk a lot about nature-based solutions for adaptation. Often, the first response is like, well, let's build a seawall, or let's build some what we call gray infrastructure. But we think that nature-based solutions is often can be more efficient. It can be lower cost. It certainly helps build, resilience. So how is NOAA supporting the implementation of nature-based solutions as an adaptation strategy? And what challenges or data gaps for nature-based solutions are you working to address?
I love this question, Marcine, because I tell people I'm a climate optimist because I'm a climate realist, because I know the art or the capability of certain solutions. And nature-based solutions, in my opinion, are the best. They're the most robust and enduring. So there's a couple of things out there. Through the Office of Science and Technology Policy, which is the coordinating mechanism for all the federal agencies in the U.S. government, we've put out an Ocean Climate Action Plan last year, which talks specifically about striving to build nature-based solutions anywhere we can. So what are some examples? At NOAA, we've developed guidelines, for example, for nature-based flood mitigation. So there's one place where you want to look at how does restoring habitat. Think about floodplains. A lot of times you can mitigate flood risk by restoring a salt marsh in your neighborhood.
Or wetlands.
Wetlands,
or
exactly,
like that.
yes.
Okay.
So a lot of what we're doing with the Inflation Reduction Act is around nature-based solutions. There's other areas, and right now there's an ongoing discussion about things like marine carbon dioxide removal, which the good news is there may be nature-based solutions enhancing primary productivity in the ocean to draw down carbon dioxide.
From the ocean. So
from the ocean,
So you're taking carbon out of the ocean.
Well, actually out of the atmosphere through growth of phytoplankton, for example,
Okay.
yes, and then storing it in the ocean.
Storing it in the ocean, okay.
But it gets to the second part of your question, and that is, that's not without potential consequences. So this is where it's really important that we understand, first of all, what are the consequences of nature-based solutions like marine carbon dioxide reduction, and the other part of it is, what's our tolerance for taking risk and doing certain things like this? So we've been rather precautionary in many of these approaches. And I believe, my own personal belief is we've been doing an experiment on the Earth for the last 400 years unintentionally anyway. Maybe we ought to think about redefining what those experiments are and doing it with the best possible science we can get.
Great. Well, thank you so much. So in terms of addressing this issue, we talked a little bit about what information we can have and do as individuals or as on our local government. But another big part of our ecosystem is our companies, our corporations, right? And so what we found is, with WWF is that it's something like companies put in like 1.6% of money for resilience. It's very, very, very low, right? It's something that they think of as just a public good. They really haven't invested in it. So in your estimation, why is it important for companies to support resilience of communities and nature? And how can they do so? Is it their role? And how can they work or partner with government and with individuals and communities to help us become more resilient?
Yeah, there's a couple of angles on that, and I'll predicate my comments by pointing out that I actually work for the Department of Commerce. Those of you who don't know, NOAA is one of the bureaus, happens to be the largest bureau in the U.S. Department of Commerce. So part of your question I interpret as, is there a commercial? Can we do sustainable development and be good stewards of the environment? And I am firmly convinced that we can. There are whole sectors. In fact, I just met with the financial community before coming over here about investments in climate adaptation. We are undertaking some efforts at NOAA. For example, we have, using resources we got through the Inflation Reduction Act, we've set up an industry proving ground. And we've said there are 3 specific economic sectors with whom we think we can work. They will get the benefit of understanding how climate affects their bottom line, if you will. We will get the benefit of understanding how their tools might be able to help us develop better products. So it's the insurance and reinsurance industry, it's the retail industry, and it's the engineering and architecture industry. So, for example, we've partnered with the American Society of Civil Engineers because how we build buildings now, think about South Florida, where years ago they said, maybe we ought to be a little bit more hurricane resistant. And we're the ones saying, yeah, think about what hurricanes are going to look like in the future. Oh, by the way, take a look at Hurricane Helene coming right up the Gulf of Mexico as we speak. That industry wants to help us understand how are hurricanes forming, how are they going to be different, because it's in their interest to be able to build more resilient homes. So we're working with a number of different groups. We've just partnered with the Reinsurance Industries of America as another group. So we're seeing this as there's actually a way to demonstrate environmental stewardship and economic prosperity at the same time.
That's great. Thank you so much. It's really good to hear that. Okay, so we're coming down in time. I just want to open it up to say, are there any last comments that you want to make to our audience, things that you really want to leave with them and have them think about, either as a resource, as a resource, or ways that they think about resilience in their life, or resilience as part of climate?
Absolutely. The short answer is let us know what you need, because we are going to drive our agenda by what we know the needs are of the community. The other is, I'll give you a fact, and then I'll tell you how this translates to action. And the fact is, one program we developed was called Climate Resilience Regional Challenge. So through IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, we had $575 million that we could spend on, as the name suggests, climate resilience activities around the country. For $575 million, we got $16 billion worth of proposals. 30-to-1 proposal pressure. If you were wondering whether there's a demand signal for the kind of tools that I've been talking about that we build, it is out there. I ask you to let decision makers know that there is this demand signal. I will. When you go talk to your local town council, when you talk to members of Congress, tell them these kinds of investments are really going to pay off. And oh, by the way, by all of our estimates, every dollar that we spend on resilience or adaptation pays off 2, 3, 4, 5 times. So help us get that message out. You all are here because you care about these issues. Walk out on the streets of New York. There are a lot of people there who don't think about these issues. But, and my last comment, we are all feeling it. We are all feeling it. Help us let people know that they are being impacted.
Great, thank you. So please, warm thanks to Dr. Spinrad for joining us and giving us this really helpful information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to switch over. In I guess 5 minutes, we're going to talk about U.S. climate action with Gina McCarthy and others from our America's All In team. So thanks, David.
Welcome to the America's All In Pavilion. We are so happy to have you and really excited to introduce you to this panel. Let me first start by introducing our managing co-chair for America's All In, the first White House National Climate Advisor and former U.S. EPA Administrator. Gina McCarthy is one of the nation's most respected voices on climate change, the environment, and public health. As head of the Climate Policy Office under President Biden, McCarthy's leadership led to the most aggressive climate action on climate in U.S. history, creating new jobs and unprecedented clean energy innovation and investments across the country. Her commitment to bold action across the Biden administration, supported by the climate and clean energy provisions in the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, restored U.S. climate leadership on a global stage and put a new U.S. national target to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 50 to 52% below 2005 levels by 2030, and so much more. Please join me in welcoming Gina McCarthy.
Thank you, Elizabeth, but that was such a joke. Like I could do all those things. Do you know how many people are involved in all those things? Including Mike Bloomberg. Seriously. Look, it is great to be here, and this is really going to be an exciting opportunity to hear from some really great people. And I have to start by just saying it really has been an incredible banner year on climate action all across our country. And you know what? That is attributable to all of you. It's every single one of us that should be celebrating the opportunities of a lifetime that we've provided for ourselves and for our families and for our communities. So it's pretty exciting. And it was just incredibly critical to get federal dollars from the climate and clean energy legislation out to communities as fast as possible. And I am so proud of the work that has been done that's getting that money where it is needed most. So it's really exciting. And you're going to hear some incredible stories from some of those leaders who have been the recipient of resources and will be able to tell you in personal terms about what it means, because that's what this is all about. It's getting people excited about the opportunities we have today, because I'm sick and tired of moaning and bemoaning everything. Let's sit up straight. Let's call the question on the table. Are we doing what's best for the United States of America? We are, and it's our local leaders that are carrying it out. So it's going to be great. And yes, we have great U.S. goals that we're going to keep pursuing, but honestly, the goal is to keep us all moving forward as fast and as far as we can. And really, as part of this Bloomberg team, it's been incredible to look at all of the work that's been done, all of the resources that have been put to bear. And I think you're going to hear today that those are not just resources spent. These are opportunities really of a lifetime for ourselves. So let's celebrate that as we go forward. Let's ask tons of questions about what these leaders are doing. And let's make sure that we all work together to continue this momentum. Look, we're not done. We just got a good kick in the pants. Now we got to make it all work together, right? Look, we have a number of opportunities, I think, we did last year and this year to tour a lot of the cities that have been recipients of these resources, as well as some states. And in the United States, this tour has really shown us what we can actually accomplish together. The work that all of these partners are doing that has made this possible is incredibly important, especially when you look at environmental justice communities, because those are the ones that need these resources the most, and we have worked so hard to get those resources out to them. So let's hear right now some incredible opportunities that have already been grabbed, already been started. And let's do that by welcoming, oh, there you are, Dr. Robert Bullard. I call him Bob. He is Executive Director and founder of the Bullard Center for Environmental and Climate Justice at Texas Southern University. Come on up, Bob, you're the next contestant. No, I'm not. And We have Mayor Justin Bibb from the city of Cleveland. Mayor Bibb also serves as the chair of Climate Mayors, which is a network of mayors all across the country that are committed to meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement. He is a man who is up and coming. He's already done pretty well, but he's going to do more. And we have Emily Shapira. Emily, come on up. She's the president and CEO of the Philadelphia Energy Authority, and she's already been talking to me about the great work. So let's start here. Hello, I'm here. You're there. Let's talk. First of all, let's talk about what we're seeing in our communities that's really making a difference. You know, first I want to talk to Mayor Bibb, if you wouldn't mind, and then we'll throw some other questions out, and I'm going to spill my coffee if I'm not careful. Hang on a second. What would you say? No, I got it. No problem. Mayor Bibb, welcome. Welcome. It's great to see you again. And can you tell us a little bit about the strong climate agenda in Cleveland? Because I know we've been there together, and it was a blast to actually see this happen. And I know that Cleveland has recently been named one of Bloomberg's American Sustainable Cities. Tell me why the heck you got that honor.
Well, I'm really excited to be here, but I think it's important that we give Gina another big round of applause if we can. She has been one of the trailblazers to really make sure we are at this moment right now when you think about the largest federal investment in history to address climate change. And we're seeing the direct benefits every day in cities across the country like Cleveland. Look, my city has a long, storied history in addressing climate change and addressing environmental justice. As many folks know, Siri's trying to find out right now, too. As many folks know or may not know, our river caught on fire in the 1960s. And then the first black mayor elected of a major American city, Carl B. Stokes, he probably didn't campaign to be a climate mayor, but fate chose him to be a climate mayor. And he crisscrossed the nation to do a pollution tour, which led to the Clean Water Act, which then led to the EPA. And so standing on Mayor Stokes' shoulders, I've been focused very hard on making sure we have clean water for our residents to drink, cleaner air for our residents to breathe, but also it's important that the benefits of this green energy revolution are broad-based, especially in black and brown neighborhoods. One of the biggest things I'm excited about is the work that we have done to create the first ever workforce development fund solely focused on jobs in the built environment, training Clevelanders to install solar panels, training them to weatherize homes, training them to lay down broadband and fiber. And these are union jobs, by the way, paying a living wage. The other thing I'm excited about is the work we're doing nationally with climate mayors. Just yesterday, we announced a commitment with the Clinton Global Initiative. We, as climate mayors, have made a commitment to install nearly 200,000 EV charging stations in black and brown neighborhoods all across this nation. So it's important for all of us leaders in this room. We can talk about these investments all day, but my residents and residents across the country need to see it and feel it. And that's how we keep making the case to advance this movement every single day.
Well, it's amazing, and he deserves a round of applause. Look, I know that you've had an amazing group of partners. I think one of the things we have to realize is none of us stands alone, not if we want to win. And can you talk a little bit about the folks and organizations that have supported the work in Cleveland? Because I remember when I went there, there was a host of folks there that were ready to continue to support the city.
Yeah, well, when you're a mayor, you have to have a point of view of believing in what I call grassroots and grass tops leadership. Change certainly comes from the bottom up, not the top down. And there are so many activists in my city that have been fighting the good fight for a long damn time to address this issue. One leader in particular, Kim Foreman, who leads our local Environmental Health Watch organization. Not only has she been focused on addressing our lead paint poisoning crisis in Cleveland, but she is leading a movement right now to take a part of our city in the east side of Cleveland, a legacy black neighborhood. And we are now focused on how do we train workers in that city in terms of urban farming. They have a brand new farm called the Riddall Farm. And this was a old dumping site in our city. And over time, it has become a national model of bringing urban farming to the inner city. And folks like that give me hope every single day that these investments matter and that these investments are bringing hope to neighborhoods like we've never seen before.
You know, this is what we mean by making things come to life, about when you give money, how much it really matters to these communities and gives them just a sense of hope and opportunity. So I want to thank you for that. But, you know, can I ask you one more question? It's a question I'm going to ask every one of you three so you can be prepared. You know, what do your communities look like if you get this all right?
I see Cleveland going from being the second poorest big city in the country to being a national model where we've closed the racial wealth gap. I see a city where every park is safe, well-lit, and well-programmed. And I see us returning to being a forest city once again, where our tree canopy is robust and thriving. And I see a city where every child has the ability to live up to their God-given potential. And so, as a mayor, as we talk about climate change, as we talk about these complicated issues, the one thing we can't forget is that this work is about people. It's about their everyday lived experience. And so as you go home from this amazing Climate Week, let's make sure we're centering this work in that everyday lived experience. Because when we do that, that makes our argument stronger when folks want to attack this movement now more than ever.
That was excellent. Thanks so much. Dr. Bullard, can I grab you this time? You're far enough away that it shouldn't be too dangerous. Look, you have been such a champion, and you're a hero to me and so many people. And you have worked hard to make sure that even last Climate Week, that you focused on how to prioritize environmental justice communities so that finally they can get their fair share of the pie and have an opportunity to get to the middle class, and so that we can all just meet our Justice 40 goals, because, man, we put it in there and we got to fight for it, which you do every day. And I know you've been traveling around the country and trying to educate all the partners and communities about the importance of all of this work in the Bullard Center, Righteous Investment Initiative. You know, what have you heard from people? How are they reacting to it? Are you getting excited about it?
Short answer, yes.
I think your mic needs to be shifted on. You can have mine if you want.
Oh, thank you.
Short answer?
Short answer, yes. You can imagine what you can do with money. And the fact that I have been working on this since 1979, long before many of you were born, and the idea of building up, scaling up partnerships, collaboratives, consortia, the idea of having those who have been historically left out and left behind coming into those rooms, sitting at those tables where decisions are being made, where money is being prioritized. This is something new. It's different. But this differentness means that we have to take charge and ensure that all of the great things that are in the bipartisan infrastructure law, $1.2 trillion with a T, We have to make sure that that $369 billion would be the largest climate program in the history of the world, that those resources follow need as opposed to money following money, money following power. Now that's a huge responsibility on all of our shoulders, that when we have our Justice 40 initiative for righteous investments, righteous, underlined, capped, in red, bold, that we have to make sure that we're going to fight for every penny, dollar that's in those IRA and the BIL. We have to fight for it, because there's some forces that want to take it away or divert us, not have our organizations prepared. So I'm a co-lead of the HBCU consortium. HBCU stands Historically Black College and University. Bullitt Center at Texas Southern University and Deep South Center for Environmental Justice in New Orleans, we are a tag team. And our two centers have been able to build out and do the training and going through the process. Because this is federal money. It's not a foundation. Now, you can go to jail for federal money if you mismanage. I'm 77 years old, and I told people I'm not going to jail for no damn body. So we have to get our groups ready, prepared to manage, to monitor, and be able to get the grants in order. We have the EPA, Thriving the Community, Technical Centers, Tic-Tacs, not TikTok, Tic-Tacs, that, for example, Deep South got the Tic-Tac, $13 million. Bullitt Center got one of the EPA, Thriving Communities Grant Makers Award, $50 million. $50 million. We never had that kind of money. So it means that we have technical assistance, we have grant makers that we're going to make grants to organizations that have the capacity, have the training, the ability to take this money and do the creative things that they have been doing, but at a small scale, but scale it up. This is a great opportunity to use those federal funds that are there and also leverage those funds with private foundation monies that are now funding hubs. So we're ready. The idea of taking this time and this opportunity to dig down, to train young people, educate young people, intergenerational mobilization. I'm a boomer, yeah, proud of it, still fighting, still standing. I'm a Vietnam-era Marine Corps vet, hoorah! So when we do our coming together, in terms of boomers, Gen X, Y, Z, Zoomers, we are the majority. We can do anything we set our minds to. So you can tell I am excited about this time. After 40-something years of doing this with no money, we got the answer to this. We know, as young people say, we got this. We got this. Now, did I give you? We got it.
We got this. We got this.
Yes.
Yes, we got this. Hey, look, I know that you are doing some work in Houston and talking a little bit about community benefit plans. You know, all these things are just sort of acronyms or lingos that nobody knows about. Can you explain what a community benefit plan is? Now, I know that it should benefit a community. Give me more than that.
Yes, it should. It should. And what we had a training, I forget how many weeks ago, but recently in Houston, and we had groups coming from all over to talk about community benefits and just breaking down what it is. And when we talk about these federal funds that are coming out under Inflation Reduction Act and bipartisan infrastructure law and all these other programs, like the Justice 40 initiative says that 40% of the benefits should go to disadvantaged communities that historically have been left out and left behind. And when we talk about benefits, it doesn't translate into a dollar benefit to dollar ratio, but you can come up with metrics to show where benefits are going and what resources basically collate with that. what we did at that workshop is to talk about what communities define as benefits and make sure that there are no false labels or definitions. For example, a highway that is going through a disadvantaged community where there are millions of dollars being spent, if you just look at the raw numbers of the highway dollars going through the community and the dollars are being spent in that zip code or the census tract or aggregate of census tracts, just looking at it without talking about disaggregating and digging deeper, ground truthing it, it could give a misinformation. So the highway itself could be very disruptive, as highways have had a history of being disruptive. I wrote 2 books on that. One in 1997 called Just Transportation, Dismantling Race and Class Barriers to Mobility, and another book called Highway Robbery, Transportation, Racism, New Routes to Equity. So when we talk about the benefit, it really must be a benefit, not a sugar pill laced with poison. May taste sweet, but it'll kill you. We don't want those sugar pills laced with poison. Having access to jobs, training, talking about solarizing schools, charging stations. We talk about the green infrastructure. We talk about all kinds of projects that are going on. Billions of dollars are being spent, but oftentimes those dollars are being spent in our communities, residents themselves, where the data, the demographics, and the mapping, the people and their life and their characteristics get the money there, but when it comes time for them to say, well, who's actually benefiting from this? How many people have gotten jobs? How many small disadvantaged business, people of color businesses have gotten, contracts? There are measures for this that we say. So there must be benefits. So that means we have to have tracking of and scoring of where the money is going. My center contracted with, using a foundation grant that we got from Bezos Earth Fund. No, we didn't get money. We got, I'm not going to tell you how much money we got, but we got $4 million worth of Bezos Amazon stock, which is better than money. But anyway, we got our HBCU technical experts to come up with develop a tracking tool to track where money is going, track to zip code and census tract. So we can actually find out in every major city where we have partners to talk about where the contracts are going, where the grants are going, and we can match up and have our organizations do ground truthing to find out if that organization that got the money is really an organization. Because sometimes we have these phantom organizations. So the point was making is that we have to make sure that benefits are really benefits, and the communities that have not been part of this accessing funds get those benefits. That's the challenge today, is to make sure that those resources flow to where they need to flow, and that the organizations that have been doing this work for decades don't get left out and left behind. That's my job, to land with troops to get it done.
So Dr. Bullard, what does the world look like if you make it better by reaching these goals?
Well, if we reach the goals and get everything in place with organizations trained up with their ability to get the resources and the funding to build that capacity, and work with community university partnerships and community, city, private, working together, we are talking about transformative change. We're talking about healthy, livable, sustainable communities. We're talking about hubs. I live in Texas. I live in the Gulf Coast. And we live in an area where we need to have resilient cities. Because there's a hurricane sitting right off Florida right now. We had one a month ago in Houston. So when we talk about resilient, climate resilient cities and climate hubs, we used to plan for hurricanes. No, we used to plan for disasters during hurricane season, which is June through November. We can't do that now. We have to January to January. We're talking about cities that can withstand winter storms. We had a winter storm Uri in February. It was 9 degrees in Houston. We froze our off. It was like, so our cities and the suburbs and the surrounding areas will need to be tied together in terms of transportation. We talk about air sheds. We talk about transportation. We talk about all the things that we need to talk about and not just have the city separate from the other connectors. Now that's what I see and envision. I've written books on this stuff. I've written 18 books over the last 40 years. 18. Housing, transportation, disaster, food and water security, health. You start naming all of that. It's 18 books, but it's just one book. Don't tell anybody. But the thing that connects all those volumes, books, fairness, justice, and equity. Fairness, justice, and equity. So we talk about having housing linked to transportation, linked to schools, linked to health, linked to trees, urban, dismantling the urban heat islands. We talk about all that stuff. Health.
I do love the Righteous Investment Initiative name.
Yes.
That is really cool.
And we say it's about time.
Yes, we do. Do you say it's about time? It's about time. There you go. Hey, Emily, let's turn to you if you wouldn't mind. I know that All In came to Philadelphia. We all had a blast. It's another Bloomberg American Sustainable City. And you were showcasing how you're doing training for folks for clean energy and green building jobs. And I understand, can you talk a little bit more about the role that you played in Philadelphia and the Philadelphia Energy Authority and what that meant for your communities, your kids, your families?
Sure. Thank you so much. And gosh, you're making me go after Dr. Bullard, which is unenviable. Right? No books. Well, I'm really grateful to be here and just honored to be with these amazing people. So I run the Philadelphia Energy Authority. We're a quasi-government entity in Philly, really designed to be able to implement when it comes to building an equitable, robust, clean energy economy. So we develop programs and projects that actually execute energy efficiency, solar, other renewables, weatherization, home repair. We run the largest solarized program in the country, pre-Solar for All. So we're very excited about that award as well. And then we run workforce development programs that attach to all of those programs and projects to make sure that not only do we have a highly skilled, well-trained workforce that's ready to go as we build this market, but that we are tapping communities that are traditionally left out, not just as a last thought, not as a, we do this at the long tail at the end, but so that those communities of low-income folks, particularly communities of color in Philadelphia, are leading. They are at the forefront of all of this transition. And so as we've had a little bit of a clean energy transition in the nation's, unfortunately, poorest big city and sixth largest city in America, we are seeing that is being led not by the wealthiest, not by only white people, but in particular by Black and brown communities that see the value locally. And workforce development is such a good example of where that really comes into play. I think we hear all of us talking about this because it's the most in-your-face thing you can have. So, we used to go into communities in North Philadelphia and say, "Aren't you interested in solar?" People are saying, "What does solar have to do with me?" And 2 years later, after running a workforce training program both in our high schools and for returning citizens, having had some interaction with the justice system and coming back to communities, now that those folks are getting jobs, people are saying, wait a second, I see that my neighbor or my nephew is actually installing solar in my own community. Wait a second, I think I do want that. And we start to realize that solar becomes this incredible tool for long-term affordability, for keeping people in their homes. So as gentrification happens, Philly is kind of on the cusp right now. We have this incredible moment of transition where we could easily sort of lose everything that makes us who we are and the communities that have existed in Philadelphia for generations, or and build a lot of new new housing and gentrification, and though we are happy that people from New York want to come and live in Philadelphia, it puts a little bit of pressure on existing communities. But if we want to keep people in their homes, make sure that they can afford to stay, we need to focus on those homes, and solar is an incredible tool for keeping those homes affordable for the very long term. So that's really shifted in Philly. It's shifted everything, I think. We start to think about our housing crisis. That becomes more of a question of how can we use climate funding from BIL, from IRA, to help us restore existing units of affordable housing, because we can't build ourselves out of that crisis. There's not enough subsidy in the universe to do that. Similarly, we talk about, commercial industrial buildings, which make up 70% of our carbon footprint in Philadelphia. Same thing. We can use these incentives to get at serious capital needs in these buildings while making them much more efficient. We do the same with the school district. We've done over $250 million of school building retrofits, using energy as sort of that incentive to get us in the door and a discount to the major capital work that needs doing in our schools. We have some of the oldest schools in the country. Our average school building is 80 years old. And so they don't have air conditioning. They don't have all the things that Dr. Bullard mentioned to really make you a resilient city, so that as the climate changes, kids can continue to go to school and have a learning environment that makes any sense for them. I think we're excited. A lot is happening. We've done about $900 million of work so far, created about 7,600 jobs in Philadelphia so far, and we've got a lot more to do.
Well, Emily, that's amazing. That's really amazing. What do you see next? I mean, we talked about what does the world look like? What's the next thing I can see you're kind of passionate about this stuff. And I know you're not done, but what would be the next thing on your agenda?
So we started our work at the Energy Authority really in 2016 during the Trump administration, and we didn't know what we could do at that time. And so we set our sights on $1 billion of investment and 10,000 jobs, and let's try to create a clean energy economy out of an oil and gas economy. Pennsylvania likes to think of itself as the Saudi Arabia of the U.S. and, with coal-fired power plants and coal communities, the Marcellus Shale, and, that's really what has driven the politics of our state for a long time. And I think we are slowly breaking into an understanding that there is a time and a place for renewables, and Pennsylvania needs to not ignore that economic opportunity, regardless of how you feel about any other thing. And we have a split legislature. I think we're one of the last few of those in the country. And we have really challenging regulatory and political situation. And so we are so excited to be able to use IRA as a tool to kind of get right in the middle of that conversation, keep driving that, keep sort of pressing forward for an equitable and resilient future. And I think, not to kind of overstate our importance in the grand scheme of Philly politics, but I think it really gives us a chance to influence that beautiful vision that Mayor Bev and Dr. Bullard are talking about, of sort of this resilient community that gets to stay in their homes, stay in their communities, that can breathe clean air. Philly has one of the highest rates of childhood asthma in the country. And it's time for change, and I think we have the tools to do it. We're ready to scale up. So now we have our sights set on $5 billion and 50,000 jobs.
Are you at all interested in running for office? Because I'm interested in joining the campaign. So you're amazing. Look, we should open this up for questions if folks have them. I'm hoping that you do, because I think you can see from these conversations that there is a world of possibilities out there now. Yes, sir.
We got over $1 trillion with some headwinds, and I think the miracle of the Biden-Harris administration and what I call Livestream, and now we have, hopefully, now I'm a gambling guy, say 70% chance.
Should we pass around a microphone?
Is
Do we
there
have
a
one?
possibility,
No.
hypothetically?
Okay.
I mean, because we know that we have $1 or $2 trillion, but it's also within a Congress that also is divided, and priority right now is running all the programs through these screenings and slowing down, even once you're getting funding, but then they're doing audits. And as Bob pointed out, trying to catch people in fraud. Fine. That's now. Hypothetically, we capture the presidency and the two houses. We got 2 years to win them. Will they, again, shake the shackles off the $1 trillion that we're facing now? But is it a possibility to be bullish or be the bullard and push for, perhaps a $4 trillion plan, assuming that we also get the additional tax reforms and et cetera. So, I mean, we're at the crossroads where we really have to be that. And the B plan, because you mentioned also about the charging stations. The last thing, part of environmental justice is who and what we invest in. We don't want to invest in institutions that purport and push racism. And right now, sadly, one of the leading technology companies happens to be one of the biggest proponents of anti-people of color statement, actions, and beliefs. And to put another trillion in his pocket for charges, can we find also other investment entities where we look at the fact that if they're racist, we're not going to invest in these companies?
I got it. I think that's to you, Dr. Bullock.
Let me just say, when did you get in here?
I snuck through the back door.
Okay. No, I think, I was always taught that competition is always good in the system that we have in terms of capitalism. So I think there's always opportunities to have competitors come along, and we have rules that would allow for that type of competition to not just let one particular company monopolize. We have to be bullish, yes, on the idea that we have to not only fight for this democracy, we have to fight for how tax dollars, and everybody that's living and breathing pays taxes, how our tax dollars are spent, and spent in a way that is fair, just, and equitable. And as we move fast and furious in this transitioning to this clean energy economy that we must do if we're talking about arresting and addressing climate change, then we must also fight for it to happen quicker. And we have to fight against, in a very aggressive way, in a Marine Corps way, against those false solutions, whatever they are. And even some that are also embedded in the IRA. We have to fight against those false solutions that would allow fossil fuel companies and petrochemical plants to keep operating and extend their lifespans. I am bullish. I am optimistic. I have hope, and I have faith. But my grandmother always taught me, faith without work is what? Dead. You should know that if you went to Sunday school. And so we have our movement for environment and climate justice is a live movement looking forward, not looking back. So we're excited. This is exciting. I'm not going to tell it. I was going to say I was in Chicago. And I was in Denver, 2008, and I was in Chicago. And the excitement, this people coming together, organizing, mobilizing. This is nonpartisan. But the idea of bringing young people and older people and veterans and all the folks together to say, we're going to save this democracy and we're going to make things right. We're going to go to that North Star. And justice for all.
Thanks, Dr. Bullard. Look, let's all remember that one of the great things about America is All In and the work that's happening is that change happens from the bottom up. Never happens the other way around. And so this is an exciting moment. Another question? Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. This is the first time I've called you sir in my life.
So, Bob, I want you to an opportunity to expand upon the false solutions. While we're seeing all this IRA investment, we also see the petrochemical industry doubling down on infrastructure investment, right? And also we're seeing, in particular, CCS being co-located with existing petrochemical facilities. So maybe you want to talk a little bit about your perspective, how it can potentially exacerbate the risk to frontline communities?
Well, I think some of the things that were in there were compromised in order to get the whole thing through. We understand that. The idea of that poison pill, that pill that's laced with poison, and it's a sugar pill and it tastes sweet, many of our communities are looking at CCS, carbon capture storage. There's been no scientific study, no National Academy study, no data, no science, no facts, and it's getting pushed out billions of dollars of federal funds to the industries. And in many cases, the location of these industries where they're being proposed is in the same communities, frontline communities, communities that are overburdened, fence line communities. I live in Texas, and the folks in Louisiana, you know what we're talking about. I'm not speaking for anybody else, but a lot of the communities in Texas, they're saying no, they don't want this. They want us to move fast and furious toward clean energy, that we have the potential of doing this in Texas or Louisiana and other places. And they need to be exposed, and our communities need to be educated on, you don't want 40% of the benefits from something that's going to kill you. That's like your grandmother would tell you, don't go there, baby. So yes, that's one of the things. Then there's the other one, hydrogen hubs. So, billions of dollars in the IRA for hydrogen hubs. And they're being promoted as, oh, just as 40. Again, there's no science, no proof or whatever, and it's almost like an experimentation. If I did a human subject study on campus, we'd have to go and get an IRB. That's an informed consent form. Well, there's no IRBs in the communities that these things are being proposed for. So let's not go for, and we have to educate our communities. We're not saying don't do it, but we're saying don't do it, baby. That's not good for you. That's the grandmother talking. May not have a PhD, but she got a PhD in living.
Maddie, you started this. I totally understand your passion on this. Anybody else? Another question? We have time for one, maybe two. You have any answers? You excited? Well, I hope you are. I think you can see the passion, but also the optimism. It's just as if a light was just shined on us, and I'm so grateful for the work. Mayor Bibb, you are an amazing person, amazing young person who has such an extraordinary opportunity to do amazing things, and really, Dr. Bullard, you know yourself, you've been fighting for years and you're never going to stop. And that's the only thing that we can do. And that's the thing and the opportunity that we were given, is to speak loudly and with courage and pride. And you've done it your entire life. And I just am so grateful for everything. And honestly, the work that you're talking about in your schools, the work that you're talking about in your communities, that is righteous, right? That is righteous. So look, I want to give a huge thanks for this panel. They're just amazing leaders, but I also want to make sure that everybody thinks about sticking around a little bit here. We have more to come. We have an opportunity because the University of Maryland has been doing some good analysis on what we're committing to in the United States of America in terms of our NDC obligations, and I think that it will be a well-informed opportunity for you guys to just hear both the good, the bad, and the challenging. And so that hopefully we're making a lot of progress in the United States. But as you can see, everybody's excited about what we've already done, but we're nowhere near where we need to be in order to stand up as the United States of America and applaud ourselves. We are still going to be struggling, as is the rest of the world. And so stick around, take a look at that, but I hope you leave here recognizing that individuals like this are giving us the opportunity to hand our kids a bright future. Let's thank them with a huge round of applause.
Welcome. You all got really quiet, so I think that's my cue to come and fill the space. My name's Elizabeth Lean. I'm the Senior Director for Federal Climate Policy at WWF, and I also serve as the Program Director for America's All In. For those who are not familiar, America's All In is the largest coalition of climate leaders in the United States. We consist of governors, mayors, corporate partners, tribes, higher ed and cultural institutions, and more. For those of you who are here at the earlier panel, you heard Gina's call to stick around. Thank you. And also you heard from Gina and the other panelists about the excitement that's going on all across the country when it comes to subnational climate action. Gina highlighted the critical role that subnational partners play in any economy-wide climate target. The reality is that no federal government will meet its climate targets without the ambition, partnership, and commitment of subnational climate leaders. And I now have the great pleasure of introducing Dr. Inequity from the Center for Global Sustainability at the University of Maryland. CGS is the analytical partner of America's All In, and Rena serves as the acting director at the center. She's an expert in the global coal transition, integrated assessment modeling, international climate and energy policy, and she also leads the Global Fossil Fuel Transition Project on rapid coal phase-out globally and in key countries including China, India, Indonesia, and South Africa. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Tree.
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. I'm super excited to be in this room. Also want to add my thanks to America's All In and WWF to organize the series of panel discussion today, highlighting subnational climate leadership, both in the US and globally at Climate Week. So today I'm also very excited to launch this new report. I think I have the sticker. I'll do it. Yeah, it's moving. Launch the new report toward 2035, forging a high-ambition U.S. climate pathway led by our team at the Center for Global Sustainability at University of Maryland. I will walk you through the analysis that laid out a concrete policy roadmap for a high-ambition 2035 target that is ambitious, achievable, and implementable in the U.S. policy context across society. So globally, the window of opportunity to limit warming to 1.5 degrees is rapidly closing. There is a real urgency to rapidly increase ambition across all countries, especially in this new cycle of ambition enhancement under the Paris Agreement. So over the coming month, all countries are asked to submit their new climate target or the nationally determined contributions, NDCs, for 2035, including the United States. With recent historic investment in clean energy, supported by strong policy, market momentum, and the growing subnational leadership, the U.S. is well positioned to set a high ambition 2035 to lead global action. So our analysis not only came out at this critical moment, but also it took an innovative, integrated approach to inform the target setting that is really embedded in rigorous modeling analysis of concrete, plausible policy action that has explicit representation of the important non-federal contributions. And very importantly, we built and refined this policy platform through extensive stakeholder consultation and engagement, for which we are very grateful that we partnered together with America's All In Coalition. Over the past 5 months, we actually did a kind of an amazing process that we presented our analysis, also get very valuable input on the new policies we model with the broad coalition member that All In has. And you can learn more about the process in the appendix of the report. I do want to pause here and highlight this is a critical improvement in the process of NDC analysis because of the broad participation and the contribution from our community. I also want to highlight the strong analytical toolkit we have, and we document all the assumption and methodology in a peer-reviewed public academic publications. So this table summarizes all the new policy we model on top of all the existing policy already on the books. And they are also grouped by federal and non-federal policies in the first two columns. I won't go through them individually, but just to highlight a few examples. The new federal policies, including extending all the IRA provisions across sectors, extended EPA regulation on gas power plants, also extended incentives and regulations on methane reduction across sectors, and many more. The new non-federal policies include strengthening the state renewable portfolio standard, new EV sales targets in both passenger and freight, and also zero-emission appliance standards, zero-emission construction standard in buildings, and also across all the sectors. In the third column, we also model additional target that cannot, that beyond what can be achieved by those concrete policies, to test, to assess how much the impact they will make on our overall emission. That include 100% clean electricity by 2035, a 0.2% methane intensity target in oil gas production, and 50% reduction in landfill methane. So now moving to results. The existing or the current policy scenario can achieve a 48% reduction of the overall greenhouse gas emission below 2005 level by 2035. And that's the green line on this chart, and the shaded area around it shows you a range of emission reduction that cross a set of different assumptions around future population GDP growth, fossil energy price, and also land sinks. And the enhanced ambition scenario, the green line here, include all the new policies we model, that can achieve a 52% reduction by 2030, which is the current US NDC, meeting that, and also a 65% reduction by 2035. On top of that, achieving the additional target, the 100% clean electricity and the greater methane abatement, that can drive the emission reduction further to 67% by 2035. In terms of the sectoral contributions, the waterfall chart, the green bars shows you the total greenhouse gas emission in 2005, 2020, and 2035. And the individual bars in between shows you the contribution by individual sectors. The blue shows the emission reduction driven by current policy. The green is the new policies under enhanced ambition. And overall, you can see electricity sector is contributing to the largest emission reduction, 41% of the total between 2020 and 2035, followed by transportation, 27% of the total. And in comparison, building industry together, 15% of the total, methane, 10% of the total, and the rest of the economy and gases are 7% of the total. But you can see for those sectors, you actually do need a lot of new policy to achieve those reductions. Because electricity sector is so important, I want to use that as an example to show you a bit more detail about the sector transition. So under both scenarios, renewable energy, wind and solar in particular, are ramping up very rapidly. Under enhanced ambition, we achieve a electricity generation mix that is powered 91% of clean technologies. And with accelerated phase-out unabated coal generation by 2030, also faster phase-down of unabated gas, where solar generation increased by 9-fold, wind by nearly 6-fold between 2020 and 2035. So it's a huge increase. And such a transition are achieved across sectors with low carbon technology deployment and investment. I'm just showing you in electricity as an example. Finally, our analysis also highlight the critical role that methane will play to reduce near-term climate impact. Well, the enhanced ambition already taking into account the new extended methane incentive to reduce methane across sectors. But there are several important considerations that we conducted a separate analysis to taking into account methane's climate impact over a shorter time frame. Particularly, we're using their 20-year global warming potential, which is 84 times of carbon dioxide equivalent, carbon dioxide emissions, compared to the default 100-year global warming potential. When converting the methane to carbon dioxide equivalent, so you can see the total greenhouse gas emission is larger and also a larger share from methane. We also take a different 2020 baseline emission due to the potential underestimate about oil, gas, methane in the current EPA inventory. And also the greater reduction in oil, gas, and waste sector discussed earlier. So together, as a result, you can see the methane abatement can be as important as carbon reduction in electricity sector through 2035. Now the two bars are comparable, the size. So in conclusion, the US has made important progress towards its near-term climate target through a combination of federal legislation, regulations, and increased subnational leadership. Well, federal action is important, but non-federal actors can also drive the progress, especially in a scenario where federal policies are rolled back. Our initial modeling shows that even without policy support from the federal level, continued high ambition non-federal actions can still achieve a 48% to 60% emission reduction by 2035. We're planning to conduct a more in-depth analysis of the different scenarios over the coming months to really highlight the contribution from the non-federal actors. With that, I will end here and really look forward to the panel discussion later. I will hand over back to Elizabeth. Thank you.
Thank you, Rena. I really wanted to just sort of remark on that last bullet that Rena showed. You know, so much of what we do is sort of theoretical. You know you're headed in the right direction, but you're not quite sure how much and how far you're going. 48 to 60% of emissions within the United States economy can be reduced by subnational action. We can go further faster with federal leadership, of course, but it's really important to sort of make sure that everything that we do, we understand in context. So thank you, Rena. That was really great. And one thing I wanted to note is that America's All In hosted 12 stakeholder engagement listening sessions with 214 individual stakeholders participating. That was a representation of 140 organizations. So we really did get a broad swath of subnational climate leaders. States can show leadership through state legislation and policy. Corporations can go beyond. And it's really important to hear from those voices, which is why I'm excited to take what we learned from Rena's presentation and hear from those who are implementing those goals. I'd like to introduce and invite to the stage, please, two amazing panelists. First, Mayor Caroline Simmons. Ms. Simmons is the mayor of Stamford, Connecticut, elected to office in 2021 with the goal of making Stamford a more equitable, inclusive, affordable, and vibrant city. Her priorities include investing in infrastructure, economic prosperity, and building a government more responsive to residents while improving their quality of life. I'm also going to invite Peter Templeton. Mr. Templeton is the CEO of the U.S. Green Building Council, where he directs organization-wide efforts to grow the reach and impact of green building practices and market transformations. During Peter's time as CEO, USGBC's LEED certification program has become the most widely used and respected green building program in the world. Come on up. All right, so you should have, there we go. Good to go. Mayor Simmons, I'm going to start with you. First of all, welcome. I'm so happy to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Tell us about Stamford. I understand that you issued the city's first climate executive order on Earth Day. And what are some of the priorities that you are working towards?
Can you hear me okay? There we go. First of all, thank you so much for having me and for all the work that America's All In is doing to save our planet and address the climate crisis, and Raina for that excellent presentation and the work that you all are doing. So I'm Caroline Simmons, mayor of the city of Stamford, which is about an hour train ride outside of New York City, located in southwestern Connecticut. We're the second largest city in the state, and as one of my goals as mayor is to reduce our carbon footprint. We know that cities globally are responsible for over 75% of carbon emissions, and it's so inspiring to hear the potential impact from Marina's presentation of how we as city leaders can do our part to reduce our carbon footprint and help contribute to those global goals. So one of the first things we did on Earth Day last year was I signed an executive order addressing the climate crisis and sustainability. And it's always nice as mayor when, as the stroke of a pen, you can sign something and it gets enacted. You don't have to wait years for legislation. So the executive order had a number of actions and directives in it to make our city more sustainable and reduce our carbon footprint, and I'll just share a couple of examples. One is, well, first we hired our city's first sustainability coordinator, Danielle Petretta, who's here in the room with us today. Second, we partnered with Inequity. I think I saw Inequity before, and they were instrumental in helping us conduct our city's first greenhouse gas inventory to get a sense of where we were emitting the most carbon emissions. No surprise, it was our transportation sector and our buildings. Based on that inventory, then we directed city departments to take a number of actions to reduce our carbon footprint. So first focusing on our city buildings and doing our part to reduce our carbon footprint. We've implemented a number of energy efficiency measures, things like LED lighting, upgrading our HVAC systems, all of our school construction projects. We're building 3 new schools, and all of them are going to be the most sustainable schools we've issued our first solar RFP. We've converted street lamps to LED lighting. So a lot of sort of low-hanging fruit that we hadn't done in the past to just take that first step of reducing our carbon footprint for our city buildings. And then I'll say for private sector buildings and developments, we've added new policy requirements. We added a new zoning ordinance requiring that they meet a sustainability scorecard, grade level of B or above, so they have to meet certain sustainability criteria downtown. So those are some efforts we're taking to address building emissions. And then, of course, our transportation sector, we are working on a green fleet plan. We just secured our first grant to deploy EV chargers so that we can transition our municipal fleet to electric, but also promoting alternate modes of transportation to get to our train station, which is one of the busiest train stations on the Northeast Corridor. So we're building 11 more miles of bike lanes and sidewalks across the city. We just secured a federal $26 million grant to convert the CT Transit bus system to 20 electric buses. So really doing everything we can to leverage funding and promote the transition to electric to reduce our carbon emissions in the transportation sector. And then just a couple other things the executive order did. We have launched a food scraps recycling program to divert food waste that's going into our landfills. We know that landfills contribute to 20% of methane emissions in the US. So we have successfully diverted now 82,000 pounds each year of food waste, and we're working to get more residents and the private sector businesses to get on board with food scraps recycling. So those are just a couple of examples of initiatives that we've taken through that executive order, and we're really grateful for partners in this room. We're grateful for the federal funding that's available and to be starting to make progress in reducing our city's carbon footprint.
That's amazing. Can we just take a minute and say, that's really phenomenal. I had some follow-up questions, but you kind of covered everything. I will ask one short follow-up question, and then Peter, come to you. You know how important it is to bring communities to the table and sort of engage them along the way. This is something that we sort of learned and learned from a number of leaders and community leaders who've been doing this for a very long time. Could you speak to sort of what that engagement looks like in your city?
Absolutely, and that's something we try to do across the board in everything we do as a city. We are the 15th most diverse city in the country for our size, and we're very proud of our diversity. We have people that come from all over the world that speak 70 different languages in our city, so we really prioritize making sure our government is accessible and that everybody has a seat at the table. So one of the things we did in this executive order was laid out a community engagement plan. So we've held a number of community forums around climate specifically, and also around how we can make our parks more sustainable. So we've held town halls with residents to really get their direct feedback on our parks. We're also working on a coastal resiliency study right now, because we are a coastal city. We're on the Long Island Sound. So we know that rising sea levels are gonna negatively affect residents. We've already seen the impact that flooding has had on our city, particularly in recent weeks, and the damage that it's caused to businesses and residents. And so we're very cognizant of everything we do, trying to make sure we're lifting up resident voices, and also making sure we're communicating with residents on how they can be more resilient, be more prepared for adverse effects caused by weather events due to climate change. So we want to continue to do that. I think there's always more we need to be doing in government to communicate, particularly with vulnerable populations. In the latest storm in August, our homeless population was burdened. So we want to make sure we're doing everything we can to communicate, particularly with vulnerable populations.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Peter. I'd love to hear a little bit about USGBC, which is focused on sustainability and health of the built environment. So much of what we did when we did our stakeholder engagements was to ask questions about what's working, what's not working in the policy environment. Federal policy, state policy, other regulations. And I'm curious to hear from you your thoughts on some of the federal and state policies that you see driving the biggest impacts.
First, I'd also like to echo the thanks for convening this platform for us to talk about this very critical issue and to highlight the incredible leadership that is happening across the country and around the world. I do want to give a shout out to the local leaders, particularly the sustainability leads within cities who are driving so much of this work. It is making all of this real and helping us see that our targets are actually within reach. So I'm really excited to be able to share the stage with Mayor Simmons. In terms of what's happening in the local and federal levels these days, I know that there is, as Rena's presentation had highlighted, an urgency behind the work that we're trying to do, and fantastic insights for us to be able to draw from in terms of where it is that we need to target our efforts. We're very fortunate here in the U.S. with the incredible investment that's been made through the Biden-Harris administration on focusing on some of the critical levers that I think are reflected in the report. There is also a large impatience that's in the industry, because we're saying, hey, we've got to act as quickly as we can. And so we're in this dichotomy right now of what's actually driving action. And my team has been good to remind me that we're celebrating 15 years since the Affordable Care Act was passed last year, and we're just starting to see some of the real benefits of that in terms of its reach across entire populations. We don't have 15 years to address the climate crisis, but we want to learn from that and other initiatives that come before, and how is it that we speed this work. And at USGBC, our work is about mobilizing stakeholders behind the achievement of these goals. And so we've been excited to work with many of you in this room and helping folks understand what are the opportunities that are being supported. And that comes in the form of many of the tax credits and programs and grants that are provided, including support of local climate action plans that are taking place across the country, which is, I think, where we need to start, is making sure that everyone is setting targets on how they're able to achieve this and where are the areas of focus within each community, because this is going to come down to the context specifics of it. So that, I would say, is one of the most important things that we're seeing come out of this, is the investment that's being made, and how is it that we can support updates on local codes, the introduction of building performance standards, other areas where there is action that can be taken at the local level and supported through the funding. We're also delighted to see, of course, that some of the grant funding has started to move through the system, and that we've seen that coming through GSA and through the Housing and Urban Development to help support some key initiatives up at this point in time. And then to see the excitement that is building around the home energy tax credits and the zero energy home tax credits, as well as clean energy tax credits, and also putting forth some policy statements, which I think are very much aligned with what we heard in the presentation earlier today about how is it we might be able to expand some opportunities within that, working with the administration and future administration. to make sure that those are having the full impact and the potential that they can reach. But there is real progress being made as a result of these investments at this point in time. It is going to take a little bit for us to get that out there, and so what we want to do as a community is identify how is it that we can educate the stakeholders to take advantage of these opportunities and leverage them as quickly as possible to shorten that learning curve and that uptake.
And then just following up briefly, what are the biggest challenges as you think about IRA uptake, BIL uptake, making sure that communities do understand what is available to them and how they can access it?
Sure. And I think a part of this is understanding that this is one point, and I will try to be very quick, where we are trying to basically create an intervention. We don't have time, as I've noted before, but there's also a disconnect. A lot of the work that we are trying to advance has a clear value proposition behind it. The investments that we make in clean energy, the investments that we make in energy efficiency, all have a payback period. It is longer than the period that we have to wait, particularly when we're focused on zero emissions targets and resiliency targets. And so we want to be able to incentivize to move faster and shorten that timeline. And so the challenges I think that we're facing is how is it that we reconcile that with traditional payback periods that are expected from private sector investors? Where is it that the insurance markets are focused on the timelines that they're operating on? And how is it that we can make some more of those connections more clearly? That requires active engagement with stakeholders, as you've been doing, to help us identify what are those decision points that are going to help us, again, make folks be able to leverage some of the investment that's currently available that can help support changing that calculation or the outcome of that calculation, and how it is that we can help identify some areas that collectively as an industry we come together around to advance more quickly.
That's great. We have time for about one, maybe two questions. If anyone has any burning questions, right over here, Hannah.
Especially for the mayor, but maybe both. So I'm chair of my city of Ithaca, New York's Sustainability and Climate Justice Commission, which has, made some news over the years about a relatively aggressive decarbonization program. And one of the things that we have done so far is, because we have great staff, is say we are not going to charge, we have no programs that are currently affecting your tax base, because we're very good at getting external money from some of these fantastic programs. So I'm just wondering how, but we know that that's very unlikely to be enough over time. So I'm kind of wondering how you think about the fiscal implications in the medium and long term of what you're doing, and how you sort of think about the politics of that.
Sure. Well, we actually similarly have really benefited from federal and state grants that we've taken advantage of for a number of the programs I mentioned, like the food scraps for recycling program. We got a USDA grant. The electric buses was a federal DOT grant. We just got a Reconnecting Communities grant to create a mixed-use trail to connect a park down to the train station to help reduce reliance on cars. So absolutely, I am beating that drum too. And whenever we're going to promote these policies, we're saying this is not going to impact taxpayers. In fact, it's going to save us money in the long run, particularly with a lot of the solar and energy efficiency work we're doing. It's going to save us on our energy costs. I think residents and consumers can relate to that. Everybody's seeing their energy bill go up. And so I say, look, our city energy bill is going up too. This is going to save you taxpayer dollars. We've also entered into a virtual net metering contract that is also saving us money as well. So I think this is actually one of those areas where it's a win-win if someone's fiscally conservative. It's going to save us money in the long run, and we've certainly been touting that. I think one area where we have struggled is just the length of time to get through the procurement process and get all these grants through the process. I think that's an area where we've got the projects ready, and if we can help expedite that, we can move quickly towards meeting these goals.
Thank you, Mayor Simmons. We have another time for one quick question, which I am going to offer, since everyone's feeling shy today. For both of you, what gives you the most hope? We're kind of going into a season where things are a little uncertain and people get a little edgy and we're not quite sure. I don't know if you've heard, but if there's anything that gives you real hope, I'd love to hear from you.
So, I would like to say there's cause for tremendous optimism. A lot of that is coming because we have proven solutions in hand that have been demonstrated, again, through leaders who have used to put forward their opportunities to present an example for others to follow. And so I just also want to highlight the fact that, every government agency, every municipality and local jurisdiction has the opportunity to work within their own portfolios and have changes that can be implemented and then followed by others throughout the sector. And we're seeing that happen on a global scale, and certainly want to use that as an opportunity to inspire others to follow that lead.
I agree. I'm so optimistic. I think with examples we're seeing at the local level and the number of local leaders and organizations stepping up. I'm thinking of climate mayors. Yesterday, we had this amazing announcement with mayors from different cities across the country, all committing to meeting certain EV goals in the next 10 years. It's really inspiring when you can see other mayors and partner with other mayors around similar goals and kind of setting that high benchmark. And I'll also say that the youth have been really inspiring to me. Whenever I go to schools, I learn more from students than I know about this issue. They are so fired up about the future. They have a sense of urgency to save our planet, and I think we can really tap into that energy and engage student climate groups and get young people engaged in this issue because it's their future.
I hear that, and my kids keep me honest constantly. So thank you to both. Please help me in thanking both of our panelists.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much. I know we're at the end of the day, and we've had a very exciting day, so I really appreciate you being here and having some energy as we go through this last session, which is going to be very exciting, and hopefully you'll learn a lot. So my name is Marcine Mitchell. I'm the Senior Vice President for Climate Change at the World Wildlife Fund, and we are a founding and managing partner of the America is All In Coalition. And you just heard a short video from Gina McCarthy, who's one of our managing co-chairs, about the type of work we're doing. We're thrilled to be joined by Ambassador Hashijian, who is the first U.S. Special Representative for City and State Diplomacy. And she's going to offer some remarks, and we're going to be followed by a great panel with representatives from Brazil, China, and Japan to share their work. For those of you who were with us in the previous two sessions, you saw that some of the work that WWF and our partners are doing as part of the America is All In Coalition. America is All In is one of the largest coalition of climate leaders in the United States and a global model. As the world's largest conservation program, WWF works in countries around the world, which has allowed us with a number of global partners to establish or support similar type of subnational coalitions in 9 countries, with more in development. These coalitions come under the banner of Alliances for Climate Action. And you'll hear from one of those alliances, the Japan Climate Initiative, on our panel. Thank you for being here with us. We know that to effectively tackle the climate crisis, it will require a whole of society approach. Businesses, states, local governments, higher education, healthcare, cultural institutions, and civil society all need to work together with their national governments to maximize climate ambition. No one can do this alone. It's too big and global a problem. We need to work together. And this is particularly important as countries look to develop their national climate targets and to determine what they can do as a combined support of local governments, private sector, and other entities with their jurisdictions. Coming up soon, countries are going to have to raise their ambitions and raise their new targets, their nationally determined contributions, NDCs, for 2035. And so that will be coming up soon. So we really need everyone to get together, everyone to inform what is important for each country. America is All In, and the Alliances for Climate Action and other network efforts such as ICLEI, represented on our panel today, can offer proven models to deliver on the CHAMP framework, where national governments are empowering climate leadership in their subnational institutions through investments and policies. So do we have Ambassador? Has she come into the room? Hi, great. Lovely, nice to see you. So let me first welcome Ambassador Nina Hashijian, the U.S. Special Representative for City and State Diplomacy. Before rejoining the Department of State, Ambassador served as the first Deputy Mayor for International Affairs for the City of Los Angeles. From 2014 to 17, Ambassador Hashijian served as the second U.S. Ambassador to the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, and was a senior fellow and senior vice president at the Center for American Progress, focused on Asia policy and the U.S.-China relations. I would like to invite and welcome the ambassador to the stage to offer some remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's so great to see you. So Aisha Kai and I took the most sustainable mode of transportation over here from the east side, and so I'm a little out of breath, but we had a pleasant walk in New York. So my name is Nina Hashijian, and I really want to thank America is All In and the World Wildlife Fund, both fantastic organizations, for putting together a great set of conversations to amplify the need for an all-of-government, all-of-society approach to address the climate crisis. We've had a wonderful, collaborative, standing room-only very hopeful event with America is All In, along with 6 other network groups at COP28 at the U.S. Center last year. An event that really demonstrated how local leaders are supercharging climate action and ambition. And with Gina McCarthy, the ever delightful and incredibly informed Gina McCarthy. But it's a real pleasure for me to be here today to talk about the importance of local action and multi-level partnerships for climate policy. I would like to especially welcome the many colleagues, including the many that will be on the panel, who traveled very far to get here. So welcome to the United States, and thank you for coming. As the special representative for city and state diplomacy at the State Department, my new team, the Subnational Diplomacy Unit, and I work to elevate the voice of local government leaders in U.S. diplomacy, and we strive to strengthen their capacity to engage globally and on shared challenges. We listen to and we learn from these local leaders every day. And when it comes to handling the climate crisis or plastic pollution, for instance, we know well that not only will the implementation be in their hands, but that they also have key authorities at that local level. They are the ones that can implement an e-mobility program, they can reform building codes, they can implement waste management practices to lower methane emissions, and they can reduce plastic pollution, just to name a few. So since our cities and towns are not just sites of pollution, but also engines of economic growth, we need to listen to local government and community leaders and learn from their innovations while they seek to grow good jobs while reducing emissions. And fortunately, we know from experience that these twin goals are fully achievable together. Simply put, we need the sustained ambition from the local levels. We need ambition from all of society to make sure we are 1.5 degrees aligned as we work to adapt and mitigate against the impacts of climate change. We have made great progress in ramping up our global ambition to reduce greenhouse gas emissions since the Paris Agreement, but of course we need more action that is smart and that is aggressive. So it's wonderful to see CHAMP, that you just heard about from Marcin, the Coalition for High Ambition Multi-Level Partnership Initiative, flourish since COP28. The United States supported it, but we have now over 70 signatories, Finland being the most recent. Key groups in the United States have embraced CHAMP, and the U.S. Conference of Mayors, which is one of our bigger mayoral organizations, endorsed it. So it's very welcome to have a global initiative like CHAMP that recognizes officially the importance of subnational action and multi-level action to help meet our climate goals. Of course, what we do nationally to nurture these multi-level partnerships is also important. The Inflation Reduction Act, now in its 2nd year, the biggest climate legislation in U.S. history, has absolutely strengthened support and capacity for local governments, while also mobilizing the private sector. In the 2 years since the IRA was signed into law, over $265 billion in clean energy investments have been announced, creating over 300,000 new green jobs, and there's much more yet to come. The multi-level partnerships we create and sustain also matter because, as Marcin said, our revised nationally determined contributions are due next year. The U.S. nationally determines contributions, or its NDC, has a comprehensive inclusion of subnational content, ensuring that local perspectives and priorities and data are well represented in the national climate strategy. But naturally, every country has its own methods for determining its contributions. But regardless of these different approaches, we know that local city and state and territory and province emissions contribute to these national goals. So in the drive to lower GHGs, local governments play a unique role in helping meet national and global targets, which is why local level tracking of the impact of their policies of green building codes or clean public transportation or solar panels or what have you is very helpful. So in conclusion, let me say thank you for your service. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being climate action champions in whatever sector you belong. Thank you for all the great work you're doing individually and through groups like America's All In and WRI. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. That was really wonderful here. So now I would like my esteemed panel to come up to the stage, and I would like to introduce you. So if we could have everybody come up, the translators. Great, thank you so much. So first, let me introduce Mr. Wang Shi, who is the founder of the Vanke Group. Mr. Wang Shi founded Vanke in 1984 and currently is the honorary chairman of the board. Under his leadership, Vanke has grown into one of the world's leading real estate companies and a pioneer in green building construction. Mr. Wang Shi actively promotes corporate social responsibility and practices sustainable environmental development. He has participated in 14 United Nations climate change conferences, pretty impressive, on the behalf of Chinese entrepreneurs. In 2017, Mr. Wang Shi founded Deep Rock Group, the core business of which is to provide comprehensive solutions to build carbon-neutral cities, promote sports and healthy lifestyles, and green finance. Mr. Wang Shi is actually also part of the WWF family, as he has served as an active member of the WWF U.S. Board of Directors for 9 years, from 2012 to 2021, and has also held leadership and advisory roles with WWF China. Thank you. Next, we have Secretary Ana Luisa Ferreira, who is Secretary for the Environment and Sustainability for the state of Pernambuco in Brazil. She holds a bachelor's. Previous experience includes development and impact investing, serving as the co-founder for the GF Capital and as regional fund manager focused on education, finance, health, and energy tech. She's also served as a research fellow for the Inter-American Development Bank. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. And finally, Mr. Sergio Kato, representative for Japan Climate Initiative. Mr. Kato has held leadership positions in Europe and Japan at RICO. He then took over sustainability management in 2015, driving RICO to become the first company in Japan to join RE100 and integrate sustainable development goals in their practice. Since then, he has worked as co-chair of Japan Climate Leaders Partnership, board of the World Environment Center, and board of the Global Compact Network Japan, an advisor on climate change established by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan. He is now co-representative of Japan Climate Initiative, a coalition of Japanese non-state actors with 823 signatories who commit to a 1.5-degree goals. So please help me welcome our panelists to the stage. Okay. So our panelists are joined on stage by translators to help support their engagement in this program. Why don't I start first with Mr. Wang Shi. According to the International Energy Administration, operating buildings accounts for almost 26% of global emissions. In the United States, the Inflation Reduction Act provided a variety of energy efficiency tax credits for commercial building owners and homeowners. We also know that state-level energy efficiency resource standards have been an effective tool to reduce emissions in the built environment in the U.S. So what policy tools are in place in China that support greening the built environment?
Thank you. Give me an opportunity to stand here sit here to say something about how the China now, the policy, how about that manager that inside the building, how to consume that energy, how can reduce the policy. First, very kind of host arrange that interpreter go me. So I think I speak Chinese maybe more clearly. So I give my opportunity to speak in Chinese. 就刚才说的，就是整个在城市的运转当中呢，就是在建筑物里的这个能源消耗呢26%。实际上就我了解的情况呢，应该是这个消耗的这个比例比这个还要大的，至少是在35%以上吧。当然它不同的口径，就中国来讲呢，应该是差不多是在36%左右。就是如何中国的政策方面呢，鼓励在建筑物里的运转当中呢，减少能源的使用。就如何和比较和美国方面，实际上中国现在在新建筑方面，我们知道中国是个经济发展非常非常快，在新建筑方面呢，现在出现了很多的政策，就是如何在新建筑对你的能源的消耗啊，比如说不同的商业啊、办公啊、住宅啊，不同的这个居住啊。工作标准呢，你的能耗都有越来越严格，尤其是在这最近几年的政策越来越严格，也就这方面可以说呢，是和美国这方面的要求呢，应该是比较接近的。但是如何在原来就是建好了之后，这个运转当中，就传统的建筑物，比如说改革开放，中国呢迅速经济发展45年呢。这个大量的建筑如何在他们运转当中呢减少这个能源消耗呢？应该说现在这边政策呢还不是很明确，不是很明确的。就是现在如何来讲减少能耗呢？运转当中呢更多还是属于自愿性的，但可以预期的未来，这方面呢应该说呢这个潜力是非常非常大的。举个简单的例子，像建筑物，现在就用现在的。不用补贴，不用政策补贴，就可以给呢减少能耗呢30%，投入呢减少能源的消耗呢，6年就可以平衡过来了。那这个呢，可以说呢是这个潜力是相当相当大的。Can you translate?
Thank you so much for having me. I'll speak Chinese from now on. And in terms of the operating of cities, as you just mentioned, the energy consumption of constructions is as high as 26%. But in practice, at least in China, the number is, I think, much higher. It's around 35%. And right now, Chinese government is rolling out different policies to try to bring down the energy consumption levels of constructions. And there are more and more policies coming out for different kinds of constructions, including commercial buildings, offices, and residential buildings. The policies are different. And what I can say is the standards are getting more and more strict in recent years. And our standards is pretty similar to what the US have. And in terms of old buildings which were built in the last 45 years, the policies are still not very clear. But I would say we have a lot of potential in this area.
举个简单，刚才讲了，如果就用现在的方法，完全商业的方法，不用补贴，就可以在6年之内呢，就可以平衡呢，减少能耗30%。那我们看到这样是多大一个数量？
For example, if we don't use a policy subsidies and we only use commercial methods, we are able to bring down the construction energy consumption by about 30% in 6 years. That's why I say we've got a lot of potential in this area.
当然，我相信呢，因为中国现在政策更多来讲就是新建的方面、新能源方面的政策呢，给的政策非常清晰。就原来的改造城市的改造呢，相对来讲呢，应该说和美国比啊，和欧盟比啊，这个标准呢，原来建的是比较低的，所以光这方面的就是来改善这个前景是非常非常，也就是空间是非常非常大的。当然，旁边坐的来自于日本的，按照日本的这样一个住房的标准和现在消耗呢，应该中国的提升的空间，原来的已经城市建了，这个标准是空间非常非常大的，这是我想说的。
As I just mentioned, China's policy standards on new buildings, new constructions are very clear. And in terms of renovation of old buildings, our policy requirements are not as clear as the US or EU. We also have a panelist from Japan today, and we can discuss more on this area. And I think we both have, the two countries both have a great potential in terms of bringing down energy consumption.
Great, thank you so much. So on that note, let me turn to you, Mr. Kato. You're representing the Japan Climate Initiative, a similar coalition to America's All In. And our team has been able to learn a lot from JCI over the years. Could you briefly share with our audience how JCI was formed and what is the makeup of the coalition and some of the highlights from its work?
So first of all, I try to speak English. First of all, thank you very much for inviting this kind of distinguished event and session. I'm very happy that. And then by saying that, can I take one picture? Japanese always take a picture, right? But this is not a normal camera. This is a 360 camera, so I took one shot with all of you.
Wow.
Look at this. Hey. Okay, thank you. By the way, one question to you. We call this camera 360 camera, SDGs camera.
Yeah.
You got why?
Why?
Somebody can answer? Why this is a SDGs camera? Science, Sustainable Development Goals camera. Ah, yeah. No one left behind. Okay. As question, let me explain about the story of the Japan Climate Initiatives. In 2017, in Japan, we have been inspired by the fact that America is, at that time, in the United States, we are still in, was launched with thousands of business leaders and global government leaders in the United States for the achievement of the Paris Agreement. So immediately after that launch in Japan, we thought that establishing the similar coalition in Japan for non-state actors could help Japanese non-state actors to lead Japanese society to a high ambition to achieve the Paris Agreement. So for this purpose, immediately in 2018, we established the Japan Climate Initiative, just copied and pasted. Then started with only 105 members, signatories, mainly corporation companies. But now, 2024, 6 years after the launch, we, the member of the signatory, have grown up to 823 as of today. So almost 8 times bigger than the beginning, with consisting of the 500, let me say correct number, 568 business companies, and 59 bank and financial sectors, and 40 local governments, 3 industrial associations, and 13 consumer groups, and 10 universities, 4 religious groups, and 126 NGO, NPO, including also youth groups. So really, let's say, stakeholders and then diversified. The reason of this growth is because the many Japanese non-state actors have been inspired more and more, mainly thanks to all of you, the global leaders, global experts speaking up. And also thanks to the strong global initiatives, such as Science-Based Target Initiative, or RE100, and ISSB, etc., or G7, G20, and COP agreements. Thanks to all of that. Also, thanks to our own activities during these years. The highlight of our work is 4 things, very simply 4 things. Is first, raising awareness more and more in Japan, and also, let's say, encourage our members to accelerate climate actions, and third, scaling up, and fourth, reinforce advocacy to the government. That is the most difficult things in Japan, because as you may know, in Japan, it is not uncommon or difficult for non-state actors, like a business leader or local government leaders alone, to speak up for what policies they need. So for this under circumstances, JCI is actively working hard as a platform that all our members can call together toward the Japanese government, national government, for the more ambitious goals and ambitious target and ambitious policies. That's the way we are working.
That's great. So it's really nice to see that we've influenced you and you've influenced us, and this is how international cooperation really works and how we all learn from each other. So thank you for that. So last but not least, Ms. Ferreira, thank you for being here. And I'd like to ask you if you could talk a little bit about your position in ICLEI and the benefit you've gotten from collaborating with other local governments. And also, while you're here, welcome to the New York City, and while you're here, are there any things that you would like to learn from other local governments or national, subnational actors while you're here in New York for Climate Week?
No, okay. First, thank you for the opportunity, for the invitation for the state of Pernambuco, Brazil, to be part of this. I actually would like to provide a bit of context. It's easier for people to understand the policies that I will talk about. I come from a state in Brazil where 50% of the population still lives below poverty line, 20% of the population still lives below extreme poverty line, 25% of the houses still don't have access to water, 75% still have no access to sanitation. So when we had to frame our climate action plans, the social aspect of it needed to be very strong, very heavy on how we would go forward regarding this. Based on this, just a little bit more of context. Usually when people think about Brazil, they either think about the Amazon or São Paulo or Rio. I come from Northeast Brazil. Northeast Brazil comprises 28% of the Brazilian population, but only 14% of its GDP. So we have half of the median income in Brazil. Brazil is known for its inequality. So the Northeast Brazil and Pernambuco is at the heart of inequality. And we strongly believe that our best approach to climate action is fighting extreme social and economic inequalities, both worldwide, between regions, between states and within states and cities. ICLEI has been a great partner to us in this aspect. We have just launched it together. We have 184 municipalities in my state. We have 10 million inhabitants. And ICLEI has helped us together. We could map 105 of these 184 municipalities, all of this with different realities, what they are doing regarding their climate action and planning. From the state perspective, we have two approaches that are interconnected. One approach is more related to forests and conservation, and the second one to sustainable development. When I talk about sustainable development, with the context that I provided you with, we are very vulnerable to accepting any kind of development, be it gray or green. People who need to meet their basic human needs, they cannot turn away investments. So this was in our State Department of the Environment and Sustainable Development, one of our first approaches. We needed to be together with the State Department of Economic Development and having them crafting a whole new investments attraction politics, like how we would attract to Pernambuco not any kind of development, but we would attract companies and entrepreneurs who cared about climate action and who cared about doing it right, having the just part of it together with us. So we just launched last July our action plan for transitioning to a new regenerative economy in the state of Pernambuco together, Department of State of Environment and Sustainable Development and the State Department of Economic Development. And regarding conservancy and forests, we have a very ambitious plan of planting 4 million trees in the state by 2026. Sounds easy for some of the people, but it's actually very hard. We have 80% of our population in the semi-arid. We have in the northeast of Brazil our own unique biome, which is called Caatinga. It's a biome unique to Brazil. No other country has this biome. And planting 4 million trees, it also involves collecting the seeds with the population there, it's a whole new industry, regenerative industry that we are needing to frame in the States to be able to actually go and meet these targets. So these are our main policies and a lot of projects attached to it.
Wow, thank you so much for that story. It's really inspiring because it is hard to develop and be sustainable and the pressure of doing that. But we know that if we don't deal with our climate change, that will come back, and those who are most vulnerable can fall back into poverty, right? So the little gains that we think we make in the short term don't tend to be long-term sustainable gains. So thank you for your courage and your foresight on that. I'd like to go back to Mr. Wang Xi, because the US and China are actually the world's largest emitters. And the question is the cooperation has been key between the US and China to securing and advancing global climate agreements and climate solutions. So what space do you think exists for the US and China in having partnerships at the subnational level or through public-private partnerships to continue to push on climate action?
这个问题问的非常好啊。我是2009年呢第一次参加联合国的气候大会，那是在丹麦的哥本哈根，那是 COP15。那之后呢，就一不小心呢，每年都参加，一直参加到现在。那今年呢是 COP29，在阿塞拜疆的巴库。在这个过程当中呢，非常明显的感觉到，在对应气候变化方面呢，尤其是在过去的5年，过去的4年吧，应该说中美之间在气候对应变化方面的合作，远比社会上、国际上感觉到要深入得多。这是在外界感觉不到的。我们知道现在中美这个关系是比较紧张的，非常困难的一个时期。但是我个人认为呢，对于人类面对全球问题，这是个例外。这恰好在这儿，我们知道我们没有其他的选择，只有选择呢，联手起来，往这儿走。所以实际上呢，中美在面对气候变暖这方面的合作呢，我觉得这一点呢，是我参加了这么多年的国际会议呢，这点是非常明确，深刻感觉到的。尽管呢，在这个美国现在有大选，下面的这个到底趋势怎么样呢？可能多少会也有点呢影响下面的中美在气候变暖方面的合作，但更从长远来看呢，我觉得应该是不会影响的。尤其我们看到今天这个会议当中，WWF 呢，就是表明的这样一个态度，就是虽然它不是政府，但是非常有影响的这个国际的 NGO 组织，就强调美国的一个态度，我们全部加入。我记得非常清楚，在5年前，在差不多9年前的吧，这个川普政府上台的时候呢，就是退出了巴黎议定书，当时就是 WWF 就非常明确提出来了，我们不退出。当然 WWF 不代表政府，但是代表了美国的一种环保这方面的一个主流意见，包括很多的州，比如说加州啊，纽约州啊，这个佛罗里达州啊，也非常明确表示我们继续的加入。所以回应这一点，就我自己作为一个中国的企业家，参加这种国际上环保会议呢，所以我个人认为呢，中美这种一定要联合起来一块儿面对困难呢，我觉得这是非常非常重要的。这是我想说的第一层含义吧。
This is a very good question. My first COP conference was in Denmark in 2009. And from then on, I've been to every COP conference ever since. And this year, we'll have another COP in Baku, Azerbaijan. And throughout these years, I have noticed that in terms of the last, especially in terms of the last 4 to 5 years, China and the US have been working together much more than public perception, because the US and China has been through some tensions in their relationships. But global cooperation in terms of climate action is a must. And I believe the collaboration between China and the US are especially important. And I know there is an upcoming US election, and we don't know the results yet. It might have some impact on the collaboration on climate action, but in the long run, I believe the collaboration on climate action will not change. And I've listened to many speakers at this arena, and many people have expressed the importance of collaboration among nations. And 9 years ago, when Trump first took office, the US left the Paris Agreement. However, organizations like WWF and states like California and New York said they won't exit the Paris Agreement, which is very important. And I think as a Chinese entrepreneur, I would believe it's a must. It's very important for US and China to work together in terms of climate actions.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Kato, you also come from a very industrialized country, and it's important in terms of, again, contribution to climate action. So what does ambition look like in Japan in, say, in the next, as we look towards 2030 and 2035? And what are the most effective strategies for engaging the private sector in Japan, which is such an industrial powerhouse? How are you looking at that as we go toward COP29 in Azerbaijan and COP30 in Brazil?
Thank you very much for your questions, and a tough question. Although we are working as an ambitious group, we are working so hard to achieve the Paris Agreement and the 1.5 degrees goal. But actually, nationally, Japan aimed to reduce the emissions by 46% in 2030, which I don't think ambitious enough. As a developed country like Japan amongst the G7. So currently, government is now discussing about next NDC, which include the emission target 2035. Given the fact that globally need to reduce by 60% in 2035, right? Global agreement. So Japan, I believe that Japan must set the same type of target, ambitious target, toward the 1.5 degrees goals, but it's not now. So this year is very, very critical, important moment for Japanese society, because currently government is also supposed to announce the new energy mix plan for coming years, which may impact on NDC. So as you may know, Japan is only one country in G7 who have not committed phasing out coal-fired power plants, and also does not have a good outlook on predominantly decarbonizing its electricity by 2035. That's the G7 agreement. But it's not in Japan. So toward COP29 and toward COP30 in Brazil, we'd like to keep, let's say, engaging in the government to incorporate the international pledge, such as COP28 agreement, that triple renewable energy capacity and the double energy efficiency, and also phase out coal-fired power plant into Japanese policy, so that non-state actors, we could, let's say, move forward more easier, and also we can work together with all international other countries for global crime issues to solve. That is our thinking. So what shall I say, as a co-representative of Japan Climate Initiatives, as I mentioned, still in Japan, we have to raise more awareness, more and more, especially decision maker and policy makers and business leaders, and also encourage them to accelerate the ambitious climate actions, and scaling up in Japan together with China, together with the United States, all leading companies. And then we keep let's say, advocacy to the government. But in order to make more influence, I strongly request all of you to collaborate with us, because your voices or your ambitious, let's say, passions really make influence to the also the let's say Japanese society or Japanese decision maker to transform.
Thank you.
More ambitious way.
Thank you so much, really. So, Madam Secretary, my last question is to you, and it's a little different. We've heard from 2 countries that have major climate impacts, major industrialization, but you talked about the vulnerability of the people in your state. You talked about how your climate action plan incorporated nature-based solutions. So, and you also represent the Global South, when we know where climate impacts are happening fastest and hardest. So can you talk a little bit about, just tell us, how in your plan, in your thinking, in terms of resilience and adaptation, how are you using nature? What part of your climate plan is to protect this very vulnerable population where we're having so much climate impacts in the Global South?
So all of our plan is focused on how to protect our populations. We have the urban perspective and also the rural areas perspective. When we talk about the urban perspective, it's actually, we have just launched a call for scientists there to study people who live on the high areas that are very vulnerable to landslides. So how science can provide us with the best, most efficient, cost-efficient solutions to protect these people. People, just in May 2022, just in one storm that we had, 144 people were dead because of landslides in the capital city of Pernambuco. So in urban areas, is this urban solutions to the most vulnerable people in the cities. Regarding the rural area, we are putting together our Payment for Ecosystem Services Fund. Actually, it's up and running, accepting donations. We guarantee the compliance, the justice, and the projects delivering the projects. But then we believe that payment for ecosystem services is such a powerful climate justice instrument, because we take our oxygen and our water for granted.
Can you just say what that is, what that means to have a payment for ecosystem services? What are ecosystem services? What does that mean?
Okay, so basically, I live in the capital city of Pernambuco. I contribute 0 to our oxygen and to our water springs conservation in my state. And people are in the rural areas while I'm in the capital city, living more comfortably in the urban city. People in our rural areas are very poor, very vulnerable, and if they were not there, we wouldn't have the forests and wouldn't have the water springs. So it is just fair that we pay for the people who are protecting the forests and protecting the water springs, for them to keep the forests up. Because if we don't have these economic instruments to pay for ecosystem services, these people will just sell their lands for people who come, new people that will come with agricultural practices that are not forest friendly, take out the forest, kill our water springs, and we would all suffer. So payment for ecosystem services is an economic instrument that we can try to regulate this. Actually, it's this economical inefficiency of not having the environmental, the pollution, and all of the environmental issues into our economic systems. It's all externality, right? Pollution is an externality, using water is an externality. So how do we internalize this into our economy?
Great, thank you so much. And I just want to thank all of my panelists here. I mean, really different perspectives, different countries, different, contributions. And thank you all for bringing in, the voices of the subnational and the non-state actors and in terms of moving us forward for climate action. So thank you. Please join me in thanking our panel.
Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. This is the final closeout session for WWF Nest. So, yeah, thank you all for being here. And congrats to all the previous programming. Welcome to our panel. We're going to talk about practical guidance within the implementing science-based targets for land targets. We call them FLAG targets for short. Forest, land, and agriculture is what that stands for. You're going to hear us say it 100 times up here, so bear with us with the acronyms. My name is Martha Stevenson. I'm a Senior Director of Forests at WWF US, and I'll be your moderator here today. And our plan for this session, I'm going to provide just a few slides to give some overview of the land sector, climate targets within the land sector to make sure everybody's operating from a base level of knowledge in the room. And then we'll go through our panel and they'll talk about how they're either implementing targets or supporting the implementation of targets within this sector. We'll have some moderated Q&A and then we can open it up for respectful dialogue with all of you and ask some questions from the audience. But first, let me introduce our panel and extend my deep gratitude to all of you for joining us here today. Very grateful. So I'll start with Autumn Fox. She is the Global Sustainability Director for Mars. She's leading on climate and land efforts in Mars's Sustainable Within a Generation plan. Autumn served on the advisory committee for the SBTi flag guidance and also for the land sector removals standard that is being developed by the GHG protocol. She is now working on rolling out these programs and implementation at Mars. Nicolas Clerget is the Global Director of the Net Zero Strategy at the Heineken Company. He has led the design and implementation of Heineken's Net Zero Strategy as a top 5 priority within the business. Having set SBTi flag targets, Nicolas and his team are also working on implementation. Robert Bonney is with us as the Undersecretary for Farm Production and Conservation at USDA, a long-standing expert across government, academe, and civil society, and senior advisor to Secretary Vilsack. Undersecretary Bonney has advanced conservation and environmental efforts with a focus on rural America, including carbon and climate incentive programs on family farms and forests. Thank you, panel. All right, now a brief overview. Let me see if this one works. That does not. The green button. We did it. Okay. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Science-Based Targets Initiative, SBTi, it is a standard-setting NGO that provides science-based pathways by translating IPCC global pathways for individual sectors and companies who want to align their climate targets with the Paris Agreement. And so to date, we have over 9,000 companies who are committed to setting targets within this program. WWF, of course, with other partners, was one of the founders of this back in 2015. And these companies cover, I think, 40% of global market cap right now, so a really significant effort. The flag standard was published in 2022, and so far, I think the count today is 99 companies have set flag targets, have validated flag targets. I was hoping it would be 100 by today, but the numbers get released tomorrow, so hopefully tomorrow that we could say that we finally have our first 100 companies. If any of you companies in the room want to be number 100, go after it. So really excited to see the momentum that's growing here. I've just included a few of the logos of the companies who have set targets, and of course we have Mars and Heineken with us today, leaders in this field. So why did we develop the flag targets? So this sector contributes about 22% of global emissions to the atmosphere. And because there was no guidance and no accounting guidance and no target setting guidance, that 22% of global emissions was not included in corporate inventories, right? Just wasn't on the books, wasn't included. And so implementation actions were not incentivized as a result in these kind of corporate programs. And so Krista Anderson, who co-developed the guidance with me, we saw this gap and we said, hey, we really need to fill this to make sure we can bring the climate momentum to the land sector and also bring down emissions and increase removals within this sector. So That was the main driver for wanting to fill this gap. For folks who are not familiar with kind of the corporate GHG management cycle, just wanted to kind of briefly go over it. So, companies first, they do measure and accounting, they set their baseline, they use the greenhouse gas protocol, or many companies do, there are other methods, but many companies use the greenhouse gas protocol in order to measure and account for that baseline. Many companies use the science-based targets, pathways, including FLAG, to set their target. And then companies will disclose their baseline, disclose their targets, through voluntary approaches like CDP. We're seeing an increase in mandatory disclosure platforms, the SEC, looking at various European contexts. And then we get to step 4, and that's where I want to focus on today. I've been so focused on steps 1 and 2 for like the last 4 years, really excited to start talking about implementation and actually getting things done on the ground. So today we're going to focus on reducing emissions, increasing removals, and then of course rinse and repeat, and companies on a regular cycle will keep managing their inventory and taking new actions. So that's just a brief overview. When we look at what types of activities do FLAG targets incentivize, green is emissions, blue is removals. We break emissions up into land use change, so that's deforestation, loss of primary habitat, wetlands, peatlands, grasslands. And then we also look at land management decisions, so forest management decisions, soil tillage, enteric methane emissions, fertilizer applications. Those are the types of activities that can contribute to land management emissions. And then, of course, this sector is really unique compared to all of the other industry sectors. Sorry, I found the creak in the floor. Sorry about that. This sector is unique in that it also sequesters carbon. It provides carbon removals. And those activities include forest restoration, silvopasture systems, riparian buffer zones, improved forest management, extending rotation lengths, skid trail planning, all kinds of wonderful actions we can be doing there, agroforestry, and then enhancing soil carbon and biochar. So those are the main activities that we're looking at the FLAG sector really starting to get implemented in the field. And so with that, I think we're going to turn to the panel now. Hopefully everybody feels up to date on the discussion. Great, so Autumn, we're going to start with you, and I'm excited to stop talking. So could you describe your company's overall climate commitments, including your FLAG targets? And we are keenly interested in specifics about your climate action plan. How are you all going to get after these targets? And bonus points, so we also work on nature targets at WWF. So bonus points if you can weave in connections between climate, water, and nature strategies.
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. Great to be here with you at the end of a Wednesday. Y'all look fairly awake, so that's excellent. We'll try to keep it that way. So yes, I'm a global sustainability director at Mars, and I focus on climate and land-related issues. And I'm going to start with the bonus points, if I may.
I love it.
Just get that off the bat.
Extra credit from the beginning.
Great.
Let's do it.
So Mars, really set our first tranche of science-based targets way before the FLAG standard was available. And back in the day, worked with WRI to set a small number of targets that was designed to cover as much of the planetary boundaries model as possible with only 3 targets. And that was the limitation, right? Because when you look at businesses, the way they operate, they have a very small number of the final metrics that really matter to how the company is run. Of course, those get interpreted and reapplied in many diverse ways throughout the business, but it comes down to those critical few metrics. And so the ask of WRI was the same. What would be those critical few metrics for planetary boundaries? And through that work, we set our first targets on climate, to reduce our emissions 27% by 2025, but also set targets to hold flat our land occupation footprint over time, as well as work to remove deforestation and conversion from key high-risk supply chains, and to reduce our use of our unsustainable water use in water-stressed areas. And so we started out with these targets on climate, land, and water that of course don't cover every single thing in the planetary boundaries model, but really cover a good chunk of it, especially when you start to think of all the actions that you need to take on climate and water to achieve that. And so really, we don't have one nature target, right? But they're all designed to work together, and our work on packaging also supports nature as well. So it really kind of grows over time. And so we set those targets. We started working on them. The science evolved, right? And we really are following the science as much as we possibly can. That led us to come back to our targets and say, okay, what do we need to do to update our 2050 target to net zero and to make sure that we have the right reduction targets in place for that? And so we went through a process of really looking at all the interventions that are feasible now in agriculture and in other areas of our supply chain. Did the wonky marginal abatement cost curve, had all the graphs, all the analysis, and that helped our leadership team feel confident to set an overall 50% reduction target by 2030 across all of our value chain emissions, scope 1, 2, and 3. And so the approach that we've taken, and this might be a little counterintuitive to a flag target panel, is we really focus on that 50% by 2030 because from a communication perspective, it's just a lot easier to have one headline, right? Mm-hmm. But we want to know that the actions we're taking are the right actions behind the scenes, and that's really where the flag targets help us to demonstrate and to really kind of tease apart all the different mechanisms of emissions that are in our footprint to make sure that we're not over-indexing or relying too heavily on just one strategy, but really addressing all the key things that we need to be working on the pathway to 2050. And I think, the one other thing that I wanted to sort of say about this was we really looked at, in detail, how do we get what's actually driving our emissions in flag? How much is coming from soil? How much is coming from manure? How much is coming from enteric? How much is coming from fossil energy use in agriculture? And so we really did that work with our accounting partners to get that level of detail, and that's what enabled us to feel confident that we could set a 2030 target and that we feel that it is feasible and achievable and affordable. So, if we really pulled the data together on what's out there, for 2030, we see how it can happen. For 2050, we need some innovation to get there, right? It's not all clear yet, but for 2030, there are solutions that we can put in place today, and that's what we're doing in our supply chains. And so across our business, frankly, it's just become so much that I can't keep track of it anymore, right? That's how many projects there are, hundreds of projects. We're looking at reaching over 1 million acres before we reach our 2030 target. We committed to 47 million in dairy alone this year, working with 4 of our key suppliers. We're working on alternate wetting and drying and other tactics in rice. We're working on regenerative agriculture and grains. We're working on livestock efficiency and restoring pasture, and all sorts of the many different mechanisms that are available to us in agriculture. And recognizing we need to tailor those to the context, right? This is not we're going to have 1 or 2 strategies that corporate says they have to be done everywhere. It's really developed on the ground of what are the right things to be working on with those farmers in that supply chain, in that particular eco-region. And so it kind of becomes, therefore, very bottom-up, actually, as we get into this.
Great. Thank you. That was a great overview. Okay, Nicholas, to you. Same question, if you can give us kind of the big picture of Heineken, your overall goals, and then really dig down specifically into flag targets, including any nature.
Okay. Thank you very much, and very happy to be with you. It's your last panel of the day, so I hope you can have a nice drink after. Heineken beer is recommended, so alcoholic, non-alcoholic. So behind Heineken, there is a Heineken group, and we have more than 200 brands locally. Beer is a very local business. Every country has their local beer. So that makes that our biggest complexity is actually not about the product. We are a single category. We only brew beer in 60 countries. It's more about the complexity of looking after our footprint, where we have 60 countries, 200 sites, and all of them are confronted with climate change. Our biggest raw material, if I can say, is water, and then barley, and then hops, sugar, maize. And if we look at our climate risk, We did an analysis in 2019, and we were looking at three main risks for climate change. One is, of course, natural disaster, which is impacting many of our sites around the world. We have beautiful breweries in the Caribbean that get destroyed every 3 years, and we have to rebuild. So it's a lot of cost for our business to continue operating. And then our two other climate risks, which are actually nature risks, are access to water. And you can imagine that there is more and more pressure on water access and the quality of water basin. And then barley. And barley with climate change is we are witnessing that the yield or efficiency of barley is getting reduced, and we have to adapt our sourcing location. 50% of our volume comes from France, and we are starting to see that actually we are going to have to move north. We're going to start to get barley from the UK, a bigger portion in the UK, and we start to set our sourcing location as to evolve. So back in 2020, when we were looking at what do we do, what kind of target can we set up, we were a bit similar to you, looking at the planetary boundaries and how do we keep it simple for the business, because we cannot overload 50 targets and sub-targets to the organization. We actually went to something quite simple, where we say, well, we will have a climate strategy, and the net zero strategy will basically encompass a lot of these levers, because for us, there is a lot of interlinks between decarbonization, water access, and of course, protection of soil and our agricultural footprint. So we committed to be net zero by 2040, and we are very happy to see that it's not us alone, it's also the whole beverage industry is having the similar targets that help us also to act with our suppliers. And we pledge net zero by 2040, but we really wanted to have an SBTi endorsement. And when we went in 2022 to look for SBTi endorsement, there was one condition, which is you also need to have a flag target. And for us, we were looking at it in a very practical way, which is we were looking at decarbonization pathway, and we were clearly seeing that packaging, logistics were clearly energy-based emission, and our agricultural footprint have very different ways of operating. The four commodities that we have, are basically having emission linked to land use change and land management linked to the use of fertilizer. So we were basically saying, okay, actually it makes sense to have a separate target for us to really have a very different approach. We estimate that there is 30,000 farmers working for Heineken indirectly, so we need to find a program that really help them to find solutions. And the thing is, it's always difficult to set ambitious targets where you have some data or some knowledge about how to activate that. And coincidentally, in 2018, we launched a small program, which was a low-carbon farming program. And the idea was, can we test some practice and just learn if that works or not? And these practices were shown previously. It can be about cover crops, no tillage. It can be about crop rotation, less use of fertilizer. And we started to see after 3 seasons that actually the results were pretty good. It was actually 20% carbon reduction, 30% carbon sequestration. So we started to see that actually we may have the solution. The challenge is, of course, the scalability. We were talking with 200 farmers. We have 15,000 farmers. Mm-hmm. So how do you get to the right scale? And we agreed to say, actually, we need a target. We need to be able to mobilize our organization, our direct supplier and our farmers to be able to go into that direction. And we committed to SBTi flag. It's a target of a reduction of 30%. And we were a bit more modest than Mars. The idea for us is still to learn and see, how much can we scale. And what we realized when we started to commit is the interlink with nature is there. Our farmers will have to have a better water footprint. There is, of course, a look after biodiversity. So by committing to flag, we started to enter into the nature agenda. And we will discuss a bit later about the little challenge of the no deforestation approach, but that's for, I think, a bit later in the panel.
Great. Undersecretary Bonney, if you could start maybe with the big picture, the U.S. context, the commitments under Paris, and the role that you all see agriculture and forestry playing in those. And what are the key activities that you all at USDA are focusing on to support these sectors, agriculture and forestry, in transitioning to low-carbon futures? And then just one more, what are the things you're most excited about on the innovation side?
All right, well, it's great to be here with all of you all. So let me tell you what I do first. So I'm Undersecretary for Farm Production and Conservation. It means I have the Risk Management Agency, crop insurance, Farm Service Agency, farm loans, support payments, disaster, dairy support, crop subsidies. And I've got the Natural Resources Conservation Service, basically the largest source of discretionary conservation dollars in the federal government. So I've got ag programs and conservation. First came to USDA I left EDF in 2009, came to USDA, and having a conversation about climate change in rural America and with farmers, tough conversation. Concerned that it was going to be top-down stuff designed in San Francisco and Washington and New York City. You all know the cliches, right? And that it wasn't going to work for U.S. ag. And so served the entire Obama administration, got fired by Trump. I'm back. And the conversation has changed dramatically. I was in Minnesota about a little over a month ago and was meeting with the Minnesota corn growers. What do the Minnesota corn growers want to talk about? They want to talk about carbon intensity scores. Why do they want to talk about carbon intensity scores? Well, because they're seeing potential opportunities in the market to reward them for a range of practices that will increase sequestration, reduce emissions. So why has the conversation changed so much? I don't think it's because producers see extreme weather events and think this climate change thing might be for real. I think they see that. I think there are two things. One is alignment, and that is there's a whole bunch of stuff which is actually really good from a climate standpoint. Turns out it's good for ag productivity. So improve soil health, put more carbon in the soil. Those soils will hold more water, hold more nutrient, improve productivity. Good for the climate, good for productivity. Cover crops, same story. Improve grazing systems, improve the ability for grasses to suck up carbon, put more carbon in the soil, healthier cows. In the West, we have a fire problem. We need to restore those forests. Native Americans burned them for centuries. We need to get back, open those forests up. We can do right by the forest industry, produce jobs by doing thinning of low-value timber, protect old forests. Good for timber industry, good for the climate. So there's this alignment. So as we think about policy, we think about targets, we think about Paris and all that stuff. From a policy standpoint, you think, okay, how do we take advantage of that alignment? Our approach is one that's about voluntary, incentive-based, market-oriented. It's about collaboration. We're not going to do it to farmers, we're going to do it with farmers. And that's important from a practical standpoint. I used to work on endangered species conservation when I was in at EDF. You can't regulate anybody into a prescribed fire or planting a longleaf pine tree or restoring habitat. You have to figure out ways to entice them into that type of behavior. And the challenge we work with here is the same. How do we create a set of incentives, markets, government, otherwise, that reward that type of behavior? So we deploy in my missionary USDA, we probably deploy about $10 billion annually in conservation dollars focused on working lands in the US. So a lot of resources, opportunities to do big things there. Thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act, we have significantly more resources, $19.5 billion, that we're now deploying in a range of ways across private lands, working with private landowners. We're also making big investments in MMRV. So we do, government, USDA, bureaucrat, too many acronyms. Measurement, monitoring, reporting, and verification. So we're making big investments there. Can we do a better job of measuring soil carbon so we understand the impact of practices on soil carbon? Can we better understand nitrous oxide emissions and how we can reduce nitrous oxide emissions? Same thing on the methane side, both enteric and then manure management. So big investments to make sure if we're going to do this voluntary approach, we want to be held accountable. How do we make sure that the public, NGOs and others can look at it and see there are actually real results there? So big investments from the Inflation Reduction Act. Those don't directly figure into Science-Based Target Initiative, but what we hope is that we're actually going to provide some climate-smart commodities to these folks. Speaking of climate-smart commodities, we have a $3 billion investment in something called Partnerships for Climate-Smart Commodities, where this is not a conservation program, it is a commodity program. It is a commodity program that pays producers to produce commodities. Think of your wheat, rice, livestock, wood, whatever, to produce those commodities using climate-smart practices. Those practices are scaling up those activities. Those projects are scaling up those activities, 135 projects, $3 billion across the country. They're making sure we do it equitably. We want to serve all farmers, small, medium, large, conventional, organic, historically underserved. We want to make sure tribes, black farmers, and others are able to participate as well. MMRV is all part of that as well, and then we're trying to create markets. How do we create markets that actually reward? Maybe it's greening supply chains, maybe there's value from folks like these that can flow down to our producers. Maybe it's a carbon credit, maybe it's a cross-laminated timber for wood, whatever. So big investments there, and we're also starting to do some work around markets themselves. Congress passed a law called the Growing Climate Solutions Act, asks us to look at protocols. And as we work on these partnerships for climate-smart commodity projects and others, we're getting demand from folks in agriculture and forestry to remove some of the chaos that they see with protocols and other things out in the market. So they actually want to engage, and there's a role for USDA there. Are you going to see a USDA climate-smart label? No, certainly not anytime soon. But there may be things we can do with standardization, other work we can do, better data, better metrics, better models that we think can help that. We're seeing that a lot on the biofuel side as well. Lots of interest in how do we make sure biofuels actually have real environmental gains. And so there's a lot of talk about the metrics there, and that's driving a lot of our thinking as well. So lots going on at USDA. Look forward to the conversation.
Great, really exciting. I was at a session where Autumn and I both were this morning, and I think just the idea of getting better reference data for conventional production so we can even start benchmarking some of this is something we really all need to just kind of level the playing field and move forward on the measurement side. Great. Okay, so back to Autumn. If you could maybe highlight the top 2 benefits or impacts that you see from Mars having set a flag target and starting in on your action plan.
Yeah, so as I alluded to earlier, I think one of them is definitely credibility, right? Mars has always really been on the sustainability journey from a science perspective and grounding ourselves in that, which really helps keep us from being too buffeted by the sways of external opinion and that sort of thing. And so I think the flag targets really help us feel confident that, that we're really thinking about how to reduce our footprint in ways that really do match the science and give us that credibility externally. And, on the point of the science, that's where I think the flag targets helped to inspire us to get that level of granularity to understand. And I think often we don't sort of tease out enough the extent to which in agriculture there are the emissions that really come literally from the land and the animals, and there are many emissions that come from energy, fertilizer production, et cetera. And setting the flag targets helped us tease that out so that we can now look at how our strategies layer together and make sure that, that we're not just getting tunnel visioned onto one solution or one category of emissions, but really recognizing and working on how would we actually really truly decouple agriculture from these fossil emissions, as well as dramatically reducing the flag emissions. And so it I think helped bring us to another level of sophistication in our understanding of our emissions, and therefore our ability to plan effectively and to push our business to make sure that they're really thinking about all of these things that contribute to the eventual footprint of the foods that we eat every day.
Great, thank you. Nicholas, you had alluded to the deforestation commitment, so we're going to jump in on that. So for those who don't know, so within FLAG, we do have, kind of reduction pathways for specific commodities. We have an absolute reduction pathway where companies are reducing a certain percentage each year, on average about 3%, a little over 3%. But we added an additional target on making sure that companies have no deforestation policy as part of validation, and that's because a significant portion of emissions from the sector are from land use change, so we wanted to make sure that this was recognized and that companies would really have to get after this. We also have, Leah's in the audience here from the accountability framework. We had hundreds of companies who had set zero deforestation targets, and so we wanted to make sure that we were lining up across these platforms, so companies who were already working on deforestation, this just kind of dovetails right into starting to look at your broader kind of climate work and the contribution that that makes. So knowing that we added this extra commitment and that it's been somewhat challenging, in particular with, you know, EU legislation, EUDR coming in, how has your company dealt with this? Is it a challenge? Is it an opportunity to really align kind of the forest and the climate agenda together?
I like how you present it because it's like a small addition of the target, you know, and it's a bit how we felt when we look at it. It's a little bit the footnote on the terms and condition of a contract. You look at it and say, oh, I have to look at that after. Actually, that's the first target to really look in, and that's for us. You know, the commitment is zero deforestation by end of 2025 for all our primary crops. So that means, you know, that must be the first focus, to stop deforestation in our value chain. And to add on that, you mentioned EUDR, and we also thought that it would be converging to the same topic. Actually, EUDR, it's about, you know, the product you import in Europe must not have, you know, any sign of deforestation, which for us is a completely different definition. Because for SBTi flag, it's actually for primary crops, so that will be our raw material, crops. For EUDR, our main impact is quite minor. It's actually about the packaging and the paper we use and where do we source that. So that creates, actually, when you bring the two together, you must have an holistic deforestation approach. You should also look at your manufacturing site and your third-party suppliers. So that was actually, you know, the thing we didn't fully understand when we look at flag, because most of the companies are going to look at their pathway, their reduction, putting the roadmaps in place, putting the hundreds of projects we need to reduce, our emissions. But actually, this one is actually very critical, and it makes sense. You know, you don't want to have land use change. You don't want to create, emissions from deforestation. So when we really understood the magnitude, but also the speed we need to execute, we went into a project to really use third-party help on where could be potential risk of deforestation. And as I say, we are a bit lucky. We are a mono-category. We only brew beer. Beer is using barley, hops, maize, sugar. But the main category for us is barley, hops. And they are not the one driving deforestation. So we were looking at Brazil, we were looking at Mexico, we look at Asia, Western Europe. And we had a big relief. We were a bit like, okay, actually, there is potentially some risk in the value chain. We need to go deeper. We need to put control with suppliers, but this is not, like the end of the world. We are going to tackle it. We are going to work with our procurement team and put the control in place. And I think that's certainly a bit of learning for every company in the room who wants to go into SBTi flag, and we advise you to go in. Is really looking first at your value chain. What could be the potential risk, even at high level, and then you can drill down and find the right action and the right solutions. So, let's put it maybe on the first next time, and sure it's not a surprise.
Okay. Note taken. Thank you. All right. Undersecretary Bonnie, if we could talk a little bit about the recent funding that you all have been, distributing within the Climate Commodities Program, and really, this is not the first time you all have been working to incentivize these different practices, measure these different practices. You said the conversation was really different when you went to Minnesota recently. Why do you think it's different, and what have we learned from past conversations?
So I mentioned one reason I think the conversation is different, because I think there's a lot of folks in agriculture that actually see this alignment that I talked about. But I also think, and the reason the Minnesota corn growers wanted to talk about carbon intensity scores, is because they think they're going to get value in the supply chain from that. They're going to get value from biofuels. They're going to get value from large consumer-facing companies that are interested in greening their supply chain, and they're starting to see that interest. And what we tried to do with partnerships with Climate Smart Commodities is actually sort of see if we could de-risk farmers taking on some of those changes to their operations that will allow them to produce those types of commodities. If you think back 15 years ago, and I worked for EDF, as I mentioned, which was the biggest proponent of cap and trade and emissions trading. And we all thought that we're going to solve the ag and forestry problem through emissions trading, cap and trade. We're going to sell carbon, right? And at that time, I've always come at the climate stuff. I've worked on climate for a long time, but I never worked on energy. I always come at it from a land side. And I always felt like I was like the guy that couldn't get into the party, you know, because everybody's talking about energy, and I want to talk about land and forests and ag. Today, everybody's like recognizing the valuable importance of agriculture and forestry. And so in many ways, the conversation has changed. It's gotten much better for us. It's also changed in a way that it was cap and trade, and now the playing field is much more open. There are a lot more opportunities to think about how do we create value for farmers and ranchers in the supply chain. So part of it's going to be market. Yeah, maybe it's voluntary carbon markets. Maybe it's climate smart commodities. Maybe some of that's consumer facing. Maybe some of it's just folks greening their supply chain. Company makes commitments. We have a great project in Iowa led by the Iowa Soybean Association where they're helping companies green their supply chain because they're producing a lower carbon soybean and corn. And so maybe that's part of it. But there's interest in, can we look at ways to take crop insurance and actually reward producers who use cover crops or other things that actually reduce the risk to their operations? And can you think about that both in crop insurance and loans and how we think about loans? So there's a lot of interest in farm credit and elsewhere about, hey, is there opportunities because we're de-risking agriculture by doing things that, yeah, they actually sequester carbon, but they're also really good from a resilience standpoint. And so you can think about this basket of potential opportunities that producers, every operation's different. Every operation is different. Crops, land, all that size. And so we need flexible tools, and we need to be able to draw from this basket. And the question for USDA is how do we create that? And so partnerships was an opportunity to really focus in on the market side. And not for us to say, here's the market we're interested in. No, what we're interested in is you guys go build the market that will reward those producers for producing it. So there's a company that's now producing agri-capture, producing climate smart rice. You can buy it on the shelf, and the secretary has a 2-pound bag of rice that he carries with him everywhere. Mm-hmm. It's best travel bag of rice ever. Right? But there's a lot of stuff that's not going to be consumer facing. But the interest is, again, how do we create value? How do we flip it? As I said, I used to work on endangered species, and if you talk to private landowners about endangered species, great. So I grow endangered species, and I get this cost handed to me. We're trying to flip the script, which is let's reward stewardship, let's reward conservation. And so the change I think you're seeing in agriculture is that the portfolio of potential solutions might actually work for them. And if we can stay there, if we can get the approach right, I think agriculture will come along with us, but it's got to be collaborative. It's got to be bottom up. They want to feel like they have agency and that they can make decisions about their own operations. If we can stay there, I think we can do a lot in U.S. agriculture.
Great, thank you. That's really exciting. I love the idea of kind of these multiple paths, and that was certainly the intent behind the work, was just to, how can we unlock this solution set and really get finance flowing in this direction for in-supply chain action and others, right? But just like open this up because it was so focused in just a few areas. So really, really exciting to hear. And also I wish I would have met you earlier because I was also that girl at the party always trying to talk about land.
Yeah, I couldn't get in the party.
Right?
I was trying to drink the beer.
Great. Autumn, I'd love to talk with you about the deforestation question and the commitment. You all had a commitment, well predating your flag target, and so how has this experience been for you? Has it enhanced? Has it taken away? Like where are you all in that space?
I thought I'd gotten off the hook on this one.
I know, no.
I'm glad.
Can't let you off the hook.
We got to talk about this, yeah, because we have a number of commodities that do have serious deforestation risks, right? And so we had already made a commitment around those commodities, to be deforestation-free in our supply chains by 2025 for cocoa, palm, pulp and paper, soy, and beef. And, there's a lot of challenges, let's be real, but we're working very, very hard and making progress on those. And so for us, it was very different. It wasn't a surprise. It was like, yeah, we know this is a really big part of our flag emissions. We know that we have to do this, and we have seen already that working on those supply chains, tracing those supply chains, mapping the boundary of an individual cocoa farm many, many, many times, and working with those cocoa farmers to make sure that they're farming responsibly and in many dimensions, does bring our flag emissions down, right? We're able to do the geospatial land use change mapping and start to see the results of that strategy, and that is really powerful. And so for us, it was very much like, yes, of course, this is reinforcing, and this is something that we're already committed to and working on. What I would say in that space that we need to see more of is we have this theory of change, that step one is absolutely to ensure that the volumes you're buying are deforestation and conversion free, right? But we know that deforestation and conversion are really landscape scale problems that need larger scale solutions. And so what I would love to see more of is having more companies making these commitments and looking at how do we treat this as something that the supplier needs to be doing across their entire supply base and not just the volumes that they're selling to the few big brands that have made these commitments, and really looking at how do we get to deforestation and conversion-free suppliers where that's part of what they're recognizing, like a credit rating or something, that their whole business really needs to be clean in order to have that credibility. And then also working at the landscape scale and making sure that we're really working with a wide range of stakeholders to look at the drivers at the landscape scale. And so I think there's a need to continue, because we haven't, and the industry has not fully cracked how do we have deforestation and conversion-free volumes, but also to look at how could we think bigger and how could we look bigger in terms of how we act on this issue.
Great. I'm going to stay with you. So you've listed a few with regard to deforestation of where you see a need for a solution to develop. Kind of in other areas of your flag target implementation, are there other innovations or gaps that you see that are needed?
Yes. Yeah, there's a bunch. I am just going to say the ones that, from the part of the team that I'm in and the part of the teams that I work with, are really just kind of feel like we're banging our heads against the wall right now.
Okay.
And that is very much on that. Well, one is scalability and two is measurements. So really relating to things that both of you said, and really getting to where we have much more consistent and standardized approaches to that. Because a few things we're struggling with right now, very much as an early mover. One is recognizing there are some supply chains where it will make sense to move to segregation for a variety of reasons, but many supply chains that will not make much sense. And grains are a great example of that, as are things like livestock byproducts, where it's very difficult to imagine any sort of world where we would have a segregated category 3 byproduct supply chain, right? And so we need solutions that recognize that, and I think we're starting to see that come through in some of the voluntary standards, and I'm hopeful about where we'll see greenhouse gas protocol and SBTi going through in the future. But we really need those solutions in order to be able to take action in our value chains. The other piece that I think is maybe not getting the airtime, but is actually super challenging, is that many big companies do not buy the whole crop or the whole animal, right? And we're a good example of that. A big chunk of our business is pet food business. And in pet food, often we'll be taking byproducts, things that are less desired for human food, but still great quality, and working those into the pet food products. And so, the idea that because we buy, the beef heart, we would need to pay to decarbonize the entire cow is really challenging, because one, it sends our cost per ton absolutely through the roof. You can get into 3 or 4 digits very quickly in terms of per ton for us, and that then makes it very difficult to invest in agriculture, right? And you have sort of a competitive message that is very challenging, right? Because then we would be paying to decarbonize, whoever bought the sirloin steak, which is obviously has some real economic challenges. And so we really need to find those solutions that help support companies to fully recognize and take responsibility for the emissions that they're responsible for based on the commodities that they're buying, but that also really kind of allow us to do, hey, what's our fair share of the enteric emissions reduction? What's our fair share of the manure emissions reduction, et cetera, et cetera? And so that we can act quickly, so that we don't have to wait for everyone to be at the table doing this, because we know that's going to take forever, or it's going to take regulation, which obviously has some challenges. And so we need to figure out how do we allow companies to act proportionately as quickly as possible. And, you know, the third thing is there's certainly a number of companies that have been moving fast, moving before things are standardized, moving before all the standards are written. And we do try to help with writing the standards too. But you know, we need to look at transitions, right? If we have new requirements coming in, how do we avoid penalizing the early movers and just giving us that time to transition and get up to speed with the new standard so that we can keep supporting that action, that practice that we know is making a difference. And so those are a few things that I think we need to sort of sort through as we navigate all these new standards coming in, new regulations coming in some jurisdictions. How do we make sure that we keep our eye on developing solutions to those issues?
Great, thank you. All right, Nicholas, you had mentioned kind of one of your biggest challenges is scale, that you've had success at, you know, with a few farmers, but how do we scale? When you start thinking about what innovations, what conversations we need to have, is there anything you would add to what Autumn highlighted?
Yeah, I think what Autumn say is very fundamental when you're a pioneer, like the 99 companies you have shown. You take a lot of risk because you go into the unknowns. You know that the standards might change. You know that you're going to know much more in 5 years. But there is also a benefit when you are the first mover, is that you can try much more. You can be faster. You'll be ready in 5 years to adapt. When we look at our scalability, I mentioned to you the low carbon farming program. It was 200 farmers. But that program is a foundation for us to go to regenerative agriculture. We have been able to prove that there is a benefit on carbon. We now can embed it with water and biodiversity, which fits, you know, water commitment, which look after biodiversity. So it's perfect, you know, to have a foundation and to be able to move. But we are also looking at something sometimes simple. We know that the major emissions of crops is coming from fertilizer. So we also look very simply to say, can we have low carbon fertilizer? Mm-hmm. We actually went to the industry and we just asked the top 3 main manufacturers of fertilizer globally, can you supply low carbon fertilizer? And you know what we came back was they were not ready for that. So we went in Europe, we went to the EIT Foods, you know, in Brussels, and say, why don't we set up a company? You know, why don't we try to just create that market and stimulate them? So we put equity on the company, which is now live. So you can look online. It's called Fertigui, and it's basically fertilizer made out of hydrogen. And we are one of the shareholders with Siemens and one of our barley supplier. And the idea that by 2027, they can supply all the fertilizer that the Heineken farmers need. Now, we don't know yet how to supply to our 15,000 farmers. We don't know yet how it's going to be accounted from a carbon point of view back to Heineken. But the idea is we don't want to go to suppliers and just tell them, you need to comply, you need to reduce, because we don't help them. We have to find a way that we are also part of the solution, and we offer them something. Now, in 2 years, we might provide them more guidance on regenerative agriculture, and we have a pilot happening right now in France. And we want to work like this. You know, it's a benefit to be a large corporation, to be able to have all these learnings in different countries and being able to share it. Now, time is a bit against us. You know, we have 5 years to go. We know that, you know, it's everything we plant the seed today will be visible in 2-3 years. So planning is quite key. And, you know, we are quite busy right now for the next 2 years, I think, to really push all our solution and try to find a way that by 2030, they are all accounted back to our footprint. So I would say the challenge, but opportunities if you start first. So don't hesitate and don't be afraid to try.
Great, thank you. Undersecretary Bani, this will be the last question from me. Then I'll give you all an opportunity. If you want to ask each other a question, we can switch to the audience. So in terms of, you know, kind of closing us out on this innovation piece, you know, what are some of the really exciting things that we're seeing, and maybe what are some of the gaps that are not getting the attention that they need right now?
Okay, so I'm going to answer that question, but I'm going to answer another question first, which is I want to respond to Autumn, your really good point about the challenges of supply chains in agriculture, because we can't put a SKU number on every kernel of corn or soybean or grain of rice or otherwise. I suspect in this room there's some skeptics about biofuels out there. But if you look at what's being done on sustainable aviation fuel due to the Inflation Reduction Act incentives right now, we're being asked to track the carbon intensity of those grains as they go through the supply chain. And USDA a few months ago put out an RFI to basically ask the question, how do we create a system to do this so the public will have understanding of how we track these commodities through the supply chain, how they go from the farm, how they go to the grain elevator, how do they go to the biofuel producer, and end up in an airplane engine. It's the exact same question you're dealing with, because that producer's not just selling corn to biofuels, some of it's going elsewhere. So there's a lot of work actually happening on this right now, and it's in the context of biofuels, but as we, and Kate Zook, raise your hand, Kate, brains the outfit in the back of the room, she's doing a lot of work. We're doing a lot of work on this right now, and we recognize we work on this stuff in the context of biofuels. It's actually applicable to all these types of questions. So there's a ton of work going on, and we welcome the opportunity to work with all of you on that. The innovation stuff is really interesting. You talked about the fertilizer. There's a company right now that has a product in the U.S. that's on 10 million acres that reduces your need to apply about 30 to 40 pounds of nitrogen per acre for growing corn. That's pretty substantial. And it's a seed additive that basically makes its own nitrogen, fixes its own nitrogen. And so, commonly called bugs in a jug, or, you know, there are lots of terms being used in ag these days. But there's a ton of opportunity to think about fungi and bacteria and others that are going to enhance crop productivity dramatically and reduce nitrous oxide emissions. The question for us is, okay, what do we do? Because we fund practices. We think about all these climate smart practices, and then we tell our people out in the field, these are the type of things we want to fund. How do we account for that innovation? And how do we de-risk some of that for producers, but also be willing to take a risk, because we got to move fast. And early in the summer, there was a new feed additive that came out in the U.S. that's been used elsewhere in the world called Bovaer. Reduces enteric methane in dairy cattle by about 30%. Those are big emissions reductions. We started last year, in case FDA actually ended up approving it, we actually started a process to change our practice standards, so if it hit the ground, we could actually fund it. So we could actually de-risk it for producers, right? So that hey, this is going to cost you money, you don't know how it's going to affect your herd, let us share the cost with you. So we changed the practice standard, and then we committed last fall $90 million in projects to actually go work with dairies and other livestock operators to put it out there. So when it was approved by FDA, now we're executing on those contracts. The challenge for us is there's a ton of innovation coming. I mean, there are other products, seed additives. There's the Bayer's working on corn that sequesters its own nitrogen. There's a lot of really interesting stuff out there. And the question for us, the government, how do we design our stuff that actually encourages this type of innovation, that de-risks some of it, but at the same time that is science-based. And so, huge opportunity and challenges there for us to figure out how do we make sure that we're certainly not standing in the way of that innovation, but also encouraging it, because it's going to matter a lot.
Great. Well, quickly, do any of you have questions for each other?
I do, and I wanted to chime in on the innovation topic too, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Which is just that, yeah, I think we're seeing this R&D mindset really coming to the ag space, and I think that's super exciting. You know, one of the ways we're seeing it come to life in climate is in our business now. Our business units are thinking of their portfolios of carbon mitigation strategies really more like an R&D funnel, right? Where they're looking at sufficiency, they're recognizing that some projects aren't going to work and we don't know which ones yet, and they're really looking at how do we make sure that this is, you know, a pipeline that delivers at the level that we need to, just like we would in our innovation and renovation pipeline. And the other thing we're seeing is that, for example, in our snacking business, our strategy unit, you know, went out and started a cohort with the Unreasonable group to look at how do we build capability with ag tech innovators, right? And so it's really just coming organically from the business that we want to be involved in this innovation. And so we see this wide breadth of everything from, you know, using mushrooms to create new sweeteners to, you know, how do we get information to farmers so that they can make better farming decisions. So the full range of ag tech. And I think, you know, as I was in some conversations with those companies, one of the things that was on my, like, we're going to need to fix this between 2030 and 2050. You know, we're going to need a solution to it. We don't have that solution yet. Already they're like, oh yeah, we can do that. Just, yeah, we solved that. Tick. And so like these solutions are really coming to life so quickly, and that just gives me a lot of hope that, you know, we can start to gain momentum here together.
Great. Wonderful. Anything else from the...
I mean, I would just add, just to sort of reinforce that point, precision ag in the U.S. on the large commodities is very widespread. It's not there to deal with climate. It's a really good climate tool. We can tell you how much nitrogen, how much productivity, probably how much greenhouse gas emissions on a meter throughout much of the Midwest, right? And so the question is, how do we use that data? There's a ton of innovation on MMRV, like a ton of innovation that will reduce the costs, really, really important. We've got to figure out how do we get more accurate systems cheaper. And there's a ton of opportunity there. And how do we provide that data? And farmers are a little sensitive about their data, right? How do we provide that data in a way that companies like yours can use and have confidence in? But at the same time, we also respect some of the farmer concerns about the use of their data.
Yeah, and I think, you know, summarizing a bit what we are saying is that, you know, we have to stay optimistic. It's a difficult journey, you know, when you don't have the perfect data, how to get there. But if we look back where we were 6 years ago on the energy transition, it was also quite difficult and a bit bumpy in terms of innovation, and, you know, people were looking at multiple solutions. We are a bit in that phase. You know, the data will come, the solutions are being explored by multiple companies, and I think at one stage it will converge to something that we understand are the big bet, you know, the big focus and investment we're going to make. So I'm pretty sure in 2 years we'll be discussing different things and scalability at, you know, millions of farmers, I hope. But yeah, I hope you have been inspired, and we will have drinks after, I hope.
Yes, great. All right, we probably have maybe one question from the audience. You in the front. Claire, do you have the mic? Oh, sorry. Oh, thanks.
Oh, you're faster than... Thank you so much. My name is... You don't have to answer the question. Actually, this question is for you. My name is Brighton Kauma. I'm from Zambia. I was very lucky a few years ago to be part of WWF as the President's Awardee 2016. I'm quite curious to get a sense from your own experience how you anticipate specific unintended consequences which sometimes result from initiatives and projects which have good intent. How do you account for that? And do you have any examples of similar situations? And how did you respond to promote intergenerational equity and justice, especially in vulnerable regions? Thank you.
Yeah, well, you don't have the mic, so I guess I have to respond. I think your question is really important because we talk a lot about environmental transition. But if you look at farmers, you know, that certainly most of them have a very low income. And how do you make sure that, you know, the transition is done properly? The program we were mentioning about Heineken, the low carbon farming program, was also about how do we prevent that farmers lose income or yields and basically, you know, are in a poor situation. So we basically guarantee them, you know, a revenue stream and making sure that, you know, they will be, with the practice we are trying, there will be no loss, but there is also, you know, a revenue out of it for them. And I think that that's the kind of thing that we always need to look at. Now, when you look in the value chain, we talk about environment, we talk about carbon, water, and other benefits. We will also have to look at, you know, social sustainability, human rights. So, and when you look what's happening in the regulations sphere, you know, you look at Europe with CSDDD that will be live in 2027. That's the kind of information we will need to go. We will need to know much more about the condition of work for farmers in our value chain. So we enter through the angle of environment. We certainly have much more insight from the overall value chain. And hereafter, it will have to be about, what is the right solution and how do we want to tackle it. But, it's becoming there.
Great. Robert, anything to add? Adam?
Yeah, it is a great question.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned in Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities, and frankly, everything we do, the importance of equity. If you know anything about the history of USDA, we have a history of discriminating against black farmers, Native Americans, women, and others. And so part of the interest here is like, how do we anticipate those social issues and make sure that we're responsive to them and we think up front. And so every Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodity grant has to have an equity program. How are you going to reach out to small, medium? How are you going to partner with other organizations that reach those constituents? So there's part of it is that kind of the social side of this that is really important. There's other parts about the environmental side. So we, as I mentioned, we fund practices, and even our Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities, there's some new practices there, but they go through an environmental review process. So we try and, from an environmental standpoint, make sure that we're doing the right thing. I'll give you an example. Blue Diamond is one of our big projects, Blue Diamond almonds, and they're going to take their old almond trees, they're going to chip them, and they're going to reincorporate them in the soil rather than burn them, as a way to enhance soil properties, help them with drought. But there's a lot of soil disturbance there, and so there's an analysis to make sure, hey, we thought about everything here. Can't anticipate everything, but we'll try. The thing that is, I think, really important in this regard to think about with things like feed additives for livestock is human health. Mm-hmm. Folks are eating these commodities, right? So we've got to figure out both a way to make sure that we work with our partners at FDA, Food and Drug Administration, and others to make sure we get the human health side of these things, and we nail that down. We cannot make mistakes there. But at the same time, it also can't take 10 years to get this type of innovation, right? We've got to move, and so there's this balance between, on the human health side of being, how do we move faster? How do we make sure we don't mess up?
Great. All right. Well, please join me in thanking our panel. That's all the time we have today. This is really great. Thank you all for staying.